took up the ark, and they brought up the ark of the Lord and the tabernacle of the congregation with all the holy vessels that were in the tabernacle. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join me on this great show. It is another time again on Tembei TV when we look at the latest development on our political front and the required response that we must embrace at this point in time. Well, news is already out. The DP is confirmed the flag bearer of the UDA party as the presidential candidate. Among all that transpired today is a continued lamentation and all manner of accusations, counter accusation. What is the DP up to with this quest for presidency? That is something that we will need to look at keenly and be able to dissect and be able to break it down so that every Kenyan can understand. Is the presidency a means to somewhere, or it is an end in itself? And of course, claims also of over 200 MPs in attendance. Is it fact or of fiction? We need to weigh all this into the balance and be able to understand what are we up to with the UDA and their NDC today, and all that they have laid accusation on Uhuru Kenyatta's desk, on Uhuru Kenyatta's doorstep, from the KRA to to the anti-corruption and all to the DCI. Oh my, there is a lot. I believe we'll be able to finish tonight, even as we continue with the discussion. You're most welcome to join as we continue with the discussion. Well, the link to use to join is right now in the comment section. You click on the link and allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you find yourself into the studio for us to carry on with the discussion. There is a lot. The kitchen is hot, and the smoke from the place is scary. What is happening with our deputy president, his party, and his alliance? Everybody, you're free to join. You click on the link, you will be into the studio, and we will get down to talking. Well, Salome Mbone, thank you so much. Nasema Uhuru Kura. Asante sana Rajab Abdallah. I'm watching from Mombasa. Karibu sana Kevin Otieno. Karibu sana Fred Mobegi. Asante sana. He said body language tells it all. He has already considered. Haya mambo kama hayo. Edika Handsome wa Nyahururu, you're welcome. Constable over Cadro Constant. Hey, this is serious. You're welcome. Karibu kwa show. John Kochok, asante sana. Kipsang Ole Sandie, thank you so much. Alum, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ephraim Miano, asante sana. David Olo anasema nini? How are you? I am fine. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited for all of you that are coming in fast and furious. It is time to break down all these matters to an understandable place. Brenda Ruth, thank you so much. Jose Koech, karibu kwa show. Korir Obadiah, you're welcome to the show. Kipsi Yegon, asante sana, you're welcome to the show. And glad all of you that are joining. It is time for us to discuss as Kenyans. Tuweke mambo bayana, tusichukuliwe bila kufahamu ni nini kinachoendelea. Basi mambo ni kama hayo, lawama baada ya nyingine. Hatujui tunaelekea wapi. Haya, naomba wote ambao umeingia studio, keep your mic mute. Tuanze kuganga haya. Tugangi yajayo tena. Ni haya yashafika basi. Hey. Thank you. Caleb Shumari. Habari ya leo?
Poa sana Bernard.
Ushajificha tena. Haya, sema basi uko sehemu gani?
Mimi kwa sasa nilifika Kisii kidogo but ndarudi Nairobi.
Sawa. Maoni yako haraka ukifanya tu utangulizi.
Actually leo nilikuwa nataka kumaliza my submission mapema, ndio naendelea
Eh,
kufuatilia mjadala kutoka kwa YouTube. Leo nimeona NDC
sawa
ya
sawa,
UDA
no
ilikuwa tu
problem.
sawa.
Make your submission as fast as you can.
Okay. Today nimeona submission hiyo UDA NDC ilikuwa sawa. You know, there were many issues which were raised over there, and ukiona your opponent discussing what you are having on the table, then it means that they're also following the proceedings. So I heard that Bernard accused that the DP was lamenting. I don't know how true is that. Yeah, because today, from what I got from the UDA NDC, one thing is very clear: the DP is playing his cards very right. As the Kenya Kwanza brigade, if you look at their structure and their formation, they are looking at what the Azmi are doing. So they are like checkmating. If you have been playing chess, then you can know how to checkmate each other. Because I think even when it comes to the running mate position, that it will be a very tough contest because the two camps will be looking at each other. Which camp will be the first one to front a running mate, so that they can also go to the drawing board and maybe do some changes and all that. But from then, the seat was good. The DP raised very critical issues which need to be addressed. Yeah, of course, in politics, they always say that in politics you must use a bit of propaganda to propel your idea. So I wouldn't be correct to say that the DP was 100% correct, but I will give him a 60%. There are some issues which he raised which were very critical. For example, whereby I see that the president had asked him in 2017 after the re-election that he should enable him at his second term to be able to handle the government so that he can have his legacy when he is going to execute power. But the DP said that when the president told him that, he said it's okay. So he decided to take a backbench. But later on, he was aligned in the running of the government. That's something which somebody cannot wish away because it's factual. You can see it. And then there were many things which were brought up, like the use of the DCI and all that. You have all seen that. But I wouldn't want to mention that. I also saw that there were some new signings. I don't know if we were new signings. I heard somebody saying that what votes do they bring in? I think somebody was saying they have one vote. It's okay. They are Kenyans. Wakona kura moja. They add up the number. 1 plus 1 is 2. So I don't see any problem with them coming in. And again, you see, everybody has their weight. You cannot undermine somebody. Mwangi Kiunjuri, despite him being a former ally of the DP, there is some weight he's coming in with after maybe transversing the parts of central Kenya and maybe Laikipia. There's some votes he's bringing in. So you cannot wish away those guys. Some people are expecting to see Mada Karua. In the NDC, I don't know what happened. Mada Karua said that there were fake rumors. Actually, I heard her saying that the Star newspaper should apologize for spreading news which was not correct. But I think it's just a matter of time.
Sorry to
Fred,
interject, but you
Fred,
are
you're
the
out
first
of order.
person. Ngoja
Fred,
kidogo, Bernard. You are the first person to submit your submission and you are behind the curtain. Please bring up your face. We want to see you. The way you are submitting, we want to see you and understand you very well. Please, sir, I
Fred,
request.
Fred, I know you want to see my face, but unless you want me to distract some of the guys over there. So that's why I opted to be behind the curtains. But what I was saying is, there were some people who were expected in the NDC, they did not appear. I expected Madakarua, she did not appear, but I'm sure in the coming days, sooner or later, she will be in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And I think if the DP can use her as the running mate, he has really a very good potential of clinching the seat. But everything was okay. I don't know about the Azimio guys, what they think. And again, I'm really impressed by the way the Azimio guys are reacting to the DP speech. It shows that they were very keen listening to him. When you have somebody is castigating the more you castigate somebody, the more you correct somebody, you make that person very strong. And I really appreciate the Azimio guys. Continue the same spirit, and the DP by August, he'll be a better person and he'll be in a better position to lead this country. That's all, Bernard.
Okay, Caleb, thank you for your submission, and we look forward to interact further. Romians, karibu sana. Fred, nitakupiga mawe. Romians, unmute tafadhali, tuokoe muda.
Huyo
habari zenu?
ungeniachia kidogo ni mkanyage.
Haya, sawa Bernard. Acha kwanza niwashukuru wote ambao mko live saizi. Okay, mwanzo I'll go direct to the point, okay, to the topic of our discussion. Nilikuwa nafuatilia hiyo NDC ya UDA kule Kasarani pale auditorium. Na for sure one thing I need to say is that at least today, as much as I'm an Azimio man, lakini I have to appreciate the DP, at least some kind of appreciation. Waswahili husema mgala muue lakini haki yake umpe. Leo amejaribu kidogo, ila tu bado kuna mali penye wanafaa wa rectify. What I saw in that NDC UDA, it was a lot of makasiriko. You know, these people are very emotional, very emotional. Na unajua kuna watu ambao ukikuwa very emotional and you're expecting to be a leader, with emotions you cannot win the hearts of those people who are wise and who understand all about leadership. Kuna kitu ambacho DP alizungumzia akasema the president was castigating him, that the president had requested him to stay aside so that aendelee na legacy yake. I want to say that DP is trying to play with us. He's trying to play with our minds. We are not that stupid as he might think. Because if DP angekuwa muungwana kabisa, if that guy was just that a gentleman, the first thing if I were him, I would have resigned and tell Kenyans, now the president ameniambia nikae aside, so nimeamua kuresign, wacha nimwachie afanye kazi vile anataka, because with me it's like he's uncomfortable. You cannot talk of corruption and still you are being paid for not delivering. For me, I can call hiyo mshahara ya DP ni kama he is a ghost worker. He does not deserve that salary. And number two, I was looking at those who attended. Today I came up with a formula called RRRW, triple W. That is Ruto, Rigathi. Then we have Waluke, Waiguru, and Waititu. You can imagine those names, and we understand the story behind those names. Those are the very big people who are actually carrying a lot of scandals. Waiguru tunaelewa mambo yake, Waluke tunaelewa bado hata kesi ina pend na ajui kama atachaguliwa na ako na kielele fulani. Alafu tunaona Waititu is lamenting, and I believe his name will never appear in any ballot paper in Kenya any other day. Now Ruto, we understand him. I wish Ruto angesimama leo atuambie anaomba Mteshi msamaha kabisa mbele ya watu, umati aseme kweli when he took the land from Mteshi, he regret. And wherever he is, I want him to regret and come out loudly and tell Mteshi that he is sorry for what he did. Then we'll believe him when he talk about fighting corruption. But unfortunately, our DP was trying to play hide and seek game. He was not talking directly about corruption. He's talking about restructuring DCI, restructuring KRA, because he knows those are some of the units of the government that he is undermining their function. So he was never serious. Now, another thing I want to talk about that NDC. Nashangaa nani aliroga Msale. Msale amekuwa bewitched kabisa. Huyo amerogwa kabisa, hata ajielewi yeye ni nani. He is no longer a leader. In fact, he is a bigger loser in this battle of politics in Kenya. Wherever he is, Musalia. Hata mimi nikisimama kesho, I don't think kama unaniweza. So I pity you so much. You cannot tell us that wewe hautaruhusu Raila akuwe president, and yet hata sauti yako peke yake haiwezi ruhusu ukuwe leader. That is nonsense, Musalia Mudavadi. Moses Kuria leo ametukonfirmia kwamba waliiba kura. Now I want IEBC waende waangalie hiyo matamshi ya Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria was very very audible enough saying that the entire gang of UDA are the one who are controlling how election were being done. So I'm wondering, sasa kama wezi wamejitambua tayari ni wezi, in whose hand are we safe? Atuoli alituuliza hivyo. And Mount Kenya people, mimi nataka niwaambie kitu kimoja. Today we are talking, today tuna blame president We are saying that the president is bad. We are saying president is never good. Let me tell you, mutakuja kulia. And I'm telling you, see, mtakuja kulia because Ruto will be president. Mtakuja kulia because Ruto is going to make a handshake with the fifth president, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, and is going actually to anaenda kuwaruka kabisa, na mtakuja kulia. Those people who are crying behind Ruto or who are helping Ruto to lament, ukiwaangalia they are full of scandals. Rigathi Gachagua kesi iko kotini. Waluke ndio huyo anafaa afungwe, alikuwa amefungwa miaka mingi sana, karibu 1,000 na kitu. Sasa we are wondering, Mount Kenya, don't you see the kind of people that are following this person mnasema your preferred candidate? We need to change our mind and we need to sober up kabisa. Bernard, mimi nahurumia wale watu ambao waelewi history about this country. Okay, wengine tulikuwa tujazao lakini tumesoma na history itabakia. Kuna clip yenye Bernard, somebody your TV was trying to interview mwenye alikuwa na Raila kwa cell. I have been following all that. In fact today nimeipitia tena sana, almost 40 minutes. That guy will talk about Raila and I saw somebody who can tell Kenyans the truth about Raila. Raila ni mtu ambaye ako na moyo wa kusamehe. Na hao watu wamechukulia tu Raila, wamedemonize. They have just demonized Raila. But the truth of matter, that angel that they are following is going to turn to be a devil to them and they're going to regret. And I want to tell Uhuru Kenyatta wherever he is, when they come laugh at them, cheka kabisa, don't listen to them, because one time you told them and they'll cry, they'll start lamenting and they'll start saying we wish we knew, because somebody like huyu mwenye anataka kukua mbunge wa Ruiru, huyu anaitwa nimesahau jina lake, the other one, hata hajai shinda kura, but they are very audible speaking nonsense. Somebody like Millicent Omanga going to dance indecently in front of people, saying that they are. Anyway, UDA, it is just being led by gangs of confused fellas who do not understand what the politics is all about. They think it's about entertainment. The entertainment is about kuudhi watu wenye wako na sober mind kama sisi. Bernard, thank you so much. Asante sana. Wacha tuongee zaidi. Let me listen to others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Romians. We appreciate your givings. Let's keep the conversation going. And we are glad that we are able to express ourselves on this platform. Let's keep it sober and civil. It is important. Fred, namna gani?
Sawa papa, wacha nikwambie hivi.
Wewe kama uko na jicho la kinabii tunalihitaji sasa hivi.
Mimi hata simi sitaki, hata unajua nini? I'm a principal person. Na mi wanga naandamana na msemo wa Kiswahili unaosema jambo usilolijua ni kama usiku wa kiza. So whatever was happening in Kasarani, I didn't bother. I have never bothered to follow up with the rallies or whatever, where they go, what they do, and what they have done, who attend, who didn't attend. I have never bothered to do so. But there are some other people who attracted my attention. Abdul Nazir. Who is Abdul Nazir? I think utatafuta hiyo Twitter, utaitafuta hiyo Twitter senior councils, I think anaitwa Abdul Nazir, utaitafuta hiyo Twitter, utapatia wananchi nao waichambue hiyo Twitter. Inamaanisha nini? Vile huyu ndugu yangu amesema hapa tu kidogo, akasema ya kwamba Moses Kuria amekiri ya kwamba waliiba kura. Nakumbuka long time ago, it's not long time, in this platform, let me borrow my own words. I opined in this platform and I said that when Jubilee was preparing to come in on a second term, they employed a company called Cambridge Analytica from UK. I remember very well I opined this. If you search in your clips, I remember very well I said this kind of a thing. But now today, the same tweet ya huyo mtu anaitwa Abdul Nasiri ama anaitwa nani huyu mworia huyu anajiitanga sijui nani, I don't know.
Yes, the Abdul Nasir, yes, anajitanga the
I don't know.
Lamula, is it Lamula or Lamula?
Ndio hiyo Lamula ama sijui angala Mamura, I don't know. Mimi siwanga sifuatilia hiyo mambo sana, but he caught my attention whereby alituma tweet people who follow the tweets on tweet handles, wale wanamfuatilia, wale wanamfollow up, watakuta ya kwamba leo hii aliweka tweet akasema ya kwamba the first meeting baba alikuwa nayo ilikuwa ni ile ya Cambridge Analyticas. Do you know what? Nikajipea kibarua ya kugoogle kutaka kujua Cambridge Analyticas inamaanisha nini. Nikapata ya kwamba Cambridge Analyticas, it was a company but it shuttered his operation in the year 2018 after kukamilisha yale walikuwa nayo Kenya, kukuja kufanya kueneza propaganda na kufanya yale waliofanya kuhusu baba. Are you getting the point? Waka poison the minds of Mount Kenya residents. After that one, waka shut the door the year 2018. You are there. Google. You will tell people what I'm telling you is the right thing. Niligoogle na nikakuta ya kwamba Cambridge Analyticas as the company walifunga milango yao baada ya scandal on Facebook. Kulikuwa na scandal on Facebook and then that scandal forced them to shut down their operation. What does that mean? Inamaanisha what they did. Now, kila mtu anakuja tu na njia yake anatuambia tulifanya. That's why mimi huwa nasema hivi. Hii ni yangu sasa, si ya Biblia na si ya nini. Ukiona watu wanakudiskasi sana, inamaanisha we ni mbabe wao. Unaona? Ungelikuwa we si mbabe wao, hawatakudiskasi, hawatakufanya agenda. Kuna agenda nyingi katika dunia hii, katika ulimwengu huu. Ukiona mtu anakudiskasi sana, inamaanisha we ni mbabe wao. So to avoid Ruto akue mbabe wangu, I don't bother. Kila anafanya, kila amekula, kila ameenda, kila ameweka, kila amefanya, I don't bother. I don't care. Kile na care, it's what baba is saying, kwa sababu Biblia yangu inaniambia don't care, don't mind so much what people talks about you. Mind and keep in your heart what God is saying about you. In this world right now, I care a lot what Baba is saying about concerning my life, concerning my future, rather than what Ruto and his goons and his propagandist people, what are they saying on my back. Na ukiona mtu anakuongelea, inamaanisha uko mbele yake, whereby tusiweke Ruto mbele, tuanze kumuongelea, tumfanye kuwa agenda, alafu ajiona ako mbele. No way. East Africa, hiyo ndio mambo mimi sasa nimejihusisha nayo. East Africa Radio, inaitwa East Africa kama nini, wametoa the latest opinion poll. Inasemekana ya kwamba for the first time baba anaongoza in all provinces except Central and Rift Valley. Na Rift Valley iko na slight margin. Ukigoogle utapata hizo nini ziko. I think zimeshawekwa saa hii, but nilizipata usiku wa kuamkia leo. I think it was almost 6. Nisiseme usiku sasa unajua sisi huku saa hiyo masaa bado tuko usiku lakini huko kwetu tuko mjana. Sasa what I'm saying, I don't mind what these people they do, what they say. Don't bother. Kile walifanya inistoshe. I followed Martha Karua wakati walitoa hiyo propaganda ya kwamba Martha Karua, in fact it was captured in Star Tail Paper. Wakasema ya kwamba Martha Karua she's expected to attend NTC of Uda. Do you know what? Mother Karua followed up, alifanya follow up na akarudisha with a very harsh tweet na akasema ya kwamba it's a fake news and it's a propaganda, it's a big no. Na yeye mwenyewe hata tukiangalia tukienda kwa archive tutakuta mahali ya kwamba alikuwa anahojiwa na akasema ya kwamba tumeweka Raila hapa na tumeweka Ruto hapa. Wewe kama wewe sasa Mother Karua, who will you choose in between Ruto and Raila? Akasema ya kwamba hata kama nimefunga macho, hata kama ni mimi sasa mimi Mother Karua, hata kama niko na personal differences with Raila, siwezi nikakosea ku mention jina Raila na nichakue Ruto. I will open my mouth and say I will choose Raila hata kama ni usiku wa manane. Do you know what? Whereby Ruto na Mother Karua hawezi ukawapika kwa nyungu moja ikaiva. Wewe unakumbuka ile nyungu zile zinapikaga kidheri? Unapika paka mahindi inapasuka, inakuwa inakeuza paka maharagwe, hiyo nyungu itapasuka ikiwa kwa moto. Mother Karua na Ruto. Because why am I saying this? You remember 2007.
Now, tamatisha.
Who was at Linus? Wacha niwahubirie kidogo bwana. I will not come again anyway. I might go for good anyway. Okay. So this is what I have been following up. Sasa mambo na convention ya UDA na mambo zao vile wanafanya, mimi nataka kujua baba anafanya nini UK, amemeet nani, na already nishajua niko na lineup, ni nani amekutana na ni nini amesema, ni nini wamejadili what. That is what I have in my mind. So I'm concerned about that one. But what is happening in the country, that is labis. Let me speak like a Pastor Nganga. Lapis nani hiyo ni kama huyu Ruto alikuja kwa baba kama ako na matuta, amepata kila alipata kutoka kwa baba, alafu sasa zaidi anakuja anamea pembe hapa. Hiyo kioski ya Uda itafungwa, tuone ataenda wapi. Hiyo kioski ya Uda hiyo itafungwa tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, tuone ataenda wapi. Na wale watu wanamfuata, in fact wale watu wale watu walinifurahisha. Wacha nimalizie hii Bernard. Wale watu walinifurahisha ni wale Saila aliita, nimeona clip ya Kimani Ichung'wah, so nikataka kujua Kimani Ichung'wah alikuwa anasema nini. Kumbe aliita Kimani Ichung'wah aanze kuhesabu majina ya watu wa members of parliament, na kulingana na historia ya Kenya 90% of sitting parliamentary hawarudingi. So inamaanisha nini? Wale wote wako kwa kuku ya Sogoi imekula kuku ya Mululu Alliance Association, hiyo imeisha. Na nimemalizia hapo ndugu yangu.
Anyway.
Okay, thank you Fred. Let's bring in WG. Kuna mtu ameachilia mic yake. Manu, naomba hivi, wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain tukubaliane tafadhali, we need the screen brightened up.
Fukuza hao without notice.
Behind the curtain. Kwa heri.
Fukuza hao without notice. Kila siku unarudia.
Uwezo tufukuza bana, we are following.
It is important you can follow without being in the screen, because we are occupying screen and making the screen dark. That's the reason. So, Zaidi, WG, make your submission, and
anyway,
we'll now give all the people behind the curtain. You make your submission and go. Make your submission and go. WG, go ahead.
Bernard,
WG came after I came in. Why do you leave us?
Sababu uko behind the curtain. You are not visible, bwana.
No, be fair, please.
Hapana, you keep on sitting behind the curtain.
What is the argument about? Swale, what is the problem?
Huyu jamaa ameingia baada ya mimi kuingia ndani. Kuna nini jamani?
Uliingia ukatoka ukarudi tena.
Lakini nilikuwa ndani.
Ulikuwa ndani wapi? Kama umetoka, asiyekuwa hapo na lake pia alipo.
Acha basi acha endelee.
Nakuja kwako, relax tafadhali. Wacha pressure.
Au ni UDA wanakaanga huko nyuma na kurusharusha maneno kama kombora ya.
Just make your submission please. We are on the
When was it an Azimio Forum?
You don't know. Okay, Bernard, I want to say that today what I witnessed was nothing new. Those who have been shouted in the marketplaces. The only thing I had expected but was so disappointed was that today I had expected that the same lies and the propaganda would be done in a more quiet, environment. Because even the deputy himself, he had arrived in a UDA attire. When it came to the time for presentation, I saw him in a suit. But what he forgot was to make the environment go alongside his attire, the new attire. There were rowdy shoutings that many of us, even if we wanted to hear what the DP was talking about so that we could probe and investigate, we could not do, because the shoutings was so high from, I think, those who are professional, spectators who do not even have, did not know what took them there. Maybe they only went there to shout. Shouting should be ending in those rallies outside. Those are where you can throw anything and get away with it. But here in front of the cameras, inside a room, we expect people to be more sober and deliver your points without emotions, the way today DP now turned into a preacher, ranting like people who are obsessed by the spirit, which whatever the spirit, I couldn't know. So we did not hear. Me personally, I didn't get anything new. It was the story of politicizing the institutions, the government institutions that are supposed to be governing this country, while he's accusing Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta of weaponizing the institutions. Him is even doing something more dangerous, that is politicizing those institutions. He should leave those institutions to do their jobs in any way. What about if someone like Obado stated that he was being targeted? And by the way, Obado is his friend. Even after what he did, the atrocities against that woman and many others, he still can be said that the institutions that wanted to bring him into books have been weaponized. That's why they went up, after him. So by the end of he even brought in the question of the border issues. I don't know whether President Uhuru Kenyatta cracked down on the borders before their misbehavior. And while I agree with the statement that the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta or the government should crack down on the people, the real people who committed that act, I'm one person who believes that police should be given time to do their work, because that is what they are mandated to do. So if today every other person who wants to, or every other institution which wants to do its work could be scared of the politicizing of their actions, then we will end up, in a very bad situation. So William Ruto should cease from mentioning those institutions just because Rigathi Gachagua had been, summoned by the DCI. So what we need to see is that if he is innocent, let the courts prove so. And likewise, any other person, including William Ruto himself. I'm one person who should see William Ruto's lawyers lining the courts to answer questions about Aurora and Kimara, not because we hate him, but because if he is innocent, he should be left alone, and that discussion should be put rested. So I was so disturbed by his continuous remarks about the institutions that have been given mandate by the people of Kenya to serve Kenyans, and then they are being branded as weaponized. That was so wrong. Musalia Mudavadi spoke of something like the syndrome. Which syndrome was that? Bernard, can you remember?
Stockholm.
Stockholm syndrome. But unfortunately, when he was referring that to Kalonzo, it is the UDA guys who've stuck with William Ruto, thinking that that person who's been tormenting them years after years, beginning with the KANU regime to Uhuru Kenyatta's regime to date, they still think, Musalia Mudavadi still thinks that something good can still be extracted from William Ruto as an individual, which is a big dream. So if I don't know how people, turn politics upside down so that they confuse Kenyans. UDA needs to get their priorities right. How they want to approach the 2022 election, because according to me, the behavior today, people who gathered in that hall were not, they did not know what they wanted. All they came to do was to shout and kupiga makofi without even probing, because even when Ruto just mentioned our opponents, and someone would go wild. Why would you go wild when opponent? How does opponent add a point to motivate you to shout? And finally, William Ruto today was not addressing the issues of Kenyans. He was talking about his opponents. Every other time he would mention our opponents do this, our opponents. What we were interested in was how William Ruto was going to remove this country from the debts we are in. But that area, when it came to that area, he did not even dwell on it, even for 1 second. He brushed it very, very fast, because he knew he did not have any contents about how we are supposed to be pulling the country out of this debt. Corruption, the same case. And these are the things that are ailing us. While people are mentioning about high standard of living, the prices of commodities, do they even know why those commodities are that high? It is because of corruption. It is because of the debts. If William Ruto cannot mention those things, comprehensively, so what is it there to do for us when he comes in? Instead, he is addressing Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, giving Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta 90% of his speech, a man who is exiting the scene. He did not even mention about Raila Odinga. So to him, he is still punching at it's like something that is already dead. You are still, very bitter with it, punching it, hoping to gain something. What are we going to get from Uhuru Kenyatta's past? Let him tell us what he's going to do for us. And that is what I followed, and it didn't come out so well. He was lamenting over what Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has done to him and his followers. And surely, truly, if you want to talk of tyranny, he was using big dictatorial words like tyranny. A tyrant. Do you know that even after Ruto speaking like that, if this land was was governed by tyrants, the way they used to govern this country with President Moi, even that Kasarani, they wouldn't have exited. They would be, you know, grabbed from that, or something would just happen that even that meeting would not have gone on. You see? So, and even after going to the international platform and ranting the same things, he still came back, and life continued like nothing else, nothing had happened. If it was a land governed by tyrants, my friend, even that airport he would not have come in. Instead, he would have been taken back like they did to Miguna. But this is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He has given us the platform. Finally, and my last point, when I see William Ruto hurling insults at the president, the man in charge of this land, and every other person coming in and talking about Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta like they are talking about Moses Kuria or any other MCA around in the village, then I remember that the fight for the second liberation brought us freedom, real freedom, a tangible freedom that we can boast of. I'm sure even our jiranis will be surprised that in Kenya or in Africa, there's a country where there is that lots of freedom where you can talk about anything on people in authority and still nothing would happen, no harassment. So in fact, God forbid, but if William Ruto was to be there, I would have seen how William Ruto would have acted if either Raila or Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta would talk about him the same way he's talking about them, and then go scot-free like that, with that bitterness and with that, that he has. So, Bernard, I have to thank the people who fought for second liberation: Kivuta Kibwana, Martha Karua, Raila Amolo Odinga, Mukhisa Kitui. All these things, they've made us today be today where we are today. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, WG. We appreciate your submissions. Let's keep moving. Now, there is a request to play the video by Julius Nyerere. I'll be finding it and play later on. Swale, nataka kupatia wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain, mmalize muondoke kwa sababu mnavunja sheria. Swale, tunaanza na wewe. Swale, upo? Umeng'atuka?
Nipo.
Haya, maoni yako mbio.
Hello,
we can hear you. Go ahead.
mwanipata? Basi
Swale, umekwama?
namsikiza bado yaongea huyo WG. Haya, sawa.
Kwa YouTube, kama kwa studio, sikiliza ya studio, wewe ndio unapaswa kuongea. Endelea tafadhali.
Asante. Naam, nilikuwa nasema hivi, Ruto huyu atudanganya, maana yasemea kwamba Uhuru alimuomba ruhusa ya ili akae kando, amwachie kazi ili Uhuru naye, yani yale manufaa yake, yani kwenye kazi yake apate kwamba, yani the credit be on his side alone in this second term. Sasa swali mimi huwa anajiuliza ni hili: did he walk away from government? Hakuenda. Mbona bado alikuwa analipa mshahara wa serikali? Kama aliambiwa akae kando, mbona hakutoka? Badala ya kutoka akaamua kupokea mshahara na kuanza ziara yake ya kampeni. Mbona sasa anadanganya hapo? Kama aliambiwa akae kando, mbona hakukaa kando? Tena is the chairman of the IBEC. Mbona hiyo hakuachana na hiyo? Aache uongo, sisi si wajinga, tunamsikiza vizuri. Jambo la pili, anasema ati DCI, KRA, EACC, they are being organized by weaponized by the government. It means he knows everything that is happening. He knows everything in it and is part of it. Why is he lamenting at the moment? Hypocrisy of high level. Number 3, recently Sabina Chege talked about rigging elections. She was taken into under custody by the IBC. Today, Moses Kuria has confirmed that in a better way, they organized the rigging of elections in favor of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He said himself, hao ndio walikuwa wanamuibia kura. So it means that thing they did it, and they are aware on how they normally do it. So anything that Ruto does together with his team, thinking that they are winning winning the minds of the Mount Kenya people, may not work on them. But I pity the Mount Kenya people still listening to Ruto with his lies against the president. When they were thicker, immediately Ruto started attacking the president. People started walking away from the stadium. I don't know if you saw that. Watu walianza kuondoka kwenye uwanja sababu ya maongezi hayo kumhusu rais. Yesterday, the day after the day that when they were thicker, some people started to demonstrate concerning what they did. So Ruto just to prepare himself on whichever side the government will go. Lakini hii imeenda, atafute kwingine. Hii ya 2022 hana, hii imeenda. Thank you.
Asante sana
okay, I have a question to you, Bernard. Mlinitoa kwenye Mutembei WhatsApp group. Kwa nini?
Makosa sio yako. Kulikuwa na uvamizi alafu kukawa na mtego wa panya. So kawanasa waliomo na wasiokuwemo. Bado tunasafisha, tutawaregesha wale ambao watawin. Sasa hivi hiyo kazi iko suspended kwanza. Pole kwa kunaswa. But nothing personal, it was just a cleanup program because we had some wrong people in the group who had brought a lot of chaos. Asante. Tumeelewanwa? Swale. Okay, naomba sasa tuende kwa nani? Manu.
Naam.
Okay, thank you Swale. Manu hupo?
Yeah, niko.
Maoni yako moja kwa moja, tunasafisha screen
Mnasafisha screen It's okay. I've been following
Yes.
Though by the look of things, this forum looks like more of a semi forum than a general forum.
You want a general forum? You just make your submission. Nobody will challenge you except you bring something that requires challenging.
Okay, a general comment. Anyway, on my opinion, I could have wished members could have talked about ile NDC rather than analyzing every individual who attended the NDC. Most of the members have talked of issues of corruption, analyzing every leader who attended. They are forgetting here on the other side of the Asimio. There are so many members who are victimized of corruption cases, but no one has been raising those issues. They are solemnly talking about the specific members, like Wakina Waluke. Why are they not even talking about the issue of coup 1982 regarding to Raila side? Anyway, on my let me finalize by saying the NDC was not bad. I agree with most of the members who are saying Ruto aliongea more of ni kama amekasirika. Anyway, to every human being that is acceptable because one, after being betrayed, hata kama ingekuwa wewe ungefeel bitter, and we are all human. Sasa, so at least let's not tusimfault sana. Sasa
Watu wamekuwa betrayed wengi.
Ngoja WG hapo boda. Manu endelea.
yes,
Ukiwa human,
so
you should be angry and make the public angry also.
not making the public angry, he was expressing himself. So we should just inafaa tumwangalie kama as an individual, tusione as a nini as a country. Some of us are looking him as if he's the country.
But he was addressing the country, Manu. Tuseme tu kweli. Ukikosana na mama aende kukasirisha watoto ama kuhusisha watoto katika mkwaruzano katikati yako na mama, atakuwa mama mzuri.
And that is why I've agreed. Nimesema anyway, vile aliongea kweli ni kama aliongea akiwa amekasirika. So I was saying kila mtu anafaa amuelewe kama as a human being. We all have feelings, and after being betrayed utafeel vibaya. So maybe he expressed in a wrong forum. That is what I agree with. So then on the issue of corruption, Ruto aliongelea issue of giving the independent of maybe one KRA, the digitalizing of the KRA. We have the other institution giving that financial muscle to stand on their own, being an independent body. So here some of the members talking about Ruto didn't even talk about issues of corruption. Once you make every institution independent, they will be in a position to work independently without any external pressure. For instance, now from the office of the president or the executive. Like for the case of the judiciary, currently, we are seeing more of being independent in a way. So issue of corruption, it was addressed. Those are the issues which have been highlighted by the members. Now most of the areas were tight. Lakini tena as I exit, I was just requesting. Anyway, let's not personalize this. Let's make this forum more better than going to individuals and analyze facts, rather than maybe trying to fold every individual member who attended the NDC. That's all.
Okay, Manu, we can hear you. But the NDC was one function. So it is made of different individuals who came bringing different views. So looking at each issue critically, that's our business here, so that we can make conclusion na mrengo gani unafaa, kwa sababu hatuwezi kusema generally everything was fine and we now buy everything. Tuna ruhusa ya kuchagua kama ni banana ama avocado.
Okay.
Isipokuwa yote ni matunda.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Bana, niko na swali.
Umemaliza uulize maswali. WG?
Yes, wanauliza maswali.
Swali langu la kwanza. You are saying that Ruto spoke of making the institutions independent. And I'm asking, how would you do that when a section of the public uh, accuses you of weaponizing it? Because if you try to make it independent, they think you would be protecting those who should be stung by the same institution. So how would you do it without appearing to be, compromising the same institutions? Manu.
Okay, I can
Before you
answer that.
respond, Manu, WG,
Yes.
Yes.
we are learning from the DP that the institutions are not independent, and they have been in operation for over 10 years. How has he been working with them, them not being independent, and what did he do about it? Why is he speaking at the 11th hour?
Yeah, and when did it begin to work against some other people? That is them, against them. You see, yet the same institutions had applied the same standard in dealing with those people who are agitating for some freedom or some other things before 2018.
Yes.
Manu, are you still there? Please respond quickly.
Yes,
We are
I'm.
moving on.
Okay. On the regard of to that one, let me put it this way, so that maybe it may suit this guy called Wagenamanani. One, dawa ya moto ni moto. So kama unasema yeye ni mwizi, tutatumia mwizi sasa tumshike mwizi mwenzake, si ndio? Then secondly, okay, you are talking about how will he make the institution independent. One, Ruto talk about one, he will just give the financial muscle to the every independent. To say you are the one now being given that mandate to run your own, to run that that institution like KRA now. So you will not be asking for funds to be facilitated from the government, so that you will not be seeking favors from the government, so that you can favor them in whatever you are doing. So you will be acting independently. Sijui kama ni if I answered your question.
Manu, what will you do with Jesus' statement that whoever pays the DJ determines the song that is played?
Hapo umenipata off guard.
It's okay, thank you. Dr. Kawel is here, the senator himself. After many years, we recognize your presence. Okay. Now, nataka kupetea wale mko nyuma ya curtain kwanza ni wa nini? Tutengeneze screen. Neto, is that lifting hand or waving?
Kick them out, Bernard. Yes. They are floating the rules.
It entails a question also.
By the rules.
I'm still saying hi.
WG out of order.
Yes, thank you so much.
Whether lifting hand or waving at Kewel.
Both. I'm happy to be in this platform. There is a question we have asked about Jesus. Come up again.
Whoever pays the DJ determines the song that will be played.
Whoever pays?
The DJ determines the song that will be played by the DJ in the dance.
Today you are really breathing fire.
No, Neto. It's just the revised version. Now, Nasomaga King James. King James says the Viper. All the same. Naomba tumsikilize Mr. Kamau kwanza.
Thank you, Bernard Nikomali. Sometimes we are in the background, not because of choices, because of the situations we find ourselves in. Sometimes we go background mbaya,
Kwanza
lakini
wewe
siku za Bina Joy.
Sawa sawa, wewe kwanza nitakuweka kwa hold. Weka hapo hapo. Wewe ni mshirika, utangoja hapo hapo, tutakuja kwako. Turudi kwa line. Mr. Wangira.
Atia ndeto.
Is it me, Bernard?
Yes, please, and keep within the time limit.
Okay, how are you? How is everybody?
We are good. We are good. Huh? Only that we are not yellow.
Oh, there's some echo, Bernard. Your echo. There is some echo, Bernard. I cannot proceed.
Because I just proceeded, taken care of.
Okay, you'll bear with me because I'm using my shorthand notes here today. As I was listening, I scribbled some things on paper as I was listening to William Ruto, so you'll bear with me. I could take perhaps 1 extra minute, so you'll just bear with me. So, on listening to William Ruto today, I saw a very bitter man. William Ruto is a very, very bitter man. And to every Kenya, even my 12-year-old son, who we have been watching with news just 1 hour ago, asked me, what is eating this man? Why is he bitter? Imagine if a 12-year-old boy can notice that William Ruto is bitter, then who else can? Okay, can notice.
Just a moment, Mr. Wangira. James Mwangi, if you can't keep your mic off, then we keep you in quarantine until you are able to master your mic. Thank you. Mr. Wangira, continue.
So imagine, even a 12-year-old child can notice that William Ruto is a very, very bitter man. Then, to me, he talked of his opponents. And I think that the people he was referring to, his opponent was first Raila Odinga, was first Uhuru Kenyatta, then perhaps Raila Odinga. And by talking of his opponent, he accused Uhuru Kenyatta of believing that only a few people should own state power. And by accusing Uhuru Kenyatta by saying that only a few people should own state power, tuna msemo wa Kiswahili tunasema kwamba nyani aoni kundule. The other time I was telling you about that time when people were eating nyama and the rest of us were measuring mate. If you can remember that one. You remember there was a time when William Ruto was really exercising state power, especially the first term of President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration. You remember that time when they were putting on matching shirts and matching shirts. You remember when he was given an opportunity to appoint members to the cabinet. Ask yourself, in exercising that power, which people did he give? Which people did he appoint? If that doesn't mean that he was only owning this particular power with a few clique of people, largely from his own community. Then he called the BBI, the Building Bridges Initiative, as a monster, and purported that the BBI was about bringing back the imperial presidency, which is contrary to the truth. In fact, BBI was about balancing executive power. It was never about bringing back imperial presidency. Because if we look even at the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2020, which many of us have gone to, can you point at any specific provision that makes a president an imperial president? There's no single provision in that bill that makes president an imperial president. Then he went on to accuse. Then he went on to accuse the president of believing that the country should belong to only those who are in power. We know when William Ruto was really enjoying what power is. You remember, some of us, especially who were in the opposition, we remember in 2017 during the election time, he called some of us militia. it is on public record that he called some of us militia just because we said we did not want to go for the second round of election. So who should be blaming the other in this particular regard? Then you look at this guy, you see a very, very, very bitter gentleman. Then he went on to accuse Uhuru Kenyatta of believing in impunity, of believing in monopoly and cartels. You know, when he Ruto himself purported to be a believer in the rule of law, between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, who is a believer in impunity, who is a believer in the monopoly, who is a believer in cartels. For example, William Ruto is on record that he has built a hotel on what is public land, which is bigger impunity than that, where a person has built a hotel on public land. It's on public record that William Ruto had grabbed some 100 acres of land that was owned by a gentleman called Muteshi, which is bigger impunity than that. Then he went on to claim that there is state capture and that the DCI, the EACC, and the Kenya Revenue Authority have been weaponized to serve as heralds and to dismantle businesses of those who don't worship them. You know, if that was to be true, then if this was to be true, then we could have started by dealing. Then perhaps the DCI could have started by dealing with William Ruto himself by ensuring that perhaps that hotel that is on public land was demolished. And again, you know, people like William Ruto should thank God that they are living in an era where we are enjoying true democracy that was fought by guys like Raila Odinga, guys like Matiba, guys like Rubian. Because in this country, between 1980 and 1992, there was something that was called Special Branch, which morphs to the Directorate of Security Intelligence. You know, that was the only organ of the police that was under state capture. And people knew, people who know the Kenyan history knows what Special Branch could do, even to those people who were at the levels of William Ruto himself. So for him to purport that today DCI can be under state capture, I don't understand how DCI is under state capture. DCI is only exercising its mandate under the Constitution, under the National Police Service Act. ESCC is also exercising its mandate. KRA is exercising its mandate. While William Ruto believes that KRA should not be collecting taxes, that William Ruto believes that DCI should not investigate people who are suspected of committing crime. Does he want us to believe that EACC should not investigate people who are believed to have engaged in corruption? So if you listen to this gentleman, then you wonder, whoa, what is really eating him up? And I'll come to the reason why I believe that there's something that is eating him up. Then he said that he will not submit to threats and blackmail and will not bow to Uhuru Kenyatta and worship him. That's what he was saying. You know, who was blackmailed William Ruto? Who was threatened William Ruto? You know, in fact, if there's any humble president that we have in this country, is Uhuru Kenyatta, given the African scenario, because in Africa here, presidents are never played with. Presidents are on another level. But Uhuru Kenyatta is another gentleman here. You abuse him, and you know, he doesn't seem to care. He always ignores. And here is the guy, William Ruto, is now saying that, oh, no, I'll not submit to your threats, I'll not submit to your blackmail, and I'll not bow to you. Uhuru Kenyatta has not told William Ruto to bow to him. Then he comes to this point. I'm a believer personally, just like my brother Bernard there is a believer. And I've said it here last week that nobody owns God. You cannot monopolize God, that now everywhere you go, you pronounce the name of God as if God is somebody that is something that you own and that you can put in your pocket. You know, this guy said that he worships a living God in heaven, and he does not worship human beings. I thought that everybody in this country at least worships a God who is in heaven, and no Kenyan worships a human being. Who worships a human being here, and who told him that we want him to worship a human being? So finally, I come to the final reason on why I believe that William Ruto is this bitter. That's the final thing. You know, William Ruto, having analyzed the situation around the 2022 presidential election, and even the opinion poll, the latest being the one in the Star today, you know, the Star had hidden this opinion poll until people started shouting about it, and I've seen it on their headline. So this is a guy who was now discovered that is not going to win this election in 2022. So what William Ruto is going through is the normal 5 stages of grief and mourning. And so the first stage William Ruto went through was the stage of denial. He was in denial. He didn't believe that they will reach a point where he will not become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And it has now dawned on him that he will not be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Now he has moved to the second stage, which is called anger. William Ruto now is in anger. That's why you're seeing a lot of bitterness in him. You know, he's annoyed with everybody now, fighting everybody, calling everybody names. That is the second stage of mourning, the stage of anger. Then we are expecting William Ruto to move to the third stage, which is called the stage of bargaining, where he will bargain with his own mind, where his own mind will start bargaining with itself. Then after that, you'll see a very depressed William Ruto. I tell you, by the time we are in June, July, you'll see a very depressed William Ruto, because it will have dawned on him that he's not going to become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And finally, come the 9th of August, 2022, William Ruto will accept that he has been defeated and expect William Ruto to concede and congratulate Raila Odinga as the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Asante sana Bernard. Ni hayo tu.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. Yes, Ndeto.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. I think I have a question to Mr. Wangira.
Make it precise and to the point in the interest of time.
Yes, you know, the way he is trying to insinuate that his, I think, 7-year-old son, like, got astonished. I don't know what happened, but don't insert politics to your children, Mr. Wangira, because it can bring some dangerous stuffs. So my question is this, because you are talking about Ruto is angry, and you sound so angry yourself. Why are you so bitter? Because Deputy President has an ambition to become the president. Deputy President is a Kenyan, like whoever who has an equal right to do it. Why are you so angry yourself?
Mr. Wangira, unmute and respond. Why are you angry?
One thing, Bernard, I'm not hungry. I thought that I was analyzing Dr. William Ruto's speech. Is there anything that I've said which was outside his speech? If there's anything that I've said that was outside William Ruto's speech, point it out. Secondly, I cannot stop my son from watching news. How do you want me to stop my 12-year-old son from watching news, which is public information? And you know, he has also a way of seeing where things are. And today he noticed that William Ruto was a very bitter man. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? You want me to be switching on anytime news comes?
So, Mr. Wangira, take it easy. Take it easy. Thank you. And for the record, it was a 12-year-old, not 7-year-old.
Actually, William Ruto's lies. Ruto's lies is what makes Wangira very angry.
Sawa WG, thank you. Naomba tuende kwa Jared sasa, please tuokoe muda.
Thanks, Bernard, and thanks the panelists, WG, Mr. Wangira, Kay, Douglas, Duke, Ndeto, and John, and Senator Kaywell. I don't know if I have much to say about what was happening in Kasarani, because what we were supposed to analyze is where they kicked the media out. So that's where the really things were happening. But it was good that they saw what they are able to do. These are the people who just, for God's sake, if anything happens, an accident happens, that they are in power, they can switch off the lights anytime they want. That was backwards of the people who are trying to say that they are progressive. What happened there is one thing which has been consistent with this UDA. Their deputy president or their party leader today, I don't know if he's still the deputy president because he already moved on, claimed that there would be some leaking. But today, they cheered when this guy, Moses Kuria, said the team which stole the elections moved from the other side and it was there. Now, which might not be, it might be some truth to it, which they mean. But it is very consistent that they are in power because they stole. That's what they believe in. So I don't know if Moses Kuria was trying to say they can still steal the election. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen because this election, they will not have even a chance. Today, as of the polling which came out or will be out tomorrow or today, Raila is at 47.4 without having before he had he was endorsed by Asimio, while Kalonzo and Kanu were 2.4. That is 49.8%. That tells you that there will be no repeat. This thing will be lapped up. And thank God that Raila, and this is what people don't know, Raila does not need Central Kenya to win the election. I hope people understand that. Okay, the person who needs Mount Kenya to be relevant is the deputy president. Going by history, you will be worried if you have 22 or over 200 members of parliament there, because obviously they will be given the tickets. So can you imagine that majority of those, 70% of them, they will not come back from their area. So meaning the people don't even like them at the same place. So I think they will be surprised. They're preparing people for to reject the election results. Unfortunately, it will not work because I still believe that other side do not control the major cities, so they cannot even demonstrate. That's one thing which is aside from them. Another thing which is disadvantage is that, remember, for the last 4 years, since the handshake, they have not used the tear gas. So we have print of them ready to make sure that there will be no fracas at all. People will be at home and we will enjoy. If I leave these people because there is no much we can do, I thought that he would be telling us what he would do for the country. Instead, he keep lamenting about the president who is not on the ballot. I don't know who advises him that gives him any votes, but that pleases the people you saw there. All those people you saw there, they are against the president for one reason. All those Mount Kenya people who are there, they are against the president for one reason, because of their selfish interests. They are thinking about themselves, and they thought that Jubilee was dead. So everybody was trying to come up with the alternative so that they can bargain with it. Now that the Jubilee is back, now they have started crying. I saw somebody saying Jubilee has only 300 aspirants who are seeking election with them. Those are fresh, not 70% of it. Those are fresh, which are coming. And now let's wait when this person will be handing over the tickets to these members of parliament. Then you will tell me that the party will survive. We have not done any campaign. They have campaigned for 4 years, but they are down already. So that is something which is very, very telling. The only thing I would want to know, what is the position of this guy, the personal assistant of Ruto? Because I saw him controlling almost everybody over there. I don't know what is his role, but that can be, we can be, if Neto or Duke knows, he can tell Farouk. We need to know what is the official in this Kenya or Kenya one or Kenya Kwanza. What is the role of the guy? It would be nice. But come to Baba. Obvious, Baba is in the UK. You will know that he's more presidential. You don't see him. He's talking about where the country needs to go. He's looking ahead. He's not going to wait. When he gets in, he will continue the work. So you can see a big difference. I hope that he could have gone earlier before Ruto. Maybe Ruto could copy from there, but it's unfortunate now. We have to do some damage control of what he did. Maybe Bernard, the only I was trying to do as an assignment, maybe you will help me if you will get this. I want to know Junet Mohammed. Is he having any opponents in his constituency? Because I've never seen him campaigning. When he really campaign, I've never seen him. I want to know if this guy has an opponent or you're already in the parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is a loyalty that leads to royalty. A loyalty that leads to royalty. I think that settles on Junet's ticket. But all the same, I don't think if he has an opponent, he's not that much. Naomba sasa tusaidiane tuhakikishe kwamba hatuweki watu kwa line sana. Mark, wherever. Mr. Kamau.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you so much for allowing me to be behind the curtain. And I'm also very happy to be in this panelist, or among the panelists, so that we discuss the things that happened today. You know, each and every person, as the Bible says, iron sharpens an iron. I think it's important when people discuss issues that they saw and point out the lies and the truth. One thing I didn't like about the NDC today is the media blackout. These are tendencies of dictatorship. If you want to know a dictator, is somebody who is doing things in the darkness. We are in an open society. Let us see your weaknesses and your strength. We want to understand what are you discussing about. Mmetupangia aje. Yeah? Because when you kick out the media, what if in the most unfortunate event, and I say unfortunate because I don't think they are near any point of power in this country in the next 100 years. I'm telling you the truth. So we want to see, don't kick out Citizen, don't kick out KTN. Let them see your discussions, let them see what happens. Yeah, because today's NDC of Uda was the most disorganized one. Hata wadhali ile ya bus. Because how do you kick out for the state? We want an open society. We want people to come and tell us what they can do for this country. And we want to see the weaknesses and the strengths, so that from that, then we can make decisions that are noble. The other thing is that attacking institution. Government work in what we call perpetuity. You don't expect to inherit a different government from the one that is there today. In fact, to make matters worse, you are in that government. You are having the half of a government. And some of the things that you are talking about, you controlled and even sponsored people and employed young people and your people from the community in those institutions. We know that. So castigating institutions right now, you're creating a discord that now, in the most unfortunate event, then, if you become the president, then even the people working in those institutions live in fear. And I want to say this issue of saying that you're going to give them fund for them to be independent, I don't know where funding and independence is coming to. Mr. Bernard, you alluded that if you pay the piper, you call the tune. If you pay the DJ, you dictate the music. How comes now that you're given them money, they are more independent? They are happy with you. So some of these things are not just the things that can make things independent. There are many other factors that make institutions independent. So he should not castigate. He should not attack institutions. They know what they are doing. And if he was at work for the 9 years, he should have been in these institutions to know they needed to be digitalized. Like let's take for example, he says that the first 5 years he was at work. He should have been in the forefront to make sure that these institutions are digitalized and they are not attacking local businesses. Because I don't think there's any institution that has been weaponized upon anybody. Because I have not seen Musalia Mudavadi arrested. That tells you maybe he has no corruption case. I've not seen this Kiharo MP, not Dede Nyoro. Dede Nyoro has issues. I think there are many people in UDA who are clean, like Ndeto. He has not been arrested. Ndeto here has never been arrested on someone, and he supports the deputy president. So trying to castigate that all the institutions have been weaponized, that is now creating a discord. As a deputy president, he performed dismally today. So dismally. Because he should have addressed the issue of how he's going to propel this country to higher heights. The other thing he spoke about is about bottom up. He didn't actually, again, explain it. He said it is not bottom and up difference. This is bottom. I mean, he leaves people more confused than they are. He should have given us 10 countries that have used his model and propelled. But he should not even, there's somebody who was giving an example. I think it's Osoro who was giving an example of the Korean president, the Singapore president. Ruto cannot even get the position, or he cannot be compared with such people. Because he is unknown, he has character that is questionable. You Google today the most corrupt people in Kenya, the names come up. If Google knows who is a problem in this country and they don't live here, they're not talking about. The other thing is family. He really, there's what we call patriarchal mindset. Bernard, you're a Christian, you know. We are coming from where men were so controllable. They are controlling the families that at the end of the day, surely he should have given the Mama Rachel an opportunity to talk like Baba did, to even give him out to the world. But he's so controlling, he's talking on their behalf. Yeah, and that shows the character of this man. He's a patriarchal mindset guy. Yeah, that I'm in charge of everything. They don't know what to say, I say on their behalf. They should have gone there and say, we are giving you our dad. In fact, I could have been Yata Ningelia, Leo. I could have cried. So that is also something that I noticed that was a problem. Then the Mount Kenya parties, they are happy that the Jibebe, Chama Chakazi, and TSP are joining them. These three parties will cause more damage in Mount Kenya than Azimio itself. Because I can assure you, as much as he might gather some votes there, he might lose in MPs and MCS in those parties. And because these Wakina Kuria are businessmen, and they will sell it to the highest bidder, and they will not be in, because they will want to be in the government, they will go and support government with their parties. And I will tell you this is what will happen in Mount Kenya because I live there. There will be no wave for Uda. People will choose different parties. Even ODM will have MPs and MCAs. I can assure you that. But now, where do you get your strength if you don't have MPs? The MPs that were paraded there today, 200 of them, as they purported, these are people who could have even changed some of policies that are affecting us today. So you can see there's a lot of hypocrisy with these people. But finally, I want to talk about IBC. IBC, the reason why people are saying they stole here, they stole there, it is because our referee is quiet. To date, he has not even told us what preparations he has made, because we have 147 days to elections. Have they done the audit of a registration book? What do you call it? It is interesting that they are seeing people talking like this, and yet they have not been giving us confidence every day. I wish they have a spokesman who speaks every Saturday or every Friday and tell us this far, this is what we have done to prepare for elections. Because their mom, Chebukati, is attending seminars of Jigas and so many other foundations. We are scared as Kenyans because we know that the camp that the deputy president represent, they have the professional hackers, yeah, particularly Chirchir, who he was appointed the other day. These are very dangerous individuals, and we cannot just sit and watch. We want these people to bring confidence in this country. By every Friday, like the Minister of Health was giving us reports on COVID every Friday, wanakuja wanatuambia sasa tumejiandaa hivi, register iko na watu milioni 16 na wale wamekufa ni milioni 20 na tuna expect turnover ya kitu kama 75%. Hawafanyi hivyo. Yeah, so we are also worried because these people are talking like that, and yet we have 147 days to elections. So Bwana Martin, Bernard karibu nikuite Martin. We are saying, let Mr. Deputy President tell what he's going to do. Let him not confuse us with so many stories. Where are the stadiums he promised in the in the first?
Mr. Kamau, tamatisha tusonge mbele.
So Bernard, I was so disappointed. I watched because I like comparing. Maybe they could have changed my mind, but I was so disappointed by the show today of those of NDC of Uda. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kamau. And for your information, Chebukati spoke today to the church people and told them that he is prepared, he has procured everything, he's ready to conduct elections. I'm trying to get the clip, but it is refusing to download, so we will not be able to play it until he's able to get it. But he spoke today to the religious leaders, I think at Ufongama, it was on Citizen. And whether they are prepared or not, the elections have to be held and they must be free and fair, credible, verifiable, with much stress, until every Kenyan is satisfied with the outcome. Now, naomba hivi tumsikilize senator because he's been gone for long. Hawa watu wengine wamekuwa hapa, msubiri kwanza. Kewel, I've not heard your voice for almost a year. Show your face and talk to us.
I'm very much around, Bana. You guys muliweka propaganda kwa ile group yetu tulicreate, and then you showed us the door. But anyway, that is your kind of people you have in your fold, you know, whereby you create propaganda. Mnasema sijui nani anaongea na nani na that is just but politics. But at the end of the day, life must continue. The most interesting thing is like I don't know why people are lamenting here more than they are accusing that Deputy William Ruto was lamenting today. People not even lamenting, they are crying here. I don't know why. You know, Ruto was selling his ideology, he was selling his manifesto, he was telling out his beliefs, and I don't know why people are thinking that he was lamenting. He mentioned how he's gonna rebuild the economy of this country. He mentioned how the strategy he wanna use on how to empower the institutions and give them, you know, that empowerment to execute their responsibilities. So I don't see the bone of contention whereby people are claiming that he was lamenting. If he mentions that DCI and KRA and the rest of the institution have been weaponized, why is it called a lamentation? And that is the fact on the ground. You know, when you find a whole company like Keroche the other day, if they have issues with taxes, does it have to be closed? And that is what William Ruto was mentioning, that, you know, it's a way of win-win. In other words, listen to them, be part of the solution making, even though they are having issues with their, with their financial or their accounting issues. You know, try to become part of and parcel of their solution. So I didn't really see William Ruto lamenting, but he was telling us what we need to hear. Another thing which was happening, you know, and we could see it openly, is that it's a new dispensation now in this country, whereby now the children of nobodies, the people who have nobodies behind them, are now having a voice in this country. They can be listened to. You see, when Uhuru was talking the other day, was he lamenting or was he singing or was he expressing himself? Alikuwa anatuongelesha ni kama anatugombanisha. Now William Ruto is also using the same oomph to talk on issues. You call it lamentation. Uhuru was almost hitting the people who are sitting, sitting close to the dais. So what are you telling us when you tell us he was lamenting? Uhuru himself was lamenting that day that sijui pesa imepotea, sijui waizi, sijui nini. You know, we need to face the issues the way they are. We don't have to, call some issues, sijui mtu analia, mtu anafanya nini. He was speaking what we need to listen. Yeah? Some of us, we are in businesses and we want to see our businesses sprouting. Yeah? Manene ya taxations, we need to see this thing being handled so well. So I don't think what people are trying to put across here ni vitu wenye sisi mahasla tunasikia. When you see some people here or when you hear some people here, ni watu wenye labda they are children of big people in the government. They are, ni watoto wenye wabontao, watoto wenye walizaliwa kwa manyumba kubwa kubwa, magari kubwa kubwa, walivaa viatu wakienda shuleni. Some of us, where we are self-made and,
so,
and we want to grow.
Makosa iko wapi? Mimi nikizaliwa Runda na magari
No,
makubwa.
you don't understand the problem. You don't understand the problem.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Problems
what
are
I'm
not
trying
special.
to say is what Ruto was saying is what we wanted to listen. We want to listen to how the economy is being expanded, which is being grown. Some of the hustlers like us are being empowered. We are not talking of, power. People want power. But what wanataka kukaa pale juu, watoto ya, the big names in the country. It's our time also as hustlers to pay with that opportunity to work and empower ourselves. So that is what tunataka kusikia.
So how has he empowered people for 10 years? He has been in power. How has he empowered those hustlers?
You see, we are talking of the first 4 years. The first ukijenga nyumba saizi.
It doesn't
that
matter.
Nyumba
Just tell us how he has empowered people the time he's been in power. Because promotion only comes from exemplary performance. Promotion comes from exemplary performance. Tell us
I would demand you to listen. I would demand you. I would demand you to hit your silent button na usikie kenye nakwambia. This is the time when the children of nobodies needs to be empowered. The first 4 years in Jubilee government, it was
We are
all
all
about.
Kenyans by right.
Who told you
It
Ruto
was
is a
all
Kenyan?
You are wrong.
Who told you?
during the first 4 years. During the first 4 years, it was all about putting the house together. The second 5 years was now executing the mandates that they started within the first 4 years. So, I mean, the whole program that was laid in the first 5 years was supposed now to be completed in the second term. And therefore, hii manene ya handshake vile iliingia, there was confusion. And Ruto mentioned that thing, that we were now supposed to be ruling the big four agenda. Muka hijack, you brought in BBI, you brought in, there is nothing that happened in the second term of Jubilee government. And that is why now, saizi people wanajaribu kusema, oh, hawakufanya nini, Ruto hawakufanya nini. The first, I mean, this last half of the 10 years ya Uhuru Ruto, nothing has happened. We've been talking of BBI, we've been talking of sijui, corruption, sijui what, and there is really nothing that is happening.
Kawel, ngoja kwanza. Have you heard of the
No.
Lamport? Have you heard of Nairobi Express? Wait.
Of course, why not? Hiyo ni barabara, hiyo ni barabara ya wadosi. Hiyo ni barabara ya wadosi. Hiyo ni barabara ya wadosi.
Hata
What
kama
is
ni
it?
wadosi, did it take place?
Is it part of the big four agenda?
Yes. It's
Let
part
me
of
listen
the
to
big four
Jared.
agenda. It is not part of the infrastructure expansion.
I'm more interested with people I've never engaged before.
Well,
at least
are
I know
here
you
to
better.
propagate
Let me listen
the
to Jared.
propaganda of UDA, which is wrong.
Let me listen to Jared. Let me listen to
You are
Jared.
seeking a Senate seat. You are supposed to
At
be
least
a
I know
national
you.
leader.
I want to listen to Jared.
Senate belongs
I want to listen
national
to Jared.
leaders, not people who are
I want to listen
one-sided,
to
who are
Jared. At
looking
least
for how
I've
to
known you
propagate
for many years.
one-sided
I want to listen to
politics.
Jared.
Jared,
Jared, can I
ask
listen to
Kawel a
you?
question.
At least I know Bernard for a longer time. Let me listen to Jared.
Jared, ask Kawel a question. And Ken is also waiting for you to ask a question.
And I want to ask Jared, don't watch Citizen TV and engage us with what Murathe is telling us.
Okay, thank you. You will tell me all the other TVs which I need to watch. But thank you. And I'm hoping that this is just a name or it means something else. It's not a real senator. Let me hope that way. But it's not right to say that where did he go? It's not right to tell the panel that Ruto did not empower people in the past 4 years. That is wrong. In fact, Ruto empowered the youth in the first 4 years. And this is demonstrated by empowering his own daughter to be an ambassador. So that is one of the assuras he has helped. And that is the caliber of what he will do. So we cannot say that he never empowered anybody. He actually empowered the daughter to be an ambassador. That is the best he could do. And that's the chief asura. You could do that. Not forgetting that almost all the kids are on the payroll of the government. Also, I want to contradict with what you guys say. Sometimes that's why I was saying, and I'm very serious, deeply from my heart. I'm hoping that you are not a senator, because I could not imagine you to think that way. When you say that Nairobi Express is for for the rich people, I don't know. Is it because the poor people have choppers, they don't need the roads? I don't understand. But since you have chosen to be blindsided, let me hope so. And sometimes this is where I agree with the Bernard that, hey, if you ever went to school, go ask for your school fees back, because the way economy is run, my friend, a very simple way is that investments, they come. When investors come, they are the people who will employ. In fact, the government itself has only less than few millions of jobs which it can do, and to get those few millions of
I
jobs,
thought you were
that
asking
is
me
the
a question. You are putting across a sentiment. You know, I thought you were asking me a question.
Listen, no, I want to help you understand these things. You know, so what happens is the government has a very limited opportunities to give to the public to create. The only way they create a job is by helping the private sector. People come for investments. Okay, when an investor comes and finds that he cannot move from the airport to Westlands to Upper Hill, Mirimana, I think, and all backlands, the ease of communication makes people to come and invest, and then you can get that's how you create jobs. But because I understand the only economics which is understood by your dear friend, the deputy president, which I have said, he will need a constitutional change, which you are saying, you guys, that you don't need a constitutional to change so that the money which is collected from the public, the taxes, not to go to the consolidated fund, but to go to Sugoi Bank so that he can dish out the money the way he wants.
I think, Jared, you are out of context. I think, Jared, you're out of context. I think you are just a good example of a livestock who doesn't understand what he's really saying. You know, what we are trying to say here is how we need to empower people. Not really, you know, you're lecturing us on something which you also seem not to understand. What I'm trying to say here is that William Ruto is really having, you know, a pathway on how, you know, the economy needs to be restored. And he was categorical that, you know, during Mwai Kibaki's time, you know, Kibaki grew the economy to, I mean, a level whereby the Jubilee government had a good strategy on how to pick, you know. Mwai Kibaki had already set a base. Mwai Kibaki had already set a platform whereby now it was all about picking it and moving it to the next level. But then when they came in the first term of Jubilee government, they really set up, because remember, the SGR was designed during the Kibaki time. All these other infrastructures, they were set during Kibaki's time. So when they came in, it was all about executing now what Kibaki had already set. During their second term now, that is from 2017, it was all about now starting their own infrastructure that they had called it Big Four agenda. So that now, when it comes to 2022, it was all about, you know, Ruto now beginning, because they had said 10-10 for both of them. So initially, what they had in plan was making a lot of sense, because now it was finishing what Kibaki had begun. In 2017, it was all for them to set their infrastructure. And if they had gone with their previous plan on how to, on now, you know, proceeding in 2022, that's now when Ruto was taking over. You see, there was a paradigm shift from Kibaki, Uhuru, and then Ruto. But unfortunately, when I don't know what made Uhuru to think the way he thought, and I think maybe he thought bringing in Raila Odinga into the fold would have really made things, you know, inconvenience and push the things or the wheel of economy to go forward. But he never knew that now politically he would make the economy, because politics and economy, they go together. So when he brought in Raila into the fold, things went haywire, and the hoibolois of the politics now made everything go haywire.
So
the initial plan for the 4 years. I know you don't want to listen to this. I know you don't want to listen to this. This is music to some of us.
Listen to me. Kibaki left an economy that was growing.
Stable, very stable. Yeah, it was rapidly growing.
10 years later, okay? 10 years later, under the leadership of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto? What do we have? And if what we have is what we have, does it deserve another term?
This is what I'm trying. I don't know if you're listening to me or you're just seeing my mouth, my lips moving up and down.
To you.
This is what I'm trying to say.
To judge this matter accurately.
That is why I'm saying, when Kibaki left stage in 2012, Uhuru Ruto government came and completed almost all the projects that Kibaki government had begun. And now in 2017, the blueprint was now running with the Big Four agenda. So if you try to analyze what has happened from 2017 to now, it's all BBI, nothing else. Nothing else, absolutely nothing else.
That's why I'm telling you, Senator, you are dishonest and you're not truthful. Because
tell me the project within the tell me the project within 2017 and 2022.
Big Four, listen, the only two things of the Big Four that are incomplete.
Yes.
Comprehensive health care, which was launched
and which
in
one?
Mombasa the other
And which
day.
one?
Okay.
And which one?
Affordable housing. But as far as infrastructure is concerned, that has played according to the rule. And the only frustrator of government performance in 2018 to 2022 has been UDA, Tanga people who wanted to.
You see, now that is where you go wrong. That is now where you go wrong.
By calling them into continuous confrontation in parliament.
You see now that you see now
the same people blaming BBI for what they have been causing.
You see now that is where you're going wrong. You see now that is where you're going wrong.
Was because you're frustrating the president's agenda from the public accounts.
There is no frustration. Uhuru Kenyatta lost focus when he brought in Raila Odinga into the government. That one I can tell you for a fact. I will defend that one even at the darkest time of the night. This is what I'm trying to say. Finally, I want to end. I want to finish now. I want to finish.
Sitaki kuwatuma kwa quarantine, relax kwanza. Thank you Kawel, ngoja. Nataka ulizwe maswali na David, na Were, na Guru. Then you respond as you summarize your submission.
Okay, sawa. Sijamaliza. Okay, sijamaliza.
To conclude. Guru.
Sijamaliza. Okay, sawa.
Asante Bernard. Sasa nitauliza maswali mbili tu. Swali wa kwanza, nje huyu mtu aliona ile explanation ilipeanwa pale Sagana? It was so clear in
Sagana walikuwa wanaongea kwa Kikuyu, hatukusikia. Walikuwa wanaongea kwa Kikuyu, hatukusikia.
Ngoja, ile ilitolewa pale ilikuwa chat ambayo you can also go back and refer to it. It was explained by someone in Kiswahili kwamba hii ndio tulikuwa tumepanga, hii ndio tulifanya first 5 years na hii ndio tumefanya second term. Akiwa hukuona hiyo, endelea kula propaganda. Pili, budget inafanywa namna gani Kenya? Budget inafanywa nje ya parliament ama inafanywa ndani ya parliament? Ukisema kwamba ni Raila ama ni BBI, hawa MPs ambao unasema wote wanasupport huyu mtu, kwani walikuwa wapi na ni wao wanafanya budget pale ndani? Jibu hiyo maswali.
Thank you. Bwana Were. Unmute, your mic is mute. Unmute the mic beside your name.
Thank you. I have serious issues with the panelists propagating mambo ya Ruto. because of the following. One, anasema ya kwamba hustling, anasema ya kwamba Kenya imepitia changamoto mingi sana na Ruto is the way forward. Na there's a panel anaitwa nani, Jared ameuliza swali moja mzito sana. When you are talking about bottom up, the question is this: is Ruto's government going to change? Is he going to get rid of? There are only two ways you can bring money to the common mwananchi baba pale chini. It's either through, and it's entrenched in the constitution, it's either through the CDF or the devolution. Are you telling me ya kwamba Ruto anaenda kubeba pesa kuleta pale chini, mimi ninatoka Western, kutumia njia gani? Unless, and that's why I'm saying your point, Jared, it was a very strong point, and I think ndugu yangu alimiss. Unless unaniambia kwamba you're going to get rid of the CDF or what we call the devolution system, because there is no any other way unless you change the constitution and entrench your new system into the constitution so that the money can be able to trickle down to the common mwananchi. That aspect of how Ruto is not addressing, he always says pesa inaenda chini. Itaenda chini namna gani? Hiyo swali ningependa nijibu. Swali ya pili. What is the main problem ailing in Kenya? Shida kubwa ya wana Kenya ni nini? It's unemployment. Now, swali number 2. If it's unemployment, do you create employment by giving people money? I'm sure part of you guys munaka America. Watu wana create employment by giving citizens money. You create employment by creating conducive environment of investment, infrastructure. So the question is, between Ruto and Raila, who is addressing infrastructure? Who is articulating his issues well between Ruto and Raila?
Okay, thank you Were. Na quickly naomba David anayeulize tafadhali. Let's keep it brief ndio tusonge mbele.
So thank you, Mr. Bernard. How are you, Senator Kewel? Are you a real senator ama wewe ni Senator Mbwakni? So let me ask you, nimesikia ukisema vitu zingine hapo which I want to rubbish because you are lying and you are just here to propagate lies. For example, when you say that the government stopped doing everything to concentrate with BBI, you are lying because the government is so big and the government can do so many things at the same time. At the same time, BBI is just a very, very small thing that you can't say that it stopped the functioning of the government. And again, you see, when you are saying that that they are using institutions, that they are politicizing institutions. Now, who is politicizing institutions between the person who's talking about institutions in the funerals and in the villages? Who is politicizing the institution? I think the best answer is that Ruto is the one who's politicizing the institutions because he's the one who keeps on fighting the DCI everywhere, hadi kwa funerals. Tuliona huko kwa funeral ya yule jamaa mwenye aliua Harambee House. You see? So what you are saying is wrong and it is not factual. And I'm just wondering, are you a real senator? Do you really are you even ready to be a senator? Because you have a very shallow thinking that I wonder who will line up the whole day to vote for you. You see? So please, my friend.
Sawa, David. Thank you. Douglas?
Thank you.
I think I'm waiting for questions, Bwana Bernard. Nimepata tu question nzuri from Were.
Senator,
Douglas ndio wa mwisho.
Senator, I'm asking you questions and 3 questions to be precise, but I don't love the paranoia and the myopic way of thinking in presenting issues. Number 1, kindly tell me the economic growth pre and post-COVID, if you have the figures from your side, because when you're articulating a government agenda, you must have those figures. Pre and post, what was the impact of what Uhuru did to caution the economy? Number 2, Mwai Kibaki took the government in 2002. How many years did it take to start growing the economy? Because you said earlier that the Jubilee government was to take 4 years to lay a foundation, then grow the economy in the second phase. Tell me, how many years did Kibaki take to start growing the economy? Number three, 3/4 of our GDP is spent on executive spending. How do you intend to address that? Because that is what eats our GDP. I've not heard you articulate that. Then the last one, in their coalition government, PM and the president, we never heard of anybody saying somebody has taken my powers, somebody has taken my roles and given them to anybody. They worked carefully, wakamaliza their coalition government yao. So what happens now in a Jubilee coalition government? One person is saying roles zangu zimechukuliwa. What happens? Thank you.
Bernard, please, niko kwa nataka tu niulize swali moja.
Hizo maswali zimekuwa mingi sana Bernard.
Hiyo maseneta yenu.
Kewel, ngoja kwanza. Mama Selina.
Yes, hiyo seneta yenu.
Nashukuru umefika.
Swali zimekuwa mingi na saizi ndio wamesema tunataka maswali.
Nilikuwa nasikiza, nataka niulize.
Yeah, I need to answer them so that I get that chain of
Don't shout. Can you wait?
Sikiliza mama kwanza.
Can you wait?
Sikiliza mama. Yes.
Kwanza Bernard, tutakupatia. Wacha nijibu hiyo swali. Leo tulisikia Kaboko alimwambia deputy president na akakubali mbele ya kila mtu. Wachana na mambo ya serikali, uchipange, anza campaign mapema. So mkikuja kutusungusha hapa, na tuliambiwa kwa delegate ya kwamba Kaboko alimwambia toka, wachana na Uhuru, enda siasa. Hiyo ni kitu batu hata mtoto mdogo ile ya 10 years anaelewa. Huyu mwenye anakaribu kupanga kwanza, kwa hii hata kama unajua penalty siku mingi ama uchui, tumekuwa tukiheshimu penalty. Akituambia nyamaza, tunanyamaza. Bernard, I want to ask you, huyu mtu amekuja anaitwa senator, anakuoverall aje, anaongea na unaongea, na sisi ukituambia nyamaza, tunanyamaza. What is happening today? Tunataka heshima. Wewe ni mdogo na sisi tunakuheshimu. Asikuje na hiyo arrogance yenye wanakuwa naye, walete hapa. Tuna welcome everybody. Tunataka penalty na ule wowote anatuwakilisha aheshimiwe. Akikwambia ngoja, ngoja. Hakuna haraka unaenda. Yale yote unasema hata haisikiki na mtoto mdogo. So give our penalty respect, jibu maswali. Sisi tuko hapa tumefumilia, but we cannot continue. Penalty, endeleeni.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina. Now Senator Kewel, una maswali chungu nzima na uko na dakika kama 3 hivi. Jibu articulately, moja kwa moja. Story hapana.
Okay, thank you so much Bwana Bernard. I don't know now. Hizo maswali zimekuwa mingi mpaka zingine zimenipita. I'll try. I don't know what Guru mentioned about Pale Sagana. What I can tell you about Sagana is that Sagana was just an affair. Yeah, Mount Kenya. They were articulating their issues in Kikuyu. I couldn't really comprehend what they were saying. So that one siwezi jibu sababu I couldn't really get what they were mentioning at that time. And you know, for a fact, so that is it about Sagana 3. Now for Were, I think what Were mentioned make a lot of sense to me, that how is he gonna empower people, and we only have 2 resources that is going directly to Mwananchi, and that is the CDF and the devolution. I mean, now the allocation from the national government going down to the county governments. So I think if there is prudence in the usage of those funds going down to Mwananchi, and you know, for that matter, where there is also the Uwezo Fund, which is going down to Mashinani. There is the Youth Fund going down to Mashinani, and you see now there are these the tendering. I mean, now you remember the PWDs and the youth, they are being given 30% of the tendering processes. So you see now what the government needs to do, and this is what the Hustler Nation is really fronting, is that, you know, to open up the bracket and really give out these opportunities to those groups. If it means to Uwezo Fund, if 100 million is being dispersed to every constituency, that amount should get directly to, I mean, these groups, kama ni groups za wanawake, it should get directly to these people. If it means the youth group, lazima zipewe. If it means, you know, the tenders in government, it needs to be given to these youth, people living with disabilities, and these are the vulnerable groups. When it comes to the CDF and the bursaries, you see, these are direct form of revenues going down to mashinani. And okay, for BBI, it had really, I mean, I was for the idea that BBI was trying to open up the allocation percentage to the county, that is now from 15% and above. You know, these are monies which are going directly to the county level, and I think each and every government, even if it means the Raila government or William Ruto's government, these are the stakes whereby we need to, you know, pump more money because they go directly to mashinani. And that is exactly a dream. Sisi tuko mashinani, unajua labda nyinyi muko huko town, and we see the impact of these monies on the ground. Kama ni CDF imejenga mashule mingi hapa, it is empowering the schools, the education centers, and you know, it's doing some wonderful job hapa kwa ground. Another thing, nizo pesa za bursaries, you know, we need more bursaries coming down. You know, maisha sasa imekuwa ngumu. We need, I mean, students being given more allocation. Kama unajua mtu sahi anapewa 3,000 shillings, school fees ni almost 25,000 shillings, and bursary is giving you 3,000 shillings. That is just a drop in the ocean. We need more money coming to the ground, and to add on it is to empower the people, give them an environment that enables them to work. And, you know, kama ni taxation, you know, give them, you know, a friendly and affordable system that if they have to pay for the taxes, si ya kuumiza. And, you know, giving out all these things within mashinani, you will make life more easier and more affordable. I don't remember what really David Olom was mentioning. Ni Kiingereza mingi tu ndio alisema, hakuna kitu aliniambia.
Senator, I'm
yes?
happy that you're acknowledging that there is already a laid down procedure of getting money to mashinani. Okay?
Exactly,
The only procedure, hold on, the only procedure that is not existing is bottom up, okay? But top bottom is there. So
you see,
Bernard, is not with top bottom. The confusion is bottom up.
You see, Bernard, yes. There's something you're forgetting, that, you know, we are pumping money to mashinani and make people rich on the ground. Unapata, the more you make people more and more self-reliant, you make their life easy, you make their life affordable. You see, now the government would be earning more in terms of taxes, in terms of, you know, these cesses and stuff like that. Unajua sisi hapa mashinani, tukipata pesa, sisi tunatumia pesa. Sisi si kama nyinyi watu wenye muko Nairobi, you save your money. Sisi, we don't save money here. We use money here.
Senator,
you get what I'm saying?
Question and I leave you. A quick question and I leave you.
Yes. He has not answered my question.
Let's assume you are running for senatorship of Nandi County, okay? And then there are two offers, okay? There is 100 million to be given to all mamambogas and all bodabodas in Nandi County, okay? Then there is another 100 million to come and build an industry in Nandi County, okay? Between the two, which one is sustainable and reliable that can help the people of Nandi County?
You see, Bernard, there's something you're not understanding. When we mention of an enabling environment. You know, it is intertwined. Both economies, I mean, they are intertwined. Those people working in industries, they need to eat. Mama Mboga could also be supplying them with food. There is no way people in the industries will be working without food. And Mama Mboga, there is no way she will be having her mboga without people buying.
I asked a
So
very
you
simple
see,
question.
empowering
We
all
all
these
have,
people.
we are working with two budgets. Listen, we are working with two budgets. All of them are equal. It's 100 million, okay? 100 million comes to Nanti County to build an industry that is going to employ young people to work, okay? Then another 100 million is released to the same county and is distributed to Mama Mboga, to Mama Boda Boda, to mtu wa mkokoteni, and to the farmer, okay? Whoever needs the money. We give them 5 years down the road, okay? After 5 years, which of the 100 million will still be existing?
Both. Both.
How?
Bernard.
Are you an economist? Are you an economist? Because
yes.
you see, now the industry will still be there. I mean, quote unquote, if it is being managed, I mean, in a way that the industry is being run professionally, and it is now producing whatever it is producing, and it is being sustaining itself. That is a plus. You see, the same person when umempatia hiyo pesa, kama huyo mama ama huyo mzee ama huyo mtu wa boda boda, you see, now their life will not be the same again. They'll be trading within that coexistence of that environment, because huyu mtu atakuwa ana trade pesa zake hapa kule, nunua mboga uza, nunua mboga uza. You see, hiyo pesa zote, they will be within that ecosystem of that financial environment. It is so simple as that. So giving to people to trade and investing in infrastructure, they are all the same. They are all the same.
Bernard, kuna swali yangu hakujibu.
Everybody relax. Thank you.
Kuna jibu yangu.
Maybe
there is one second, please, Bernard.
Please,
excuse me, Bernard.
Everybody mute
Excuse
your
me,
mic.
Bernard.
Thank you very much.
I want Olo and Douglas. Maybe they can bado waseme maswali zao so that I can see if I can answer. Thank you.
No, let's do this.
No.
Let's do this. You will do that later. Not now. We have
ana swali yangu.
Too long. Mr. Guru, mute your mic.
Bernard,
twende kazi Jared.
Kuna swali nilimuuliza, wanasema wana MPs wengi sana na hawa MPs ndio wanafanya budget. Kwa hivyo walifanya nini kwamba hawakuweka pesa pale ilikuwa inatakiwa kuwa, sasa wanakuja kulalamika sijui Raila sijui BBI. Kwani ni Raila anafanya budget? Kwani budget inafanywa nje ya parliament?
So, Mr. Guru, thank you. Let's do this. I want that matter to rest. Because I think we have been there before. I don't want us to dig ourselves in a hole. Douglas, is your turn. Please make your submission. Tuende kwa Duke tukiendelea hivi.
Bernard, I just want to say something, okay? You see, people like these ones who come to this panel, and then you ask them question, they give you an irrelevant answer, and then you people you prolong this, you make these people bold by asking them things that don't even matter. Ukiwapea swali wakose kujibu, waambie wa withdraw, ama waambie kitu wenye wamesema it makes sense na ni kitu haiko. But if you leave the question hanging, they go out there proud, thinking that they've come here and they have conquered, you see. So it's very, very dangerous to leave these people convinced that they have convinced us. So please, just be careful with that. That is what I can say.
Thank you, David. I wish you were in my shoes, but let it just rest there, please. And everybody's begging me to do that. Let's do that. Douglas, make your submission. Kawel tutakuwa na yeye hapa mpaka dakika ya mwisho, I hope so. So utamuuliza maswali baadaye. Saa hii naomba to make progress. Douglas.
Thank you very much. I'm quite impressed by the aspiring senator, the way he's defending his part, although he knows he's cheating, but he still is bold enough to defend. Kudos, Senator. That is the spirit. In any political competition, you need that spirit. Even when you know things are not good, you still keep on soldiering like a man. Thank you. Now, to my submission for today. I want to start from the Bible. The first king of Israel was Saul. And that king, I do not remember whether he subscribed to the worship of God Almighty. He never. And when people said they want a king, God didn't tell them that this one does not worship me, so you will not elect this person. God allowed them to have Saul as their king. What do I mean? I've had in all Judea rallies, in all the events, they must invoke emotionally the name of God, that we have God, tunawachia Mungu, and such like things. It's fiction for people to think that they can monopolize God and they can own God. God is not a respect of persons. God is God. And the way he does these things is different from the way we human beings think. Even the Bible says, your plans are not my plans. My ways are not your ways. My plans are higher than yours. So who knows that God has planned that this year Ruto becomes the president? Who knows that God has planned Raila becomes the president? So, number one, stop joking with the name of God and mentioning it all over. And the Bible even says, not everyone that mentions God will see heaven if you all are believers and you go to church. And that is a fact. That's not fiction. That's a fact. So let's not continue throwing people into emotional issues like God and such like things. Number two, I'm happy that Moses Kuria is admitting that there was stealing of elections. And my heart goes today to Musando's family. He was killed because of elections. And Moses Kuria stands in the podium where an aspiring president who purports to unite people is and never rebukes that. Somebody says, sisi ndio tumekuwa tukimuibia kura akishinda. That is stupidity in fact. I can't find a good description to call that. So what are you trying to tell us? That look, guys, we are in this thing and we must win with either by crook or hook. And if you do anything, we will steal. That is a recipe for chaos, number one. And ICC should be alert on this. Because that is a recipe for chaos. Because when you stand and say, tumekuwa tukiiba, IBC should be summoning those people. So that was reckless, and the deputy president could have rebuked the way he said, do not sing yote yawezekana bila uhuru. Though he did it jokingly, he never meant it. He was enjoying the tune, but alisema tu jokingly so that people could see that he is not insubordinating his boss. Number three, it was mentioned passionately about the border borders na mtu wa chini wanaumizwa. Bernard, today I'm happy that you've come up with facts versus fiction. It's fact that somebody is out to bring a class war. That is fact. And from the sentiments you people make, that is a class war. And I want to ask you people who are propagating this, when that war starts, will you be safe? Ask yourself. Will you be safe in Karen? Will you be safe in Runda? Will you be safe in Taribol with your 3-bedroom house when those hustlers will come for your blood because they think when you have your Toyota and ZE, you are richer than them. When they come for you, will you be happy? So let's not bring some things emotionally to bring some wars that we cannot manage. Look at what happened in Libya. And in other examples, class war is dangerous, more than even tribal war. So we need to caution you people. ICC should be alert that let people not trivialize some statements. Lastly, somebody talks of ending corruption and making the judiciary work. If I'm not wrong, After the 2017 general elections, somebody who wants to be the president stood and said, we will deal with this Wakora. In 2022, you want to empower the judiciary. The same people you called Wakora when they didn't rule for your favor. Now you want to make them empowered because you think they'll rule in your favor. That is hypocrisy, and that's a fact. That's not fiction. That's hypocrisy. Because you cannot, in 2012, you're doing this, in 2013, because you want to vie for presidents, you want to tell us, I'll do this. And again, somebody says, I'll release the funds to the DCI and such like, and the KRA and this and such like things. Look, when COVID-19 came in, there were measures that were put by the World Health Organization and the individual countries on how they're going to deal with this pandemic. They didn't say, we are bringing medicine to cure this corona vaccine. They came up with the measures to curb the spread of this. The same person who is vying for presidents should have started, in fact, even in 2022, by using his members of parliament who are making a lot of noise to stand in the parliament and enact laws to strengthen the DCI. Before you even start of curing, put in measures that seem like you are trying to do something before the real time comes. Lastly, this will be my last one. I've had people mention severally, and today it was mentioned that tumechoka na 3 families taking us hostage. From where I stand, I'll also stand and say tumechoka na 2 communities taking us hostage. In 2017, after 2017, there was an issue of secession. People wanted to secede. We that were afflicted, who feel that the election was not free and fair, we wanted to form our own country. Is that the way you want us to go? Because when you start talking of families, you tell us, when 2 leaders unite and have a handshake, you tell us they didn't take the people. But when 2 communities unite, the lawyers and you want to tell us they have taken the people. Is that not hypocrisy? So let's be factual and let's present. I know it's the silly season of politics, Senator, but again, let's be honest for once and let's use our minds and remember that after 2022, we still have a country. That person I'm calling a hustler that I'll incite will come for my Toyota NZE, will come for my 2 sacks of maize, will come for my half acre of beans and maize. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. Let's listen to this before we move on.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, rafiki yangu William Ruto. Na pia niseme sina shaka kwamba wewe ndio utakuwa rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Niko na sababu 5. I have 5 reasons why I think the right decision is to support William Ruto as the 5th president of Kenya. Reason number 1, you might be a good leader, you might be a good politician, you might be a good party leader, but one thing I am sure, you are a good human being. And that makes a whole difference. The last time I supported a good human being was when I supported Mwai Kibaki. And for me, supporting a good human being is more important than supporting a good leader. Because we can take your word. William Ruto akiniambia tuende Mombasa, nitamgojea Sultan Hamud. Watu wengine wakiniambia tuende Mombasa, pengine uende Naivasha. Because you cannot take their word. Thank you for being a dignified man. Thank you for being a man who we can take the award. I will support you because you are good for this country. Nikiangalia wale watu mmeleta pamoja, from Musalia Mudavadi to Governor Mvurya, from Aden Duale to huyu Sankoku, huyu nominee number 1, the whole country, the whole Kenya. Wengine wanajigamba ati wao ndio wanaleta Kenya pamoja. Nobody brings Kenya together than William Samoei Ruto. Your Excellency, I will support you because you are good for this economy. Because we cannot continue with business as usual. Because something has to give way. Because we have to reinvert the pyramid of this economy. Because we must put an end to the culture of state capture of our economy. Unajua Kenya hii kuna watu wengine ukiwaambia kwamba hatukukula jana, hawawezi wakafikiria ni kukosa chakula, pengine wanafikiria tulisahau kupika. Ukiwauliza maziwa inatoka wapi, hawawezi kujua ilitoka kwa ng'ombe, wanasema ilitoka kwa fridge. That must come to an end, and it is time to give this country to the real stakeholders of this economy, who is the man at the bottom of the pyramid. Only you can do it. Your Excellency, I will support you because you are good for devolution. Only you can actually implement the 35% without us changing any constitution or signing any document. We can take your word for that. Only you is confident enough, and you are not paranoid like others who fight governors because they are paranoid of strong people. You will be good, and I am the incoming chair of the Council of Governors. So kwa niaba ya magavana wengine ambao wako hapa, kwa niaba ya magavana ambao tuko hapa, your incoming team of governors, I know you do everything to strengthen the Council of Governors and to make it truly the fourth arm of government. Only you can do that. Finally, Your Excellency, I will support you because you have liberated my region. Jamani, wacha niwaambie sisi ambao ni watu wa mlima, kama sio huyu muungwana, ingetuchukua miaka 100 kuvunja minyororo ya wale wachache ambao walikuwa wanafikiria hatutaongoza kwa. You have made it possible. You have made it possible for me, being the member of parliament for the president, to take a different path from a sitting president without fear. And for me, that is very important. You have liberated us, and we owe you the debt of gratitude for liberating us. Wengine wanasema ati makamu wa rais hawezi kumwamini. Jamani, mnakumbuka wakati 2014, 2015 hapo, wakati rais wetu alienda huko Hague, akamwacha naibu wa rais as an acting president, akarudishiwa all the powers. Niwaulize jamani, kama ni Raila Odinga, ni Raila Odinga, wakati Uhuru alirudi kutoka Hague, urais agueonea view sasa. And because you are a real man, you are an honest man, it does not matter how many names you are called. Wengine wetu tumevumilia, tumeteswa, a lot of pressure, but tumesema tusimame na ukweli na hii barabara tafika. Kuna wengine wanasema ati kula ya mlima itagawanywa. Mheshimiwa Anne Waiguru, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, Mheshimiwa Ishung'wa, Mheshimiwa Gavana Muthomi Njuki, Mheshimiwa Senator Linturi, Mheshimiwa Wamatangi, Mheshimiwa Wamaua, Mheshimiwa Alice Wahome, Mheshimiwa Faith Gitau. Sisi ndio tulikuwa tunashidia Uhuru kura, na sisi ndio tulikuwa tunamwibia kura. Akili yote iliweka Uhuru kwa kiti iko hapa, ile iko Azimio ni mwili peke yake. And I want to assure you all, kama kuna mtu ataangusha William Ruto sio mlima, because we work as one team and it is not something new. We have done it before. Tumempigia Uhuru kura sio mara moja, sio mara mbili, sio mara tatu. Finally, I want to announce to Kenyans that I have constituted a small committee to welcome Uhuru Nishaweli ambao wataishi milele na milele. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Asante. Asante sana Moses.
Okay, that is the
Senator,
latest.
what is the problem, Senator?
You see, the senator is very happy. Guru.
Anarudi Jaweri kukaa kama waziri wengine huko.
Hold on, it's Duke.
Yes.
Duke,
Bernard.
then Guru. Koja kwanza is Duke, then Guru, sorry.
Oh.
I hope you are well. So I want to start by saying that you give me time to speak, because when Kenwell was speaking, you interrupted him so much, the extent he was unable to execute what he was trying to say. So it's better you listen, I speak, and then you will ask me a question when I'm done. If you disagree with me, you can note down. So, first of all, I will comment on the speech of William Ruto. Then I'll comment on the video which you have just played. First of all, the deputy president stated facts today. Everything he said, it was a fact.
Take one moment. Hold on, what is it?
Bernard, please, just make sure that you give people a little time. We don't want long submissions that are some are not even helping. Let them summarize so that everyone can talk and we start again afresh. You see, we don't want someone to just go overboard for nothing.
It's noted or not. Thank you.
But he just started. You hasn't even said any sentence.
He has started. That is why I'm saying. That is why I'm saying.
If you speak without permission, you're under quarantine. My patience is running out. You go ahead.
So the first statement he put across was that independent institutions have been weaponized. And there was categorical on two institutions, that is KRA and the DCI. And that's a fact. First of all, if we start from the KRA, one of the key functions of the KRA is to collect taxes, revenues. So the performance of KRA today is that it is only able to correct 48% of taxable of the tax revenue. So it means it's unable to collect 52%. So meaning it's unable to function. So it is, this institution are not fully independent because one, they are unable to tax businesses belonging to some individuals because of the state capture, or because they are intimidated by the states. They are not completely independent. Then, if they are able to only collect 48%, only 60% of that 48% gets into the treasury. So they are unable to collect all the revenue, and the revenue which they collect does not get to the government treasury. So that's an institution which is compromised, not independent, because it's unable to collect all the tax revenues. Another key is about giving selective information regarding tax returns and tax information of companies and individuals. For instance, they profile the company, the Keroche company, while there are several companies in Kenya which have not paid their taxes. And some of them have been categorically been mentioned, and the KRA has not given any information. For instance, if you talk about Bank of Africa and the Family Bank, which are owned by Uhuru Kenyatta and his family, that issue was raised that those two institutions have not paid tax. And nobody from KRA has responded to those allegations. So that means because they are fearing the president, all those are simply facts. So they should have responded to that. Then, when we come to the DCI, the compromise and weaponization is even higher. For instance, one of the key functions of the DCI is to correct intelligence information.
One moment, you. One moment. I don't want to interrupt you.
Just right now.
Okay? Hold on. Mute your mic, Mr. Duke. I would appreciate when you make a claim like Commercial Bank of Africa or Family Bank have not paid tax, okay? I would appreciate if you will tell me that they are in court for the same, or they went and they were chased away, or there was this issue between them. You know, just saying that because they belong to the first family, so they don't pay tax. How do we substantiate your story? Okay, either you're working at the tax place and they have not paid. If you tell us something like that, we can buy into that. But if you're only telling us that they did not pay tax and they are not been booked, we will not. Please help us understand you. Don't just use it as a political statement. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, let me respond, and I requesting that to be the last interruption, so that you don't cut me when I'm giving submission.
Check your audio. Check your audio.
Bernard, thank you for don't allow people to spread rumors, because if it doesn't work for KRA, which factor is he using? It's important.
So I'm about to respond to that. Why are you repeating the same question? Can you just give me time? You are just repeating the same question. He has asked me, I'm here to respond. Why are you asking again? Or you did not hear the question?
Wacha kukasirika kama Ruto bwana.
Okay. I respond, and I want you to give me time. I want to present within less than 5 minutes so that you can ask me question once. Because when Kenwell was asking, you interrupted him, and the debate was like almost 30 minutes. So when you give a person time to speak once and you ask questions, we move faster. So I expect you to do that. So first of all, the way institutions work in anywhere in the world, when there are allegations or claims by an individual or by another institution or even a rumor, that institution should come out to state the facts. We have been hearing about this for more than once. For instance, Gashawa stated that in a rally another day. You remember that? So if this KRA was independent and was working for the public interest, it should have come out and given that information. Because there were allegations of several companies which have not paid tax because of A and P, but they were not specifically closed or compared to shut down the way it was done because of Keroche. So the fact that they have not said about those allegations, it means there is something they are hiding. So let me proceed. So I was saying that one of the functions of the DCI is to give intelligence information. One of the main intelligence which we require here in Kenya is about when we hear about individuals being murdered. Today, Musando was murdered, it's around 4 years now. We don't have any report of intelligence information. Who killed Musando? What happened to him? That's information. We don't have it. The same case goes to several individuals in Kenya who have been murdered. and the DCI has not given any information. Why? Because they are not working right the way the deputy president was claiming, or because some individuals powerful in the government are the one who executed those individuals, and they cannot allow the DCI, which is independent, to give information of the same. So that's why we don't know who killed Musando, we don't know who killed Juma and several other individuals. For instance, in the US, you see a young girl who disappeared for some weeks, and there was a Tara intelligence that was gathered, and all details was given about the same individual. So another key information is what talk about corruption intelligence. The president has said that as a country we lose 2 billion every day. So the DCI is unable to collect DCI intelligence information to give to the president where those 2 billion went to, and then those resources get recovered. So why? It's because the DCI is not functioning, or because maybe the president is the one who has taken those funds, and they cannot allow the DCI to give that information. That's why the president said he will give information regarding the KEMSA scandal in 2 weeks, and we are approaching 1 year, no information of the same. So an independent intelligence will give information of the same, which accounts those money was transferred to, and who are individuals who are holding those accounts. So that's what an independent DCI does. But because we hear rumors that some of the KEMSA beneficiaries are related to the president, that's why the DCI cannot give that information. So the president was very categorical that some institutions have been captured and they are not able to work independently. Moving from that, I can also talk about some institutions have been captured. For instance, talk about Safaricom, talk about KPLC. For instance, in Safaricom, there is another Confucius institution which was introduced, like Fulisa. You know, if you fix your money in a bank today, you can have a return interest of about 12% per year. But Safaricom used to give Mshwari, and when you take a loan for Mshwari, it cannot take that amount from your M-Pesa until you decide to pay it. But because Safaricom was intimidated, and then the bank, which is the Bank of Africa, came in with a Fulisa, whereby if you borrow today and then you pay after 1 minute, they have already deducted a lot of amount from that. So we should have fair interest rates. Also, we have KPRC. We know that a powerful family acquired several shares in that company, and there's a situation in Kenya where there is another PayPal number was introduced in Kenya. Individuals are buying tokens, and the money is going to accounts of individuals. So that's what we talk about: state capture and weaponization of the institutions. But moving away from those negatives, the deputy president was able to articulate about the issues, how to grow the Kenyan economy. He was very categorical about empowering individuals at the bottom. He talked about agriculture, talked about youth empowerment. He talks about implementing the 4 agenda, which has not been done during the second term of the Uhuru Kenyatta. Then my other submission, which I want to talk about, is about, I will comment on the, I will actually comment on some statements some of you have given out, to refer to some, and also to give my perspective. For instance, Bernard, you said that only 2 agendas of the 4-point agenda, which were Uhuru agenda, only two agendas have not been implemented, and you quoted that the infrastructure has been done. So I wanted to rectify you. The 4-point agenda, infrastructure was not part of it. So they were food security, which has not been implemented. We have universal healthcare, which has not been implemented. We have affordable housing. not implemented, and we have manufacturing and creation of employment opportunities. None has been implemented the way you were saying two have been implemented. Then there is a question which was asked here, that how will William Ruto give funds to individuals at the bottom of the pyramid? But actually, the same question applies even to Asimio, because Raila Odinga said he's going to give 6,000 to individuals. So it's a question which cuts across. But I want to respond to it without being partisan. First of all, in Kenya, you have to read about the budget making process. How is the Kenyan budget made? First of all, the person who becomes the president forms the executive, and the executive forms a budget, passes or creates a budget proposal in consultation with the Committee of Finance from Parliament, and then it's passed. And in Kenya, we don't see much opposition of the budget being passed. So that is it can be implemented that way. So I can end my submission there unless
Yes,
Bernard, can I ask a question?
Let Olo ask first.
Better now, if you don't want me to unmute, and again when I lift up my hands, you don't want to point at me, how do I communicate with you, Mr. Chair? Because I don't want to breach the rules. You know, in the parliament, it doesn't matter. Look, you see, in the parliament,
in between exchanges in between are causing a lot of delay.
It doesn't matter. That is how parliament works. Even if you have spoken for 30 seconds and I want to correct something, the speaker must give me time. You see? But you know, like if you give him time to speak, sometimes we are not even noting those things down. Sometimes we even forget what he has said. He is even forgetting himself what he has said, and sometimes he's repeating himself. So I just want to ask Mr. Duke that if you accuse those businesses you've mentioned, Family Bank and the other one, you see, those businesses, they are directly linked to the competitor of the person you are supporting. If an intelligent person is listening to you, it sounds like it is just a grudge that you have with that person. Your submission is not accurate. Because you know, if the best way, if you want to bring a point like that, don't go and pick the businesses of your opponent directly. Then you bring them forward that these ones are also not paying taxes, or they are also not doing this and this, because that evidence will be trashed. It can't stand. You see. And then again, when you talk about Keroche, the madam, the lady, the Keroche, Tabitha. She was in JKL the other day and she stated herself that government has nothing to do with these businesses. And you know, when you go to these funerals and you start shouting, parroting about her business, you are giving her you are disadvantaging her, because there is a meeting between her and KRA. And KRA, they are trying to help her out. So you guys, before you do something, please just try and think. Don't just go out there and then you peddle rumors for your own benefit, when at the same time you are disadvantaging someone else's businesses. Okay?
Okay.
Mr. Duke, please.
Okay, so Jared.
Thank you, Bernard. And thanks, Duke. And it's my sincere hope, and this is very serious. It's my sincere hope that you were not reading from somewhere, that you don't believe what you were saying. But let me assume that maybe that is the information you have. Let's start with this, Keroche. First, I want you to tell me where the Sugoi Chicken Farm Limited, I don't know how it is called, the chicken in Sugoi, where they pay taxes. You can find that and tell me. But let's come to Keroche and the Commercial Bank of Africa, I think it's called. Maybe you did not even listen carefully to what Rigati was saying. Okay, what they were saying is that during the merger, the Commercial Bank of Africa and another bank, they waived the taxes for them to merge. But not knowing what you know and what you don't know, we have different types of taxes, my friend. There is a tax which you pay as a corporate tax after you make a profit. And that is what was waived from Commercial Bank of Africa during their merger. The taxes which are being sought from Keroche is called VAT, taxes value added tax, meaning you, I hope you look a very good gentleman, you might not be drinking, but I'm very sure Senator is drinking. Maybe that's where the name comes from there. So when Senator goes and drink the Keroche beer, he paid the taxes.
Ushindwe milele. Sikunywi.
Asante sana. Sawa sawa. Unaweza kunywa maji. Okay. But when you think you pay the taxes, and then the Keroche is supposed to be a correcting agent. Actually, what the government is asking is money which he has stolen. Not even his own, his money he has stolen. You have given money, you correct on behalf of the government. Now, this is the same person. You know, when we correct this money, we use that money to pay for these other services, to take to the bottom, up and wherever you want. Now, if this person is not paying, is the one now you want again to steal more by wanting him to be a senator. So I don't know how you want to get the money. So you have to differentiate these things. And also there is one thing, my friend, you will know, and then your fellow UDAs. When you come in front of a judge, they say, if you want justice, you have to make sure that your hands are clean. So you cannot just come and say, yes, we stole, but there is also somebody who steal. Justice doesn't work that way. So rectify from your own friends, ask Keroche, or this money you give around, you could have contributed so that he can clear the debt which he stole from the government.
Okay.
Also,
thank you, Jared. You are taking too
I'm
much
asking
time.
one question. Okay, let me ask you a question. So I want to know from my friend Duke, who I really respect. When the president was saying he cannot leave the country into the thieves, in the hands of the thieves, was he referring to Jared? Was he referring to Dave Joro? So I'm answering you when he say the money are being stolen every day. Okay, that is what the president said. He cannot leave because he has realized that. Also, there is something which you guys say every day about COVID. I want to know. You check. Can you tell us, comparing other countries, how the government of Kenya has dealt with the COVID issue? Did the people die? That the COVID, they stole money, COVID, and the people died. As far as I know, that we have handled COVID very well in the country. If you compare the money of COVID, which now it has become a singing for you guys, with the people of Kimrel and Alol who do not have water today, who part of that is the four agendas which we were going to create water so that we can get food. This. So if you are destroying that, let me assume that I'm not saying that it's the president. Please, if you give me a second, please, Panat. If we say the president was not involved with it, and I agree, he might have not been involved, but coming from his own home, could I have not followed it up to make sure that that implementation is done? Even as his own members of parliament, that is where we question, what did you do when you had a chance? Let me give you another thing.
Jared, that's too long.
Please.
That's too long. Reserve it, please. Thank you. Baz.
Okay, let me leave it.
A question for Jared. A question for Jared.
Get another question. Is it okay?
No, hold on. Let Baz respond.
I was
You-
another question. I may not remember all of them the way Kenwell did. It's better to respond.
Thank you, Bernard. Just a little bit, Duke. A little bit. I wanted to correct Jared because he has just peddled some lies. The exemption from the merger of NIC and CBA was not as a result of profit. It is a stamp duty tax that was waived, amounting to around 350 million shillings. What is curious is not the waiver of the stamp duty. It is the nature of the transaction and the reason for the waiver, which has not happened to any other corporate. That's why people say there is state capture. When such companies are given a waiver, that has not happened to any other transaction of such nature.
Okay,
Bernard.
so who has the authority to give the waiver?
Bernard.
Bernard, let me respond to that. It is the Minister of Finance who gives the waiver.
Is it illegal?
Of any nature, including, just a minute, including even you, if you have a tax arrears of even 2,000, it is a minister who gives a waiver. But in such a nature of transaction, there is no kind of a policy that allows for waiver on such issues. That's why it was peculiar.
What does
But
the
it's a minister.
policy stipulate? What does the policy stipulate?
Bernard, let me give you, for example. Right now we are in a period of waiver that was passed by Parliament in 2020. The one that they are giving 100% waiver on unpaid taxes. That is the policy. Tell me which policy existed to grant waiver on stamp duty. There wasn't. And who passed it?
You, Mr. Baz, you have just told me it is the Minister of Finance that has the authority to give the waiver.
Yes.
And if there is no stipulated restriction on limit, like for example, historically, 2002, KANU had taken over KICC. They said they were given as a gift, okay? When the NAC government came in, he said the law said that the president cannot give out a gift that exceeds 1 million without the authorization of parliament. Okay, that's how KICC was taken back from KANU and back to government. So you should tell me, is there any law that gives a limit to the Minister of Finance how much he can waiver and how much he can't waiver?
Thank you, Bernard. The minister is not limited on how much he can waive or not, but we have had previous transaction of such nature and waiver was not granted. It is
now,
just
if
peculiar.
It is to
Why
the
this one?
minister discretion, Bas, mimi tuseme
Yes.
mimi ni kama mimi ni Mkatoliki, I went to a Catholic school, okay? Kama wewe umeenda kutubu, okay? Confession. Na priest amesema wewe Hail Mary zako ni 20, okay? Mwingine akikuja apewe 5. Huwezi kusema kwa nini mimi nimepewa 20 na huyu amepewa 20. It is to the discretion of the person that is on the desk. Why? Because the law is open, does not restrict me. So how do we blame the president for what the minister did, even if the company involved is related to the president?
Bernard, we are not blaming the president at all. We are just saying similar transactions had happened in the past. Yes, it's okay for the minister to give a waiver. No problem at all. It is within the law. But similar transaction had happened. But they were never accepted. They were never given the waivers. But on this one, it was given.
That's the same thing I'm saying. If the law does not restrict, the minister has not broken any law, and it is to his discretion to do that. I don't see why we should be blaming somebody for doing what he's supposed to do and is free to do it. If I'm free to give you forgiveness, okay? then I choose to bind you or forgive you, it is still within my powers. So tusijaribu kuturn mambo tuseme the KRA has been weaponized when the minister is doing his job. I had a question for Duke. It was about what role has the deputy president for 10 years played in weaponizing this institution he's talking about? Or when did he stand against the weaponizing and the president kicked him out because of the same? All the same. Wacha Duke respond. Najua kuna maswali mbili hapa tatu. Catherine na nani, ngojeni kwanza. No, Olopi. Ngoja kwanza Duke respond quickly. Nataka tusonge mbele tafadhali.
What role the deputy president has? First of all, the weaponization has started recently when there was differences between the deputy president and the president. So the blame solely is on the president. Those events were not there from 2013. So they have been there recently. So they are actually trying to achieve some political points. Coming to Jared.
Before you go to that one, 2013, 2017, the object of operation was NASA. Okay, what was the opposition? Mute your mic, Duke. Okay, the state machinery was deployed to terrorize, in quotes, and target the opposition. And it was all new. Nobody complained about DCI. The deputies on record say, wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. All right? Is it only weaponized when it targets the deputy president and his friends? Or also other Kenyans are also Kenyans enough and they should be protected from this weaponization? That is the question I want you to answer me.
Process and the DCI. So the people who are trying to shoot at peaceful protesters were the policemen. The policemen are not under DCI, number one. Number two, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces? The president, not the deputy president. So I think I've answered you. Yes, you are.
No. We didn't get you. Your audio is failing. Please songa karibu na mic useme tena.
Okay, what I've said is this. You have to differentiate between the DCI and the armed forces or the policemen, etc. Those individuals who were harassing the protesters, they were the policemen, not part of the DCI, number one. Number two, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who commands all those policemen? It's not the deputy president, it is the president. So I think your question is answered.
No, that you have not answered my question. I said the deputy president did not complain when they were attacking the court people and the opposition. He said, wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Mbona sasa hivi yeye ndio ako frontline kulia? Makosa inaonekana tu wakati ni group yake iko targeted, ama pia hawa Kenya wa opposition pia ni Wakenya halisi wanapesa kulindwa.
For me, all Kenyans must be protected. It should not be applied selectively. So if we did not speak on that, that's a mistake. You should have spoken against that. But it should be applied across the board. No partiality. So that's my stand. So I want to respond to Gerard said, when the president was saying that they cannot leave the nation to achieve, who was he referring to? First of all, the dean of corruption in Kenya is the president himself. So if you are the commander-in-chief, you are the CEO of a company. Assume you are.
What are you saying, Mr. Duke? What did you say?
I've said the president is the dean of corruption in Kenya. Is the most corrupt in Kenya, from my perspective. And
you must substantiate that. You must substantiate that.
Yes. Give my time. I say, for instance.
Let him speak. Why do you have to interject any other time?
Bernard, this guy can't make such kind of claims and we are just quiet. Bernard, this one is not unacceptable.
Let him
You
make
can't
his
talk like that about the president, my friend. President
no, he
must be
has to make his
respected.
statement.
Okay,
He has to make his statement.
order, everybody. I gave him permission to substantiate. Ngoja kwanza.
You know,
Substantiate
Bernard,
with
what
your
these guys are
claim.
doing.
Let me speak first of all. Say the president should act.
I'm yet to do submissions.
So it is right for me to say the president is corrupt, and that's protected speech, and I can speak even in front of him. And many people have said that. So there is no crime there. So let me substantiate. Why am I saying the president is corrupt? Number one, he is the one who has all the instruments of power. The most powerful person in Kenya is the president.
Bernard, let us finish this one first.
Wait, Bernard, let me do my submissions.
Order. What is it, Olo?
Bernard, is Duke not contradicting himself? At the same time, he's accusing the president of weaponizing institutions, and then at the same time, he's again accusing the president that he's the sole is the head of all institutions. So he should use them as he wish.
And that is
it
correct. Yes, it is correct.
What do you mean? Who is that talking, Kwanza? Who's that talking?
Guru.
That is incorrect. That one is improper. That one is unacceptable. Let us have one stand. When we say that when the institutions are independent, let them be independent. Don't say that they are independent, that when you are arrested or when you are charged with something, you are saying that the institutions are being used. When you want to accuse someone of not doing his job, you are saying that he's the one who's controlling the institutions. That one is not acceptable, Mr. Bernard. Just tell him.
Bwana Bernard, Kewel here.
He has heard you. Let's listen from Guru quickly to your Duke response to talk about of rally.
Yes. First of all, let me just make an observation. The observation is that we are having people here who have come to derail our debate by making wild allegations and generally, fearing of what we are discussing. And you are going to see them very soon even switching off and going away, because that's what they do when they are confronted. You cannot come here and make wild allegations against personalities. Yet, when you ask to prove, you start saying that those are the most powerful people. That does not prove corruption at all. You either make a substantiable claim or you don't make it at all. If you say somebody is corrupt, you say that this case has been filed in this court. That is how you start proving that somebody has been caught with verifiable information that can lead to conviction. But you cannot come here and quote somebody who talked in a political rally. That is not a proof of wrongdoing. Not unless you are mediocre or you don't know what you are talking. Politicians talk anything because they don't know. We are here talking about facts. When you say so and so is corrupt, you say that this land was stolen, this matter was adjudicated in court, conviction was found, compensation was done. But these other allegations, I heard from so and so in a political rally, and because so and so did not answer back, then he must be corrupt. That's hogwash. Don't bring that here in this platform.
So Guru, your point is clear. Now, Mr. Duke, order. Thank you, Mr. Guru. Thank you. I believe that's clear. Duke, please prosecute your case properly. If not, achana tunayo. Because this accusation and counter-accusation are not helping anything. And you being young as you are, and you need to be part of the future of this country, if that is the approach you're giving, then it leaves a lot to be desired.
Let me make my submission now.
No, Mr. Guru, ngoja nani amalize alafu narudi kwako. Duke, finish quickly, we move to Guru.
This was my point. I accused the president of being corrupt and I was going to substantiate.
Get closer to your mic. There's something wrong with your mic today, Mr. Duke.
I am saying that I was trying to substantiate my statement that the president is the most corrupt. One evidence is this. When we heard of the Pandora hoax, where the president was accused of stashing billions of Kenyan money abroad, when the nation does not have money and goes out to borrow. And the president said he will come in 2 weeks.
Mr. Duke, you did not get any leading from what Mr. Guru said. Let's do this.
Bana,
Let's leave it
this
there.
is irritating.
Wachana na hiyo kabisa. Mr. Duke, achana na hiyo kabisa. If you people don't want to comply with the rules of engagement, tutawachana tu kwa amani tafadhali. Maneno ya Pandora Papers, including the information you're talking about, it had nothing to do with the president. The papers you're referring to, the only information I know and heard from those papers is that Uhuru Kenyatta's name was there as a next of kin, a beneficiary, not as the executor of the transferred money. So all these claims you're coming up from newspaper, Mr. Guru has said, bring something that is from the court, from the police, or from the police, a credible firm where it is substantiated. So and so was taken to court. He was convicted. That is why we are calling him a thief, or we are calling him as corrupt. Not this hearsay for political gain. Tuachana nazo. It is wasting our time, and we have, I think, better things to do. Thank you. Let it rest there. Mr. Guru, make your submission.
Yes, let me now make my submission. I had...
Bernard, before Guru comes, I have a burning question.
To who? To Duke again?
To Duke.
No, leave it there. Leave it there. If it's Duke, leave it there. I don't want to be taken through circles again. Duke, wherever. Mr. Guru, make your submission.
Yes. Now, I want to make my submission. I had time to listen to some of the sentiments that were said today, and I noted quite a number of lies that were brought out during the UDA ADC. One of them was that theirs is the largest party with 7 million members. That was not proved and has not been proved so far. That this is a Hustler Nation party. So perpetuating the same narrative of us versus them. And just a few minutes ago, one David Murathe was in one of the TV stations and has confirmed what I have always said here, Bernard, that the narrative of Hasra has to do with the control of Mount Kenya votes. It is similar to what one Daniel Arap Moi did to our region. He came, encouraged a group of youth to exist, and they were a menace to the community by harvesting vote through generating a groundswell of resentment against the people who have some bit of wealth or seem to be doing well. And the first target were the owners of matatus, who the government around to those amorphous groups to start collecting some what they were calling service fee, which now degenerated into a very serious affair. And the government had to use very heavy hand to bring down this group. This is the same tactic that is being used right now to divide the community so as to harvest the votes through resentment against those who have a very unfair system and which could end up actually negatively affecting the development of our area. I hope those
That's
who are here in
allegations.
Mount Kenya
Those are allegations.
can
Can
This
you
is proof of-
substantiate that?
through the chair. I will do so. Now, let me go ahead. The other lie that I noticed was that all the Jubilee projects collapsed after the handshake. That's a lie. I have asked one of those fellows who are here to tell me whether budgeting is done outside parliament. The same MPs who are seated in that hall are the ones who make the budget every year and allocate resources towards projects. So you cannot come here or somebody make such an allegation. It means that you are not working. That is their work, to allocate money to projects, the so-called Big Four or whatever it is, Agenda 4. So that is mere propaganda. The other lie that was perpetuated in the same forum was that the tribe is started being used as an organizing factor from 2018. That's a lie. The tribe has always been used as an organizing factor in Kenyan politics, including by the same fellow who was talking about it. The other lie that he perpetuated was that there are individuals who are coalescing and that and then wanting possessions. Now, that is Ravapo, because the same person was talking there because he is in pursuit of a possession. So it is hypocritical that one can accuse others in a situation where he is chasing the same things. Conflict of interest. He talked about conflict of interest, that public policy that is geared towards a few people. Now, here I have a problem again. It then means even the MPs, he says are so many, I think he quotes about 150 or 160, he is incriminating the same MPs because they are the ones who make policy. So how then can he come and tell us that there is a capture and that public policy is being controlled by a few people? Not unless he is also admitting guilt for the last 9 years, what they have been doing. Now, again, the same fellow is now telling us that the next elections will be about those who want to change the constitution and those who want to change the economy. This man does not know that politics is actually the pivot for economy. If the politics is wrong, even the economy can't move. And that was the basis of the handshake. Because even those traders in several parts of the country, mostly in Nairobi, could not wake up peacefully and go and do business. They were working in panic. Some of them would close their businesses for several hours while trying to see whether there will be chaos in town. So I don't know what he meant by that. Otherwise, anyway, he's never supported any changes. Even the 2010 constitution, the same fellow was fighting them. So he has never, ever suggested anything that can progress this society in terms of substantiable changes, in terms of policy, in terms of constitutional change. What we have known him for is rebelling or protesting or hindering any change. And he has done it consistently. In fact, he should call his party Conservative, the Party of Kenya. Now, the other thing that he talked about is that the current government has impunity, monopoly, and is controlled by cartels. I do not know which cartel is bigger than the cartels that he has formed himself. You remember some time back, the president warned those who are handing government parastatals that they will be held personally responsible for any impropriety of monies in their parastatals or the hands of departments or whatever. It was because of the corruption that this man was perpetuating within the government ranks. Now, The other thing that he brought out was that the corrupt will be taken behind bars when he takes over. Behind him was somebody called Waluke, who is out on a board after being charged with theft at National Cereals and Produce Board. And then he talks about insinuating that our institutions are not independent. I wonder, because these people are going to stand with his party, how he is then not going to try to protect the same fellows when he talks about taking people behind bars who have stolen, corrupt people, yet the character does not indicate that that is what you actually do. Those people, he has even paid some of them in for their bail to be out so that they can run for political seats, including the rights of Kiambu Governor Waititu. Now, when you have somebody saying that the next government of Raila Odinga will be that of tyranny and poverty, honestly, that is extremism. Who does not know the history of Raila in this country? Who does not know that this is a man who stayed behind bars for 10 years, fighting for the rights that the same man is enjoying today of speaking freely, while he himself was actually assisting those who are oppressing Kenyans. And many died at Nyati House and Nyayo House and many other places. So here we are talking about political the word is not coming. Demagogue. That is exactly what I wanted to say. That you can use divisions that you have created yourself through corruption chains, through deprivation, and then you use the same people you have deprived to incite them against others so that you get to power. It's a very sad thing, and those who support him here must be conscious of themselves that this is a country that needs to move to the next level. We cannot afford another Moi for 24 years. When some of us see this man, they see Moi times 2. Because one, Moi was not very learned, but this is a learned person who will come and accelerate the things that were done to us in 24 years. But I'm happy my Mount Kenya people, quite a huge chunk of them, have started seeing through this deception. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that, and I believe we need to keep the sanity. Let's keep articulating issues. Listening to the DP is a man determined to change the economy system, change the executive. I don't know what kind of government he wants to run, because he wants the DCI changed, he wants the KRA changed, he wants the everything changed. So if this is my understanding, I think the government, the way it is structured, has been choking him for the past 10 years, and amekuwa amevumilia tu. So anangoja ile opportunity, anasema unatafuta serikali kwanza, alafu unashughulikia mambo mengine. So and if he becomes vocal like that, in my opinion, he's kind of selling himself. All the same, it is important that we hear him, especially what he's not saying, than all he is saying. My greatest wonder is why he is angry. Because from the look, when I look at the Constitution, the president is not a reserve of anybody. Okay? I don't know why the DP is angry, like with all due respect to all our mamas and our sisters. Huh? He's behaving kama ile msichana mimba imerukwa. Okay? alipata mimba na jamaa ameruka hiyo mimba. So sisi hatujui ni mimba gipi hii DP amerukwa nayo mpaka sasa ana cause havoc everywhere, accusing everybody for everything, including the people who arranged the hotel room and where they made, the friend who introduced him to the guy and all that. Why is he making his personal arrangement with the president a national issue? We need to get these things clearly so that we don't just get caught up into fighting somebody's war, which has nothing to do with us. As a country, we are having a very bad time. We need to move forward. We need to recover. Why is somebody inviting us in his personal war for us to fight for him for what has nothing to do with Kenya, in my opinion? Let's play this video, and then we bring in Baz, I think. Is it Baz or Catherine? Tucheze hii video kwanza, alafu tu...
Azingine ni mchokozi, kwa sababu sasa amekuja kunistaki kwako ati mimi uwanga nafanya siasa. Sasa bwana Kabogo, Mheshimiwa Rais, mimi nataka nikuambie hiyo maneno Kabogo amesema si ukweli. Kama kuna wenye wanafanya siasa ni wengine, sio mimi. Na unajua watu husahau. Ndio unaona saa zingine nalaumiwa bure. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Rais, wakati uliapishwa kama kiongozi na rais wa Kenya, mimi nilikuwa hapo. Baadaye hata mimi nikaitwa, nikamwambia wewe kuja. Hata na mimi nikaambiwa sasa wewe chukua kiapo, kazi yako ni kusaidia Uhuru Kenyatta kwa ile kazi ya kusukuma maendeleo ya Kenya. Sasa unajua hawa watu saa zingine wanasahau na wananisawazisha na wale watu wengine ambao hawana kazi. Mimi my friend niko na kazi ya kuapishwa kusaidia kazi ya Uhuru Kenyatta hii. Na unajua kiapo unawapa mbele ya wananchi na Mungu. Sasa kazi ikikwama ya Uhuru Kenyatta na Jubilee, mtu wa kwanza wa kuulizwa ni mimi. Sasa sio lazima kazi hiyo nifanye jameni? Ama namna gani? Sio kazi lazima nifanye? Na unajua hiyo kazi lazima nifanye, kwa sababu ndio kazi niliapa nitamsaidia Uhuru Kenyatta kutekeleza. Kwa hivyo mkiona nikifanya hiyo kazi ni kwa sababu ya hiyo maneno, na lazima nisaidie president wetu for him to succeed. Unajua Mheshimiwa Rais, siku ile Maraga alibatilisha uchaguzi na tukaenda kurudia uchaguzi, mimi nilipata tabu sana, kwa sababu watu wengi walikuwa wananiuliza, wewe ulikuwa wapi mpaka uchaguzi kaibiwa? Wewe, what were you doing? Ulikuwa unafanya kazi gani? Sasa mnataka tena niulizwe siku nyingine kazi hii ikiharibika niulizwe tena? Kwani mimi siwezi kujipanga? Hapana. So mimi nataka tuelewane, tutafanya hii kazi pamoja na Mheshimiwa Rais. I want to promise you hiyo kazi tutafanya, na wale watajaribu kuingiza siasa ndani tutawanyorosha, waache kuingiza siasa ndani, because you committed to the transformation of Kenya through the Jubilee Manifesto and the Big Four plan, which is your plan for the transformation of Kenya, and all of us are going to rally behind you to make sure that it succeeds. Na tutakuunga mkono kuunganisha Kenya, because it is your plan and it is the will of God that all of us work together in Kenya. Tuondoe uchafu wa migawanyiko, tuondoe ukabila, tuondoe chuki, Kenya iungane iwe moja.
That was brilliant of William Ruto.
Bernard, can I proceed?
One moment.
Kazi ya kuajiri wafanyikazi wa serikali, kutransfer, kufanya nani atafanya kazi wapi, ni kazi ya public service na rais na mimi.
Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine.
Yes, I have been deputy president for 9 years, and the responsibility over government has never been shared between Uhuru Kenyatta and myself. I didn't appoint no minister anywhere. Everybody was appointed by the President of Kenya.
Bas, you can proceed.
Yes, I can proceed. That was a curtain raiser. I think the first clip was in a burial for the late John DiMaggio. May he rest in peace. I think let me go back to today's Uda Ndc, and I want to reflect on what Wanjegi kindly tried to emphasize. And, he gave us a chronology of elections in this country, and he said it has been an affair of one family or another, and he actually ended it by saying this is the time now to put the two families squarely and together out of the Kenyan political space. I think a win for William Ruto will actualize that, because I don't think Raila has any other chance to vie for the presidency.
Baz, how is that constitutional? What you have just said, the statement you have said, is it constitutional?
What is unconstitutional about what I've said, Benada?
Prejudicing against a particular family or profiling a particular family. Does the constitution support that? Would you want to be part of that family that is being profiled?
I think, Benada, this is an election, and it is a democracy.
The election is not done in the air. The election is conducted according to the constitution, and
Yes.
Violating somebody's right or stopping somebody from having his right because you think it's your turn, that doesn't justify the whole thing.
When there is nobody who is violating any other's chance, Benada.
When you say the two families, what do you mean?
I've said
and
that.
Then you say it is time for Raila Odinga to do what?
I have not said it is time for Raila Odinga. I have said in this election, if William Ruto wins, I think Raila has no other chance again to vie for the presidency based on his age. That is just a general statement. I'm not saying that will happen.
Baz, and what about Mudavadi?
No, order.
Because Mudavadi is also Mudavadi is also a dynasty.
David Ngoja. Baz, your statement about what Maina Wanjike said is the statement that is constitutional, which you need to withdraw.
What he said is unconstitutional. Or what? I'm not getting your question, Bernard. Or let me proceed with another matter.
The presidency has been revolving between two families, and it's about time what?
Not the presidency. I have said the election. There's no time the presidency was in the Odinga family. I've said the election. And that is a fact that since 1963, in one
But
way or another,
is there anything wrong for election to be
Why
the way
don't
you
we
are
give
saying?
time Bas to make his statement? David,
If you begin on the wrong footing, you will never take off. Okay. The moment you say election has been revolving between these two families, those two
and that is
families have
exactly
been
the statement he's making.
profiled. Ngoja.
Look, how is that one
He's
going to
making a
help
statement.
Mwananchi?
He's making a
How is that
submission.
one?
Ngoja kwanza, tafadhali.
He's making a submission. We need to listen to him.
Hold on.
That is a very weak submission.
Let us understand one another here, okay?
Yes, Bernard.
The moment you pick on me, okay, and you say I've been sitting on this platform for too long, all right? And then it's about time I go. You should prove why I should go and where the constitution says if I've stayed there for too long, I should go. So you talked about two families and elections. That is profiling. Substantiate that if you want to keep the statement. If not, you withdraw because elections are not arranged by the two families. I don't understand you.
Bernard, it is not a negative profiling. It is a fact that if we are to discuss all the elections that have been held in this country, there are certain denominators that are going to be common. That is a fact. There's not profiling, and it is not negative, and it is not bad.
No.
It is not
what
bad.
What are the denominators? When is it illegal for somebody to contest in an election?
Bernard, have I said it's bad? I've said it is not bad. It is okay. It is quite in order for anyone to vie. But you have said in all the elections that have been held in this country, there have been a specific denominators. And what Mr. Wanjigi said is, I think this election is going to put it to an end, which is not bad. It's a general statement. It may not happen, or it may happen.
Look. Do you think Raila's child cannot stand in the next election? Raila has older children who can also still run for the election. Are you going to stop them?
Which is a possibility.
What is going to happen when the son of the DP president runs? Will we also say his family has been in power and now they want to control the elections? Will that be justifiable?
It will not be. It will be a true statement. It will not be it will not be right to other quarters, but it will be right to other quarters. And that is democracy.
Why you need to withdraw the statement and remain factual. Elections is conducted by the Electoral Commission. It's not conducted by a family, and any family in Kenya is allowed to contest in the election. Any family that cannot afford to participate in an election, it is still their constitutional right for failing to afford to participate in an election. You cannot profile a family for participating in elections since 1963.
Okay, Bernard, I withdraw, though I have not profiled any family. I have just said, I have just given a commentary of something that captured my mind today during the UDA and NDC. I think let me restrict myself to the central Kenya politics and why there is a huge movement towards UDA. I've just read somewhere that even the MCA, where the president comes from, has defected to UDA today. Bernard, if there's something you should know about the central politics and why the people are saying, I think my friend Guru has said it is like there is kind of race, class profiling between the haves and those who don't have. I think if we go back to the history and we look at the people who control the economy of central Kenya, we will have to go back to the people who collaborated with the Europeans and the people who were first given the opportunities the sons of colonial chiefs. And that lineage since today has been the dominant forces in the central Kenyan politics, economically, in all aspects, economically, socially, and any other aspect. So what is now happening is like there is a realization that indeed our problems are not necessarily brought from the outside. We have a problem within ourselves of how we have integrated as a community. Within us, there is a huge discrimination within the community. There are people.
Expectation of the deputy president from Mount Kenya, unconditionally, but
Angela.
Okay.
Baz, go on, please, and move.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Bernard. So I think that is what the leaders were trying to explain, including now you could hear what Kionjoru was saying. You heard what Moses Kuria said. This has been the center of the problem, and at least this time, it is being spoken outrightly in the national arena. That's why you see there is a lot of gravitating towards the DP side. The DB will continue gaining. I don't believe and I don't think what Guru has said is factual on the ground. DP is way above in the Mount Kenya region. He is controlling.
Can I ask something? Can I ask something, Bernard? Because I get so irritated by this bullshit of.
Hold on, Angela.
Oh my God.
Just a moment, please, Angela. Hold your horses. You're coming next. We give priority to ladies here. Goja kwanza. Baz.
Yes.
Please prosecute your case properly, and then also try and substantiate.
Ben will not allow selective amnesia here. Let me say, like Alex says,
no problem.
We will not allow selective
amnesia. What they are saying here,
all of you.
They want you to sing their tune so that they will give you time to talk.
No, so I find it very interesting, whereby we accept one thing on the other side, then when we turn the other side, we reject it. Okay, we have concluded on this platform that according to Mount Kenya statistics, 85% of elected leaders don't make back to parliament. All right. Now, if those 100% right now serving leaders have defected to UDA, it means 85% of them are not coming back. So who is gaining? The one.
Those are just bad statistics. Those are just bad statistics. Nobody knows. Nobody knows exactly who will be elected and who will not be elected.
Let me complete and answer you.
Yes.
Those are just assumptions.
Order, Kawel, stay in order. Yes, Baz.
The 85%, I think, it is largely in Kenya. Most of the elected leaders don't make it back to the elective positions. I think it is not reserved for the mountain. Having said that, if you want to know a party that is more popular in an area, you have to look at where everyone is gravitating towards. Right now, we don't have any movement of UDA in Nyanza, but we have a very huge movement of all the aspirants in Nyanza gravitating towards Azimio and ODM. That is one measure of which party is strong, because that gravitation is always pushed by what the ground is saying. What are the people saying? What is their response to this particular party? What is their response to this candidate? And if you associate with him, a candidate, and it's a fact. If you associate yourself with ODM in central Kenya, and it is, I'm sorry to say this, your chances of making it in any elective seats is almost to zero. And we are going to see this in this election. Let's watch those strong men, including the majority leader, including Gonjiri from Nyeri and Kanini Kega. Let's watch how they will perform in the coming election. Let's watch and see. So, Guru, what you are saying that there are people that the Azimio is gaining. I think on the flip side, it is losing terribly. Each and every day is losing, and it is losing.
You are lying, Baz. Baz, you are lying. Stop your lies, please.
That is his submission. Is it a criminal? Is it a crime? That is his submission. Is it a crime?
There is nothing to rebut here, okay? Whatever Baz is saying is probability, okay? And his own analysis of what he thinks about what is happening.
Yes.
What is factual is
correct.
If the 85% is anything to go by, then it is wrong for you to judge how strong the parliament will be, of how much yellow the parliament will be, by the transfer of the current serving members of parliament, because the statistics say 85 will not come back. So whether they join UDA or they join ODM or they join Azimio, the electorate has a culture of not voting these people twice. So probably even after they move to UDA, they will still not make back. But that still is statistical and projection. It is not scientific.
Bernard, we are not only talking about those who are trying to be re-elected in their seats. We are talking about those who are coming in to be elected for the first time. Look at the numbers which are eyeing those seats in UDA in central Kenya. It will actually tell you
we are not disputing that. That's why I'm saying settle that point is already made, move to another point. Nobody's disputing that. And that can only be proven on the 9th.
It's only central Kenya you guys are talking
To
about.
attend na hiyo. 9th of August is going to tell who had what, who did not have what. We can't fight over that here. Thank you.
Yes.
Bernard.
Now going to the submission by the deputy president.
You have given these people time all the way.
Hey, this is not a UDA forum, Bana. Wait.
Ngojeni tafadhali. Patient.
Hey, you are giving these people airtime to sell their ideas here. No.
Ngoja kwanza, ngoja tafadhali. One moment. We are coming back to begin with the ladies before we continue with the journey. But I'm sure, I know people have waited, but please hold on. Baz, maliza haraka tafadhali, tusonge mbele.
Actually nitamaliza haraka sana. Let me, according today what the DP said in his speech, I think he was very, very, very direct on what he is going to do and what needs to be done to this country. On the economy, I think he is the best bet on our side for this country. That's what we need. On revamping of state institutions, I think that nobody who can say we don't need to empower constitution commissions and independent institutions. Empowering DCI is a plus for the Kenyan community. Empowering KRA to be able to correct more is a plus for for the entire country. Last thing, Bernard, I want to mention is about corruption. And there is one way people have been looking at corruption in this country. I think corruption is divided into two. There is the corruption on the expenditure, and there is corruption on the revenue side. There are those who dip their pocket to what has already been collected and steal all of it, with schemes such as Kimwarel, Arol, and the others. And there are others who participate in corruption by denying this country what they could have collected. Those are the two kinds of corruption that's happening in this country. One is on the one side of political divide, and the other one is on the other side of political divide, which is privileged. Thank you, Bernard.
It is called avoiding and evading taxes.
Between two political sides. Let it rest there. Katwe, what is it?
Not to rebut, mine is not to rebut Baz, but it's on the general overview of all the panelists who are here. You see, some of us who have been disciplined all along from the start of the debate, tunaumia sana kwa roho pia, because I'm raising up a hand because I'm trying to be disciplined, and then someone is shouting from the other side, another one is shouting from this other side. Who told you that we don't have opinions to express? Kindly let the chair take control. Let him give you the chance to speak, because we are also panelists. We've got all rights over the same. So kindly let us maintain discipline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Katwe, for that. Now, yes, Olo.
Katwe, I'm so sorry for shouting, but I want to tell Baz some two things here. First of all, I want to tell Baz that he should stop claiming that there is corruption in revenue. Yet we all know very well that what made William Ruto and Boniface Mwangi to be at loggerheads was that Boniface Mwangi took William Ruto to court to file his tax returns, which he has not done until now. And then we can remember when Matiang'i went to the parliament and he started saying the way William Ruto's properties are being guarded. William Ruto got angry, and then the next day he said all things that he owned. Why didn't he do that before Matiang'i went to the parliament? If he really want to claim that he is clean. Then again, about central Kenya, you are lying. You are really lying, and you are living in your own head. Right now, we are not afraid of your lies, because the poll that was just out yesterday, the poll that is sponsored by your own Mursik media, The Star, gave Raila 47% against Ruto's 43%, and it gave Raila 56%, 52% in Central Province, and 28% for Raila, 52% for Ruto in Central Province, and 28% for Raila in Central Province. So whatever you are saying, you are trying to sell snake oil here, and we are not afraid of you, because we know that you are down, and we are not going to hit you.
Okay, thank you. Let it rest there. Angela.
Is Mursik media a term to use? Point of may I know? Is it not
I don't know what
derogatory?
media is. If you are responding to it, you must know what it is. Thank you.
No, I don't know. I know what Mursik is. I know what Mursik is. I know what media is. Does such a thing exist?
Well. Angela, are you there?
Yes, I am. And I'm very sorry. I just cast a little while ago. I just got carried away, and I apologize to the panel. I apologize to Mutembei TV. That will not happen again. But I haven't been in the panel for a while, and I'm glad to be back. Sadly, I came back with anyway, let me not even go there anymore. Okay. So I wanted to just ask Baz, there's this thing of, I'm also Kikuyu, and I just want, there's just this thing about my tribesmen, and I don't know whether Baz is my tribesman, but he seems to know a lot of what's going on in Central. Why do we assume that we are the only ones who matter? Yes, it's true that the Kikuyu vote does make a difference. However, if Kikuyus vote for a certain candidate, them alone, that candidate is not likely to win. So we can make a dent. I mean, we can not a dent. We can contribute towards somebody's win, but we are not everything. There are 42 tribes in Kenya, but we act as if, the Kikuyu, the central, the mountain, I mean, we need to get over ourselves. It's not all about us. Other tribes are people. They also deserve to be leaders in Kenya. They also have children who also deserve to have a chance in Kenya. We need to stop making it so much about ourselves. Number two, this thing of people, Kikuyus especially, my tribesmen, insulting the president is so low. It is so below the belt. It is so backward. There is no other whatever are they called, kingpins or whatever they are called, the leaders of different regions. There is no other region that can insult their leader, the person who represents them. What are they called, Bernard? I've forgotten the word. Is it kingpin?
Kingpin.
There is no other tribe that can insult their kingpin in his own backyard. That can only be by this thing, I think even is the one that made me come here shouting and yelling and screaming. This thing can only be compared to a child. Let's say now this is a family. There is a father, there is a mother, there are children. Then this child, and then visitors come. And then the child starts insulting the father in front of everybody. It is so low. It is so, it's so, like, it really portrays such a bad picture. I am so embarrassed to be from Mount Kenya. How dare people insult Uhuru? And it's not even Ruto directly, he uses other people. But people insult him so directly, so badly, so... And then when you look at the characters, Akina Jaguar, Akina this Moses Kuria, these men are men who are not men of good character or good conduct. These are, you know, like, if it were not for politics, these people would likely be nowhere, doing a lot of nothing. Like, it's so low. Today they were telling Uhuru ati his kigeugeu. Who betrayed who? Between Ruto and Uhuru, who betrayed who? You know, we need to really go back and start talking about who really betrayed who. And then they come here, they start telling him kigeugeu, I don't know what. Baz, in your dreams, you think that Azimio is losing Mount Kenya. But if these insults of our president, our kingpin, our chief continues, UDA is going to hemorrhage supporters from all sides. Yesterday, you saw how people went crazy in Githurai. People went crazy in Thika. Because even people, let's say neutral Kikuyus right now, you're going to lead them towards Azimio faster than you can even say the word UDA. We need to be very... Me, I've never heard of any such thing. Can you imagine? Watoto wanamtukana baba yao in front of Anko or whoever. It's so disgusting. It's so low. It's so below the belt. It's like, by the way, like, I would never imagine if anyone went to Nyanza and spoke even one bad word against Raila. Hakuna mtu atalala Nyanza that day. And the same applies with Rift Valley. If somebody came and insulted Ruto in Rift Valley, hakuna mtu anaweza lala that night. And then Ruto comes with a few to Jamaas, at least the so-called Mount Kenya politicians, wanakuja hapa Githurai, and then they start insulting Uhuru, and people cheer. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Kikuyus, people, our people. You start insulting, you start cheering, and people are insulting the president, insulting your father. Uhuru is not just anybody. Uhuru is not only the president of Kenya today, but he is also the son of the first president of the Republic of Kenya. And then people are even insulting his mother, Mama Ngina Kenyatta. Like, shame on you. Shame on everybody who clapped when these people were insulting our father. Shame on you who even, shame on Kikuyus. But then it is so embarrassing. It's such a shame that we can go that low. And because of that reason alone, Ruto might never see the presidency. And it's so sad because he probably has potential. I don't know. So far, I haven't seen anything that he can do for the country. So far, personally, me, I haven't seen anything. If anything, Kenya will just deteriorate lower than we are right now. In fact, if he ever became president, it would be almost like a punishment from God, because people say that, or rather, even the Bible says that leaders are anointed by God. So if at all he can ever become a leader, or rather the president in that country, it will have been allowed by God. But that does not mean that Kenya is going to become a better place because of that. Because anybody who is insubordinate, he does not respect his leader, his boss. He does not respect himself. He does not respect himself. And the seed that he has sown of even encouraging his buddies, his friends, these people, encouraging them to insult Uhuru, that is a bad seed that he has sown, and for that reason he'll never become president. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen.
Okay. Yes, Baz.
I think Angela is on fire, and is a very, very big defender of Uhuru Kenyatta. What I differ with her, I think, Bernard, you come from the religious community, and it's good to educate people what the word father means. The word father comes from Greek, and it means our source. It means the source. When you call somebody father, you mean our source. That's why we pray, our Father who art in heaven, our source. So I would find it uncomfortable to say that Uhuru is our father. No, he is not. He's not. Totally.
Baz, 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 I find you a very intelligent guy, but very sly in your articulation of issues. There is not one meaning to father. Father means source, means the first factor. It means the pillar that holds everything together. So there are so many sides to father. You cannot use one to vilify the other. Just one way. Then father also means it's a respected, it's somebody who holds the responsibility for the family. So if we are talking about Mount Kenya family, okay, who is their kingpin? Who is their spokesman as at now? According to traditional setting, not biblical definition, not dictionary, traditional setting of leadership in the mountain. Currently, who is the anointed king of the mountain?
I think we had Muturi. Muturi was anointed by the elders.
No.
Unless
the
you didn't see
mantle has never been taken from Uhuru to another person. The way it was taken from Kibaki, given to Uhuru. So if Muturi went to the elders and the elders spread saliva on him, who handed over power to him?
Bernard.
Okay, let's not even spend time there.
Let me say something.
Just a minute.
Baz, wacha niseme kitu tafadhali.
Yes, Angela.
Wacha nijidefend hapo. Sasa Baz anasema ati Uhuru is not our father. He may not be his father, but to me, if Jomo Kenyatta was the father of the nation, then I would also now extend that to Uhuru. And to me, he's in the same way we call Raila Baba. To me, that's the same thing. And this is now our kingpin. So in my eyes, he is my father. He might not be your father, Baz, and that's why you're talking the way you're talking. But all the same, even if you don't agree that Uhuru is your father, the reason why you were having when I was talking, there were some facial expressions. Where when Senator Kiwel mnafanya to facial expressions, ni jumnajua I am speaking the truth. There's something in your heart, Baz. Even if you shake your head,
siasa unaweka kwa lungs. Siasa weka kwa lungs.
Well,
That's a out of balance.
There's something inside of you that's telling you that's telling you that what I'm saying is the truth, and that's why you're feeling something anyway.
Angela, you know there is the politics that UDA has introduced into the political field, and that is the politics of disregarding the elders and disregarding history and disregarding where everybody has come from. They are the alpha, they are the omega. Where they go, everybody should go.
That is you, the Azimio guys, precisely ODM. That is you, Azimio guys, precisely ODM.
Order.
That is ODM, purely that.
That politics is what has cornered them right now, because
you've never been open into your politics.
They began by saying they will not work with village parties. Today they are celebrating village parties. They began by saying unity of the country requires only one party. They don't want kingpin. Today they have gone and gathered all the kingpin. So they are the roots, the river and the source. The river always find its source. So
Bernard, in order for people to be able to insult somebody and later be able to sleep at night, lazima mujidanganye, lazima you might want to throw away some traditions because in your head you're trying to tell yourself that it's not gonna affect you. But sadly, there are some laws of nature, whether you like it or not, my brothers. Hata mkienda mtusi paka kutoka asubuhi paka jioni, there are some laws of nature that are going to they're just going to take effect. So and it's good to try and comfort yourself that all is well. We can go and insult the president and nothing is going to happen. We can go and insult Uhuru and we can also become president. Mtenda mujidanganye, but it will not work because there are some laws and those same laws are the ones that are making you have some facial expressions when we speak, when truth is spoken. Kuna kakitu, something tells you that you're guilty, and so you start reacting. Anyway,
sawa Angela, thank you.
Baba ni mmoja. Raila Amolo Odinga hata asiposhinda kura baada atabaki baba.
I'm going to ban some people from this platform today. I have never exercised that, but you are forcing me to do the same. We're going to watch this video, and then we bring in Katwe. Mara moja. In fact, there are 2 videos or 3. 2.
Kenyatta, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, wamama wa Wasingishu County, tuliamuka saa 12 saa 9 tukisimama Silver Line kukupatia kura. Asante yako ni hii, unatupigia mtoto wetu. Tumbo yenye ilikubeba sijui hata inakaa namna gani. Wacha kututetea mtoto bwana. Tulizaa venye wewe ulizaliwa, alinyonya venye alinyonya. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, wacha kucheza na mtoto wetu. Ni watu na tunakufa na yeye. William Samoei Ruto, tuko nyuma yako, kufa na kupona. Tuko nyuma yako. Makonya lile na inakwetu ya ngisi kama vitinyenye. Mami wema wa Ruto waje mundura. Wacha
for the avoidance of doubt that I supported my friend Uhuru Kenyatta, not because of his community, not because of the language he speaks. And as President Kenyatta said yesterday correctly, he has no debt to nobody. He doesn't have my debt. Uhuru Kenyatta owes me nothing. He owes no community nothing. There is only one debt that I share with Uhuru Kenyatta, and that is the debt of uniting this country and undertaking the transformation that will see the lives of Kenyans change and the welfare of our nation moved to the next level. That debt, I intend to do the best I can to support Uhuru Kenyatta so that we can pay that debt. In fact, if there is any debt, it is the debt that I have, the debt of gratitude to the people of Kenya who gave a simple person like me the opportunity to serve as an elected deputy president in Kenya.
Mr. Katwe.
I mean, it is laughable. Surely, did Rachel Ruto have a choice kama angekosa kuingia box and with those lies? She didn't have a choice. So basically, Ruto is a very nice liar and a pretender because it's past that right now. And we shouldn't be talking about how he lied from the past up to this time because it's so obvious right now. And I want to make a very quick remark on the panelist again. Kindly, I'm going to go ahead on one panelist. Kindly, Senator Kewel, don't keep on jumping on speeches when somebody is giving a speech or something. It's really irritating. It's like we are in a marketplace and it doesn't make any sense. Just raise up your hand. It doesn't cost anything. Let me go back to the rebates that I've seen some panelists raise here, and also for what has happened today. Is that my friend Duke, who has just left the panel, I'm very sure he's watching from a very far distance. It's only that he doesn't want to be here because he's so temperamental, and that is something that is exhibited by the UDA people. Is that the allegations that he was making about the Fuliza and the NCBA group and all that and KPLC, and he's even talking about KPLC when we know Ndidi Nyoro, who is in the fold of UDA, is one of the 20 individuals, sole individuals who own almost 22 million worth of shares in KPLC, and he has a say in controlling all the whatever that is happening in KPLC. So now somebody coming and saying that you see KPLC, KPLC is being controlled by the state government and all that. Charles Keter was there the other day. He was the minister for energy. What did he do in that ministry for the 4 years that he was a minister there? People peddling lies every day and every day, lying to Kenyans. But the good thing is that they are lying to people who cannot be able to rebut on them. But for us, who can be able to get facts. And it was very interesting that when he was talking about Keroche industry, I went to the website of KRA to check on what really happened to Keroche Industries, and I realized that these are cases that have been lagging from all the way 2005 to right now. I have even seen KRA trying to apply for a tax relief. I have seen KRA trying to evade taxes by saying that Vienna Ice vodka is not 6%, is not 12%, is 6%, so that they can evade tax. These are people on the other side of the fold. And the Keroche, Mama Keroche mwenyewe alikuja akasema that the government is not responsible for what I'm undergoing right now. It's just, this is between me and KRA, and people should stop peddling what is happening to me in KRA on public just to get political mileage. I heard the deputy president saying today that it's not about Keroche industry alone. It's about the border guys. It's about Sijuinini. It's about Sijuinini. We should desist from these lies and stop them at the very moment we see them. And that is why I think when we see a panelist coming here and trying to lie to people, it's very, very, very bad. Somebody trying to talk about ati sijui Ruto owns, sijui this, Ruto owns that, this is what he's giving his money. Do we have a record of him paying taxes to KRA? We don't have records of him paying taxes KRA. The other time I was imagining, kwani Ruto anauzanga mayai ya ostrich ndiye akakuwa tajiri? Because I've also tried to venture into this business. I'm just doing a negative and a positive integer in the business. It is so disheartening when I'm seeing a young man defending something that is not defendable. And it is very bad manners for UDA to come and send people outside here, giving them lies and peddling rumors to come and rebut with people like us, because we feel like now this is just a walkover. They do not have facts completely. Today I've seen even them peddling lies that they had over 200 MPs. And Murathe has categorically stated that if they are man enough or they are women enough, I don't care in which gender fold, they should resign by tomorrow, so that we can see they have something they are standing for, so that we see the deputy president has something that he's standing for at that particular time. Like the way Raila stood for devolution, he fought by it until it was achieved. I am looking for that day, and let him not resign on June, because it will be so useless for us. We want him to resign now, so that he can stop enjoying the state resources, like the way he carried 30 MPs to go, the 30 personnel to go and to the UK and the US. 107 million taxpayers' money has been spent. Ruto owes this country almost $500 million worth of salaries and allowances that he has been squandering without working. And this is a person who is coming to public to tell us that I am the best political economic change that you have right now. I'm the only policy maker in terms of the economy, notwithstanding the fact that this is the same person who has been pulling people to his side that have got cases in court. He is the one who is attacking the independent institutions, that these institutions are attacking me. And then at the same time, he's saying that he's going to professionalize these institutions once he's in office. If we are to go with the records, and that is why we want to bring facts to this particular panel, that if we are to bring those facts, Waluke is on his side, isn't it? Rigathi Gachagua is on his side. The other day, Dispas Baraza was slapping a hustler, the way they called them a hustler. I don't want to be called a hustler because that's a very useless name. Slapping a hustler. Things that they do, preaching water while drinking wine. Every day we have to be rebutting lies about UDA, and every day and every day and every day. Today you saw Moses Kuya chickening out on a live interview because he never wanted to face facts, to tell us how they stole votes for Baba, how what happened during that time. He has been talking about Musando and all that. We are completely tired with all this. I wish we could just fast forward these days so that we can vote in the person that we want, so that we can separate chaff from the grains. This person saying that he has votes, I don't know where he'll get votes from, because he has never been tried, he has never been tested in the votes, he has never been in the ballot himself. The last time Ruto was in the ballot, I think, is in 2010 when he challenged the constitution, and we saw what he got: 3 million votes. Is 3 million votes enough even to have put Kibaki in that position in the presidency during that time? It is not enough. So if Raila Odinga got 44% in 2007, 44% 2013, 44% 2017, the way Ruto is saying that huyo mtu akitendawili hatapita. Let us see this time round who is going to pass in terms of the election that is coming. The last thing I will want to put clear is on the issue that Ruto has been peddling again, saying that we are not going to go back on the imperial president. In 1992, we are very sure all through that he stood by that imperialist up to the time of 2000, not even 2002, actually up to 2005. That is when he left Kanu, I think so. Yeah, that is when he left Kanu. And coming again to tell us that he was fighting against the imperial president. How does Ruto sleep in a night knowing that he has peddled lies for the day. Tunasemanga that at least you achieve something better in the day. How does he sleep knowing that he has peddled lies the whole day? It is really disheartening. It is really embarrassing. People like Baz, I don't know where he has gone, should go down and sit down and rethink of what they want as the youths. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Katwe. I want us to move on. The people behind the screen, the viewers are complaining. If you don't have to stay behind the curtain, please don't. We need that. And if you must, we give you priority. You make your submission and go so that you leave space for somebody else. I want us to, for gender sensitivity, John, you hold on. We listen to Julia first, then we'll come back. We do that mix and match so that tukue democratic enough. Julia, how are you today?
Good. Hi, Bernard.
Hi, karibu.
Nashanga kweli huyu Baz ameenda wapi? I just came here to talk.
Tuma tu ujumbe yuko hata nafikiria ako huko kwa comments.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you. I am following the discussion. I really didn't pay attention to what Ruto was saying, but I think I saw some clips Bernard was playing, because why I didn't pay attention, I don't like to spoil my day, because I've decided not to allow UDA to spoil my day. However, I just listened to Baz, and I think someone else, I'm forgetting his name, he was talking about DCI, he was talking about KRA, and they were saying that what the DP said was true. And I don't want to argue with them. In fact, if Ruto is saying, serikali ni mbaya, I may agree with him. Because William Samoei Ruto, serikali na Uhuru ni mbaya. Serikali ya Ruto na Uhuru ni mbaya. It's not performing. The DCI is not performing. KRA is not performing. And I want to prove to you I agree with Ruto. Pay attention, I agree with Ruto today. That serikali yao ni mbaya. Reasons. Ruto leading this government is one of those making serikali ikuwe mbaya. Because these are some of his scandals on adding to what he said, DCI, KRA, now I'm adding what Ruto said, the main scandal that broke in 2008. William Ruto was the Minister for Agriculture in the Grand Coalition, and PricewaterhouseCoopers carried out an audit which shows that Ruto used his personal assistant to write a letter asking the National Cereals and Produce Board to allocate an individual 1,000 bags. Now, this time Ruto survived the impeachment after the motion, the speaker rejected the motion, okay? Hii serikali kweli ni mbaya, as Ruto said today. The Hustler Jet scandal, okay? This scandal took place in May 2013, a month after the Jubilee government took power. Deputy President William Ruto allegedly hired a private jet for Kenya shillings 100 million for his shuttle diplomacy in West Africa. This trip cost taxpayers money 21 million Kenya shillings for transport and accommodation. Hii serikali kweli ni mbaya, according to William Samoei. That's what he told us today. Langata Primary School land grab. William Ruto's name featured prominently in the scandal. Some faceless developers tried to grab the Langata developer playground in 2015. He initially denied owning the Western Hotel, which attempted to convert the playground into a parking lot. Oh, hii serikali ni mbaya sana. The Kenya Pipelines land scandal. William Ruto and 4 other persons face fraud charges in court. The charges involve the alleged sale of a piece of land in Gong Forests to Kenya Pipeline Company Limited for 272 million. Hii serikali ni mbaya sana, kwa sababu Ruto ametuambia leo hii serikali ya William Ruto na Uhuru Kenyatta, it has so many scandals. Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital scandal. A Nairobi business person linked to Ruto to a controversial Kenya shillings 28 billion deal. The business person, Herbert Ojwang, said the deal was to put up a new referral hospital in Eldoret. wow, this government is really doing so badly. And this government is doing so bad. That's why Ruto talked about the DCI. I don't know why the DCI did not arrest Ruto, because in 2011, Ruto was charged of 3 crimes against humanity: murder, deportation, and forcible transfer of population. Really, the DCI was doing bad. They should have charged Ruto for that first. Okay? Now, Ruto also talks about the 100 billion stolen by graft, and he said that it was only 10 billion. And guess whom Ruto is planning to work with after? He wants to go on with this Eastern Karimbaya. One of the people he's working with is Gachagua. Gachagua has a 7.4 billion corruption scandal. This is just mentioned as but a few. Really, I'm not there to argue with UDA people today. I want to agree with them. I have just proved to you that Ruto and the government, the bad things they have done. You have done us good today. You have educated us. And I was just adding what you said. So, dear Kenyans, you see what this government has done to us. We have a reason to fear. We're so afraid. That is why we are supporting Baba. Because we got to get rid of this government of Ruto and Uhuru. You see, Ruto just talked about this today. So, if the UDA people thought by creating scandal around Kenyatta was doing them good, it just opened our eyes more to go down and dig, Senator, how many wicked things Ruto has done against this country. We can forgive, dear Senator, but we cannot forget. Na muache kudanganya wa Kenya ati Mount Kenya iko kwa Ruto. Mimi nimetoka, hata unasikia from my accent, nimetoka Mount Kenya ndani. Who is this telling Ruto that he's gaining Mount Kenya? Ruto is losing. In 2017, you could not hear anybody talking about Baba in Mount Kenya. I am talking here live on TV. We saw demonstrations yesterday. So open your eyes. Talk about Uhuru. Talk more. Keep talking. And Baba keeps gaining. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Julia. Naomba tuende sasa kwa John ndio turudi kwa Maggie, then Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, Mrs. Julia, Madam Serena leo hayuko. Na panelisti wengine amjambo, nimewasalimia wengine, najua ni usiku na wengine sahii hatujafika kulala. So I have something I need to refer to what Ruto said today. There is a clip. Alisimamisha some MPs today and some governors and senators. He told them one way, all the MPs that are in this function, can you stand up? And he said, all the governors and senators, can you stand up? And he said, these people have been looked down upon because they are supporting me or they are we have friendship with them. And the good thing that the cameraman did, akamleta Anne Waiguru mwenyewe. After venye anaendelea kusema, akamleta on that, akamficha. So, nikajiuliza swali. Hadi huyu unasema amekuwa juu wako in friendship na wewe, that's why the government has been behind her. Like, she has scandals of graft, the NYS and whatever. Is it because you are talking today with her? That's the time. That's the reason as to why she's being propagated with corruption. Nikanyamaza. Then another thing that huwa mimi ninasema na si vibaya nisema, you know, sometimes, Mr. Bernard, there are people who are ignorant, whether old or young. They are ignorant. They want to propagate propaganda everywhere they go. Sai, if I can ask somebody to divine what Ruto is, the only definition you can give to the podium right now is whatever Ruto said. Nobody knows the life of Ruto. The only life they know, mimi ni mtoto wa maskini, nimegrow nikifuga kuku, nimetoka huko chini, nimefika hapa kwenye niko. That's the definition they can give. That is a curtain written Ruto. Ruto is behind that curtain. So it means whatever Ruto is trying to get to the people of Mount Kenya, that is a sketch of what he cannot do. He's trying to tell you once he gets to power, you will benefit. But you remember when he was given a chance to even select the cabinet secretaries, hakuenda kwingine kuangalia, aliangalia kwao. The same thing, the same way tunasema the mtu haezi change. If mimi ni mwizi, I can't change. That is something that is in my blood. Hata nienda ikiombewa bado hiyo kitu inaniguza kwa roho, ningepata hiyo kitu ningechukua. So it means ako nika kitu wako ndani yake. So kindly the people from the mountain, it is high time you change whatever you are planning to do. Other way, tuseme mnakula pesa yake ndio, lakini jua kwenye mnapiga kura. And another thing, people should respect the president wherever. I don't know which kind of a society is in the UDA. I know, let me call them, they are uncivilized. Those are a group of uncivilized individuals who gather themselves together. So once they get power, now they need to, they want to take us to those 1960s life, the life that was in 1960s. No, they have had any deputy president or vice president, even the current vice president of the United States. Hata simsikii, huwa namuona kwa TV siku moja, sijaisikia kwenye anaongea. Now we have a deputy president who is paid by the people of Kenya, who is in office. He's saying the government has been using these bodies to do whatever, is using these bodies to fight my colleagues who have been supporting me. Yet he's in the same government. So it means once the government makes a decision, he knows the decision. Then it comes back to kudanganya watu wachache wenye wanaona hawaelewi kenye wanafanya. It is the government. Who is the government? The head of the government is the president, and who is next? Is the deputy president. So it means if the president is using that body to intimidate him, to intimidate some individuals, he knows exactly what the president does. So asituone, ukisikia alisema wajinga waliisha Kenya, tuliisha kitambo. We know what we are doing. What we need is a Kenya that everybody can admire. A place where investors can come and say, we need to invest in this country. We move it to another place. This is a place where peace is there and everything it is on its straight lines, right? Sitaenda huko nipate hiki na hiki. Another thing, don't bring the Keroche issue of the Karanjas into politics. If she went to a position like she was not paying taxes, that is her own cross. And let me repeat it, that is her own cross. A good citizen, first thing, the citizen obeys to the law and order of the country. Secondly, he or she pays taxes. And another thing, you vote. The three things makes you to be a patriot to your country. If you don't pay taxes and you need to go to an office whereby you'll be receiving money from utenda kuzimanage. So it means you are not a patriot, you don't deserve that office. So the Keroche thing, nilisikia mwenzangu hapa akiongea, he knows nothing, he has a sketch of whatever he was talking about. So anyway, acha nimalize nikisema hivi, any Uda member, what he has is the propaganda that the readers usually, leo tumesikia Uda alifanya hivi, huyo ni mtu mbaya, alikuwa anafanya hivi. That's what they have. They don't have factual or accurate data. They only work with sketch maps. They don't have the exact thing, whatever they are saying. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana John. Before we bring in Maggie, let's watch this. I pray it plays without problem. Okay, where do we start?
By your political opponent, who you have labeled also names, right? And the findings of an opinion poll that Ipsos in 2018 ranked you as the most corrupt politicians in the country at 33%. Followed by Anwar Guru at 31%, and former President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, and of course President Kenyatta was also ranked in this survey. So I want to ask you this question.
And why don't you mention that also Raila was ranked?
Raila Odinga was ranked. I'm looking at the top three. I'm looking at the top three. This question you've been asked several times, and I want to quote an interview you did with the BBC in 2019 about your wealth.
You've done some homework, my friend.
Yeah, and you told the BBC that when you asked about your net worth, you said the information is available, and you even advised that if he did some research prior, he would have not asked the question, he would know, and it's in the public domain. You asked them to Google it and referred them to Parliament's website. Well, we have looked for that information. We don't seem to be able to get it. So my question to you tonight is, would you state, this question you've been asked several times, would you state your net worth to the public?
First, I think, Ken, the same way I've seen you are very good at doing homework. You know, you've done a really good job with homework. But I don't know why you failed on the one of looking for William Ruto's net worth.
I have.
That you have come to.
I have.
Well, let me tell you the following. Number one, I am the only politician who, when I come to, in fact, I was expecting this question. Yeah, I'm the only politician who gets asked this question. No other politician is asked this question. That's number one. Number two, when I supported Raila Odinga, I was never asked about my net worth. When I supported Uhuru Kenyatta, I was never asked about my net worth.
And now we are asking.
Now you are asking.
Yes.
Are you telling me, is your question that Mr. William Ruto, why are you daring to run for president when you are the son of a peasant? Is that your question?
No, that's not my question.
That's your question?
No, my question is
because why isn't anybody else asked this question? Why I have never been asked this question until people realized that
you're running for president.
That William Ruto could possibly run for president. And let me tell you, my friend, I am sure that there are many people, and I want to tell you for the record, there are many people I went to school with, both in primary, in secondary, and in university. There are thousands of people of my age, people who share the same background as me, children of the nobodies, right? But today, after 20, 30, 40 years, they own a property in Karen, or they own a property in some estate, or they own something in this town. Are you telling me, because that's what you're saying, because you build this around corruption, are you telling me all these thousands of young people, and there are many, yeah, who today live in Karen, they live in Lavington, they live in Kileleshwa, who had a humble background the way I did, are you telling all those people are corrupt?
No.
That they are where they are because they are corrupt?
They're not running for public office.
Correct.
Yes.
So, are you telling me my crime, you would not bother with me, my crime, and that's why you want to say I'm corrupt, is because I am daring to run for public office? Is that
It's
what
a
you're
greater
saying?
calling.
And for your
It's a
information,
greater calling than they have.
are you telling me, Ken, that it is okay to be corrupt as long as you're not running for public office? Is that what you're saying?
you told Citizen once that corruption cannot stop a leader from delivering their mandate.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me finish this story. What you are, the way the more I listen to you, the more you are telling me that if you are a son of a peasant like William Ruto, you should never run for public office.
That's not
and
what
you
I'm
should
saying.
never run for president.
That's what, Your Excellency, what I'm asking.
Nobody bothered me. And for your information,
before you ran for president,
I want to tell you
yes,
that maybe Jomo Kenyatta is lucky that he didn't run for president in our times, because he would have been asked, you, a meter reader in City Hall, how did you get yourself here? Or for that record, Moi would have been asked, you a primary school teacher from Sacho, how did you get yourself here? You know, you must be corrupt, you must be this, you must be this. My friend, let me tell you, please let us accept that there are children of people from humble background who, through hard work, through doing diligently what they are doing, they have gotten themselves somewhere. Please, let me beg you.
I'll take you back there, Your
It is so
Excellency.
unfair,
yes,
yeah, to run a narrative that you can only have money if your father was something.
Okay.
And if your father was nothing, you should be poor, you should have no money, and if you have money, you must have stolen.
Okay.
That is not a gospel that is taking us anywhere.
You're on record as having supported BBI 1.
Yes.
And BBI 1 has one of the recommendations. And you have supported as
Before we play the next one, let's hear from Maggie. This is, I reserve my comments for now. Where's Maggie?
Thank you, Bernard. Habari zenu wana Kenya?
Salama, karibu.
Asante sana. Yale niko naye ni machungu leo, kwa sababu mimi nimesikia Julia akisema hakukuwa nataka kuwa annoyed. In fact, it would have spoiled your day, your night. Me, it spoiled my night. Hao watu hii ujinga DP alipeleka huko Amerika akisema elections will be rigged. So it is true. They know it. Kuria alisema wazi. Hao ndio wamekuwa wakisaidia Ruto kuiba kura. Uhuru kuiba kura. Wamemuibia kura. Akaitaja wote already wako wapi? Wako na DP. I felt bad and I really dropped down actually. Rohoni, mguu, mpaka nikashindwa, what? So this is what has been going on? Lakini isitoshe, amesema hivyo, he is still walking free. Kama ingekuwa ni yule msichana wetu ni gani alisema, aliuliza tu maswali kama hiyo.
One moment, Maggie. Katwe, you take charge for a while. I'm coming back after Maggie is Nick Lazarus.
All right.
Then
All right.
Chiru, then Jerorot. Thank you.
So, nani angeweza kushout loud mpaka akataja hizo majina zote, sijui nani, sijui mpaka Anne Waiguru akatajwa. Sisi ndio tumesaidia Uhuru kupata hiyo presidency. Sisi ndio tulimuibia kura. Kwa hivyo this thing elections rigging, so it is true. What country are we in? Which country is this Kenya? Can something like that just be talked at the run evil, alafu somebody just walks free? I don't know. I'm asking. But if that is the case, then what are we even wasting time for? Elections. Why don't Ruto just take it the way they have been taking it? It's very sad. So what they are preaching, now they are attacking Uhuru because they feel Uhuru owe them kwa sababu walikuwa wanamwibia kura. But Kenyans now are so clever. Ujinga iliisha kweli. Ukiona hata sisi saizi tuna bargain, we need our rights. Kenya saizi hakuna ujinga. Ujinga walisha baki nyuma, and now he is really trying to we are trying to take everything head on, and Ruto, I think he doesn't have any chance. Na wako na uchungu mingi sana because ni kama hawakukuwa wanafikiria the president wanaweza kuwaruka hivyo. So they are trying to spoil for themselves, yet they don't know they are spoiling for themselves because that thing was a secret. Now, why are they spewing it out? It's quite absurd. Let me hold on at that at the moment. I'll speak again later.
Okay, thank you so much, Maggie, for your humble submission. I think we were supposed to go to, is it Nick Lazarus? Yes, Nick.
Good morning, everyone. I guess everyone had a good day. Some are having a good night. My submission, I'll be very brief. And I want to debunk the issue for Keroche and those people who don't pay tax. I feel very, especially in this forum, I feel very embarrassed with people. You look from their face value, they look people who are learned, to come here and start defending Keroche, who does not want to file returns of billions, yet I make my 50,000 shillings and have to pay returns, and nobody wants to advocate for me. This total crap. Let Keroche respect what she has to. Kibaki told us, lipa ushuru ujitegemee. Nothing, there's no shortcut about it. Even if you ask the panelists here who are doing business, they'll tell you how much KRA cuts on our invoices. If you don't file, you get emails. Even if you ask Jarrod is there, Jarrod looks like a businessman. KRA will kill you like hell. So for Keroche, let us not bring the issue of Keroche here. Back to today in DC. Double speak still. One point, my brother, my boss, in one statement, if mishandled me, I have no words. And I said, Julia, remember what I said yesterday? Truth will come out one by one. Is today you've had another version. You've seen what Moses Kuria said? Truth is going to come up. And the same Uhuru Kenyatta who is being misjudged, being belittled, is the one. Some people will go and cry on his door. But back to the main subject. I want to defend my people from Central. I'm not from Central, I'm from Nyanza. I want to debunk this notion that bars. There was another guy, can I use a wrong word like their boss used when he was in the UK? There was a mongrel who was using some wrong term here along the comment. He's gone out. Kenya is not meant for Central Kenya and Rift Valley. Period. Other Kenyans are also Kenyans. Like Angela said, we should not have every time we come here, Central. I've never heard people talking about Turkana here. Don't they think Turkanas are not people? You come here, you tell us how many people UDA has gotten, Azimia has gotten, but no one wants to tell us how many people in Turkana are hungry and whatever. But it is so painful, like Angela said and Julia. We keep on coming here, Central Kenya. You know, we are in UDA. We've gotten many people. We have 200 MPs. How? Angela asked us a question here before. And if you want to know, people are very, and that is why I jumped in at some point, that some people have selective amnesia. You cannot talk ill about Ruto. I know them in and out. I've done projects there. They are very emotional. His foot soldiers are very emotional. But him is using my brothers in Kikuyu and Central Kenya to belittle Uhuru. It is unfair. And it is unholy. Let me use that biblical word because they think they own Christ. There's nothing UDA will tell you about God. They know God. They stay in the same apartment with God. Guys, it is high time. Let us just deal with our issues and not have double speak. This issue of, I don't know. Katwe said something about the UDA guys saying this, saying that, saying this. There's something I noted today, Julia, possibly didn't see it. Could be Maggie saw it and someone who was keen. Ruto was very selectively plotted his speakers. He went for Aisha Jumwa. He went for Ndindi Nyoro. He had people specifically with specific agenda to present across. If I'm not wrong, Kat will correct me. If you are doing analysis for the way they were talking, guys were plotted.
In fact, if you could notice so well, he even became the MC, and I asked.
Yes, surprisingly.
This is the person who has been chosen to be the president. Now he's the MC again.
So my question to those who follow him, because when he becomes a president, he will become president to all of us. But the only thing I'm asking, what about if the story now changes that they are the people who have lost? How will they handle it? Because you see, someone like Raila has handled the loss to an extent is numb. The people, how will they handle this loss? Like Angela said, it is total crap. Because as we fight and they say they are with God, if the same God tells them they're not going to get this, how will they handle that? But more so, DP and his handlers should avoid trying to use Central Kenya, Moso, Kiambu, Muranga, Nyeri, to use derogatory words on Uhuru Kenyatta. This thing is running out of control. And if it is not contained, yesterday you guys were here when Shiko and others were breathing fire, and Julia today is here, the same thing. Today, the same thing happened. But I'm really getting pissed off because of the double speak. Today, someone stands attack the DCI. And let me not go tribal. If you go to the same DCI, almost 60% come from Butuval. Is tribesmen. If you go to Kare, even if you're attacking them and calling names, for heaven's sake, if we go that direction, and he's the one who kept on telling us, stop attacking. So you remember when ODM used to complain about Matiang'i when Ruto was on the other side? The answers used to be, leave our people. So that is how life is unfair. Today you are on the left, tomorrow you are on the right. But let us respect the president. And you see, the Bible tells us, we need to respect the person in authority. Being elected as a president, Ruto or Raila, does not change, but it is going to give us a very wrong precedence on how leaders behave. Angela comes from Central, she can tell you. This issue of abusing parents and mothers and trying to incite, I'm just giving a hypothetical scenario. You are correct me if I'm not wrong. Can imagine?
Be winding.
Okay, fine. Fine. I'm winding. Assuming Waiguru loses, all the Kiambu governors on UDA loses, and those who have incited people, how will they handle the situation? So as I wind up, let us just have respect. Election is going to come, it will go, but let us not give false information. It is really intoxicating generation youths. Thank you.
Well said, Nick. And I think just to echo what you just said, when they say that wakona Mungu, let us not forget about what was written in the Bible, that even when God was giving them the Israelites leaders, they decided to have their own leaders. They decided to have their own leaders because after Moses going up to go and pick the 10 commandments, they decided to make their own God. So that is why when we are praying for our leaders, we should finish by saying, may his will be done, so that we get the correct leaders. But if you stop that, give us this leader, God will give you that leader, because he has always been doing that. He honors wishes. So let us hear from is it Njiru? Yes, Njiru Maura. Is it Njiru Maura? Come in.
No, Cherorot. You said Cherorot.
Is it Cherorot first?
Yes, it's Cherorot, then Njiru.
Okay, so thank you for the correction. Cherorot, come in. Your
Yes,
3 minutes.
Now, are you getting me? Hello? Hello?
Loud and...
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think it should be Njiru before me. I think I came in when he was already in.
Okay.
Thank you for that correction. I think that is more democratical. You defend someone to air their views in as much as they are contradictory. Thank you. Njiru, come in. You know, that is the problem of having a cat in front. Hata tujui kama is there. Njiru.
Yeah, I think I can get in. Huh?
Yeah, okay. Take your 3 minutes for submission.
Yeah, am I loud enough?
Yes, you're loud
Hello?
enough.
Yes, I would like to begin on this issue on corruption. And I would like to make a correction to what Julia said when she was making her observation. And with regards to the person who was involved in the maize scandal, I think the person who was involved in the maize scandal is none other than Raila Amolo Odinga. The aide of Raila Amolo Odinga was the one, in fact, he even sacked his aide. Actually, the issue of corruption was originating from the office of the Prime Minister then. Number two, the issue of conflict of interest. I think that is an area we need to understand. Conflict of interest means that you cannot participate in a meeting, for example, where your son is being employed, because it will be a conflict of interest because your personal interest is already contained in the interest in that meeting. So I think the fact that we were saying that the minister, Uhuru's minister, is the one who was giving out that tax exemption to the particular bank was wrong, because you are the minister of a person for whom you're working for the bank. You know, so you're working at the behest of a bank that belongs to Uhuru and you are his minister. So I think that is a conflict of interest that has to be addressed. On the issue of the BBI, I just wanted to say something about the BBI. Now, we all need to understand something, that Uhuru and Raila are the ones who came up with the BBI. And why? Apart from a number of other proposals, which were very good, there were very many proposals that were very good. I just want to draw our attention to 2007, 2008. In that particular period, Raila, out of that contested election, became the prime minister, right? So 2007, 2008, 2009, all that time, Raila was actually the prime minister. Now, my question is, if the position of the prime minister was very necessary, he had already benefited from the position. Now, my big question is, why did he go ahead to endorse a constitution that did not have the prime minister? And this is my answer. He did that because naturally he felt that he was going to be an automatic president, and therefore there was no need for him to think of the prime minister's position. So really, what we are coming back to see now is the same Raila asking for the position that he owned previously. For what reason? For unity. Now, I have no doubt about it. I actually believe it is going to bring unity. But my big question, even to Uhuru, is now, assuming that we pass this, because the idea is that Uhuru still thinks that somehow the Supreme Court is going to change the verdict of the High Court and the Court of Appeal, and then somehow we are going to have another round of BBI. And that is why Uhuru is very careful. He wants to have Jubilee. He is even inviting parties to sign with Jubilee, and then he wants to have ODM. Now, what is the big question here? It will be next year, if the BBI passes and Raila is the president, two scenarios will happen. Baba might actually decide to dump away the BBI because all along he has wanted to be the president. That's an option for him, which I believe he can do. You know, many of us think that Raila is, you know, even from us, the UDA side, people think that Raila is so old and that kind of thing. But I think that Mzee is very careful and he's very clever. I don't want to belabor that. But assuming the other option comes in, that we want to run and have the position of the prime minister, which I think Ruto might still do what? Support. Now, these are the two scenarios. We will still find a situation where Uhuru and Ruto will be fighting on the basis of numerical advantage in the parliament. So we will have UDA and the members and affiliate parties on the one side, and then we will have Jubilee, ODM on the other side, taking us again through another cycle of another referendum. But of course, you know, this is Kenya. We all participate in this country, and we will still agree with riches to that kind of thing. Now, I wanted to say something about what my friend has said about how to handle election laws. But particularly, let me speak as a Kalenjin, because I think that is important.
Cherorot,
Yes.
sorry to cut you. You are giving sweeping statements. You're not substituting anything. Why?
Yes.
You said
Which one?
The May scandal was in the Prime Minister's office, okay?
Yes,
no,
who was the minister for agriculture and then, okay? Who was in parliament for the scandal? Was it the Prime Minister or was the Minister for Agriculture? On the
it was the Minister for...
Hold on, I finished your response.
Yeah.
2010 Constitution, okay? The Constitution that left Bomas, that was headed to the Parliament, was parliamentary, hybrid. Raila Odinga has always been for parliamentary system of governance. That is what he supported. It was William Ruto and his team that went to Naivasha and insisted on pure presidents. But the main important urgent thing was change of constitution. So Raila and team said we will not deny a new constitution simply because some people are insisting on pure presidents. So if they want pure presidents, it is better than us continuing with the old constitution. So we will give it, let it be, let it go, then we will rekebisha after it has been passed. So where does it come up that it was Raila who wanted pure presidents and he was to be automatic president? That's why he allowed the constitution to go through. Have you come to Kenya now or you are here in 2010?
I was there in 2010.
Before he replies, Bernard, I want him to reply in this order. I request I be allowed. Now, I sent some message, Cherorot, on the chat. These accusations against Ruto, some of them are in the court, and you can get them from Nation newspaper, Standard newspaper. I didn't create this, okay? About the main scandal and all that, and most of those cases he was taken to court. So before you say anything, you know, I know what Cherorot is doing, because after I said that we are okay with Ruto attacking the government because he's in the government, therefore he has just made sure he has perpetrated the same corruption. Now he's changing to Baba. So because you have decided to take that path, before you say anything now, we are not making allegations here. You got to substantiate and you got to type there and tell us, like, I was taken to court for 1, 2, 3. Even if you look down there, I've said he was even accused of defrauding state corporations of 700,000 pounds. He was taken to court. Now, 3 crimes against humanity, he was taken to court. All those things I have said, he was taken to court, sir. So before you say anything about Raila, you make sure you tell us This is from Nation. This is from this newspaper. And Raila was taken to court for 1, 2, 3. Don't say things you cannot substantiate. If you cannot substantiate, don't say them. And if you cannot even type here and give us the details of how the information is coming to you, don't make those allegations. So that we don't, Bernard, I'm saying this, that we don't have to keep arguing to and fro. If you ask me to cite this, I can do a citation. If you want me to use APA citations, referencing, I can reference this. If you want me to do referencing, I can do that. I can tell you the sources of this information. I can document it if you want me to do that. So I'm not just making
a quick answer. Can I give you a quick answer?
So Chirarot,
order. Thank you, Julie. I think your point is made. Leave it there.
Yes, please.
John.
Okay, Mr. Chirarot, I need to give you something. Don't come with something that is not actual. Raila is the one who fired Ruto from the Ministry of Agriculture. So it means once he knew that this person is violating the laws of is misusing the office, that is when he said, you are out of the office. So linking Raila with the scandal of maize is like getting water and oil together. They can't mix. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, can I answer?
Quickly.
Now, a very quick answer. If you look at what I have posted in the thread, there is a Nation link. And this is the story, actually, to the maize scandal. There are two stories to it. You are choosing one story. Raila actually asked Ruto to step aside. And then Kibaki reinstated it. Reinstated Ruto. That is a story. Number two, can you read about the role of Carol Omondi in the whole story? And it is also there. I have actually shared the Nation, but it's not even the Nation. Even the newspapers may not be very factual, but we all know about what happened with Carol Omondi in that office. So I think the whole story about the maize scandal. But I want to say something about, it is still very important because I know, yes, I'm not defending Ruto's corruption, but I want to say something. Unlike, I think what we have always seen, even in the clips we have played, is that it is Ruto himself who is either not defending himself, publicly by saying whether he's involved in one or the other, or he is the one who is speaking. You have seen how difficult it is for him to speak. But now we have read, actually, there are two people I want to talk about, and even the current, the question of the media. One of the things that Raila has perfected in his life is the fact that the media has been a factor in his campaigns, and he really makes sure that he has a very positive media image, which I really like with him. Because you remember the work of Miguna was basically, let me say this fact.
You either substantiate or withdraw the
I have substantiated.
Not to give us stories.
I have told you that the maize can...
Hold on. Julia has just guided you very well. When was Raila in court over what scandal? Okay? Not a story written in the newspaper. When was he in court over what scandal? Or at least in parliament? Yes.
No, my answer is...
Those are the two main places where issues of scandal are handled. It's either in the parliament or in court.
But we are prosecuting it here. We are neither the courts. We are prosecuting the cases here. There is also the court of public opinion. What I have actually said with Julia, I think I have specifically given her the fact that she needs to read more about Carol Omondi and the question of the maize scandal.
Nothing to do with what you're saying, because
he had everything to do with it, and that is why he was asked to step aside.
Yeah, you are making a story against Raila, just the same way Carol Omondi would have made the story against Raila. But Raila is the one who even stopped Ruto from his job because of theft.
So why did Kibaki reinstate Ruto? Why was he reinstated?
Did he?
Yes,
a different ministry?
Okay, order.
He gave him a different ministry.
He was reinstated
because he was clean.
Yes, he was reinstated. In fact, he was reinstated. If there are people who actually, Ruto's ambitions, particularly within ODM, because that is even the breakaway period when Ruto decided to move away from ODM. And this is something I can see, this kind of thing. I know very well, even in the panel here, there were times like 2007 when we were so close with Raila's people. But now when you move away from them, they begin to give a lot of vitriol and vinegar and hate.
You are not doing justice to this debate. You
Yes.
came up with an issue. We asked you to substantiate it, not to tell us how the
Which I
media
have
works
done.
for Raila and how this panel does what. Just tell us.
Which I have done.
Raila took this amount of maize and he was taken to this court and he was found guilty or not. All right? If not, then what you're saying, say it is alleged, okay? If they are only allegations, they are not substantiated, then we leave it there. We need to get other people to submit. Selina
we can leave it there. But I want to answer your question on the 2010 constitution. I think I was very clear. I actually said Raila did not voice out his opinions clearly on the matter at which we would have wanted to have a prime minister's position entrenched in the 2010 constitution. So my thinking, and of course you can disapprove me.
It's so irrelevant.
Yeah.
Then I give another person a chance. Those he's telling us about constitution.
No. Chariot.
Yeah.
Please, let's do this.
It's okay if my opinion is
matters constitution. Matters
Yeah.
constitution. You must give us the point of departure, because it is in public domain that the proposal that left Bomas going for refining, it was parliamentary system, which was pushed by the ODM and Raila Odinga's leadership. All right?
Yes.
It was William Ruto and his team trying to play a delay tactic because they were not ready for change of constitution. They wanted the old constitution to continue. They insisted on pure presidents, hoping that Raila will reject, and then there will be no change of constitution. To their surprise, Raila called back his troops and told them, agree with whatever they are saying, we must have a new constitution 2010. So you tell us your side of the story.
No, I can buy your story. Mine was conjunctural. I actually said he did not basically, because my problem with him, as I say, is he was already a prime minister, and he would have even given a dissenting opinion about his strong conviction that having a prime minister and the various positions associated with it was good for this country. He did not do it, and I'm saying it is possible. This is my guess.
He did at Bomas. He made
did
it
not.
constitutional. So what's the matter with you? He did it at Bomas. He made sure it is in the constitution. When the constitution went to Naivasha, it is where Ruto and team pulled that out, hoping that Raila will reject the constitution, but he accepted to comply with them because the need for new constitution was more urgent than the sharing of position. And the constitution is not made for somebody to preserve a position. The constitution is made for the governance of the country.
I just wanted to make one clarification before we end on this. Just one.
Yes, please.
With regards to a statement that was made by Nick Lazarus, I think you said the DCI and the KRA, majority of the members come from the Rift Valley. I don't think that is accurate. Remember, the people from the Rift Valley, particularly the Kalenjin, there was a very serious purge. I would agree before with the Moi regime and all that, there were very many people in the military and all that. But there was a very serious fight with the Kibaki government and later. So I think that statement could as well apply to the Moi regime. But right now, I don't think that statement is accurate because the people you find now within those institutions are basically, if there are people who have actually suffered through generations of abuse, particularly in the last government and even in the Uru's government. You remember even Rift Valley, in spite of voting to a man in this government, it has actually been forgotten. So I think there is a misconception, particularly by people, that, we've benefited a lot from this government and that kind of thing. So I think that is something we really need to dispel from the problematic notion that, Kalenjin people. And in fact, when we even talk about Kalenjin, I want you to study exactly what do we mean by Kalenjin? Who are these people? Because even those of us who come from specific ethnic communities within the larger Kalenjin identity also feel disadvantaged, even during Moi's time. So I think those are things we may want to look deeper, because sometimes when you talk about Kalenjin as an entity, you think everyone is winning. But I think that is something for another day.
Achia hapo tafadhali. Nick, respond in half a minute twende kwa Mama Selina, please.
Cherarot, Cherarot, I want to make myself very clear.
Yeah.
I meant, and I'll repeat for the sake of records, I don't want us to be misquoted here. If the deputy president is talking about DCI being used, KRA being used, and I meant he has brothers and sisters from the Kalenjin community, does it not even find himself offending those people? Because those are civil servants and more so from his areas. Don't you find it a bit double speak? Because, for example, if I'm attacking Ben now and he works with my sister and my brother, and I say Mutembe TV is like this, and my sister and my brother works with Mutembe TV, what am I trying to say? Cherarot, I have not, and that is, you've brought another dimension. That can I explain what Kalenjin is? Do you people know what Central Kenya is? Because you guys, you want us to go that direction. Do you guys understand?
Okay, order. I think the point is made. Let's play this video and bring Mama Selina.
Has accused his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, of bringing the country to its knees, urging voters to give him a fresh chance to right his boss's wrongs. When he received approval from his UDA party to run for the country's top seat, Ruto promised to overhaul the EACC, DCI and KRA, noting that they had been his boss's playground when he targeted his political army. NTV's senior political affairs reporter, Kennedy Muredi, files this.
Deputy President William Samoei Arap Ruto's ascension to the country's high office has begun in earnest, with the United Democratic Alliance delegates endorsing his candidacy and placing him among equals. The DP was endorsed as the sole flag bearer for the UDA party at a function attended by over 5,000 delegates, giving him the authority to speak with his Kenya Kwanza coalition partners and agree who will do what in their pursuit to power.
Having elected His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto as the party's presidential candidate, the NDC hereby empowers him to initiate, discuss, negotiate, and enter into any coalitions, mergers, affiliations, and alliances.
For DP Ruto, whose presidential ambitions began with their election in 2013, now is the time to seize power and correct what he believes has gone wrong under his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta.
I want to thank many leaders, senators, governors, and members of parliament who worked with me tirelessly and with a lot of courage and commitment to put together this party that today has over 7 million members.
The DP would turn his guns on how the government is badly run in his speech, which lasted over an hour, notably after he was sidelined, stating that there has been a consistent misuse of state agencies to target those who do not sing the government's tune.
They have weaponized state institutions. They have weaponized the DCI. They have weaponized the EACC. They have weaponized the KRA to run political errands, to dismantle businesses that belong to people who do not worship them.
DP Ruto directly addressing President Kenyatta, revealing that their relationship deteriorated when their government's development direction shifted.
These men and women have been subjected to blackmail. They have been persecuted. They have been threatened. Many of them have been dragged to court for crimes they never committed. Their crime was only to be my friends. their crime was only to be members of the Hustler Nation.
The DP also accuses President Kenyatta and his family of profiting from the targeting of other businesses, particularly those from Mount Kenya.
Power is transient, and the people of Kenya will overcome. We will not submit to your threats and blackmail. We will not bow to you. It is not just Humphrey Karaoke's business. It is not Tabitha Karanja and Keroje business. Even the border today are victims of a weaponized fight against people who don't share in the belief of those who hold the levers of power today.
He now promises to decriminalize state agencies he claims have been captured by the state and professionalize them.
This country will change. On our first day, we will free the DCI. We will free the KRA from state capture.
The judiciary, he says, has also become one of the captured agencies.
On our first day, we will operationalize the judiciary fund so that we can free the judiciary, give them financial independence so that they can discharge their responsibility.
To Deputy President William Ruto, the August elections is all about pressing the reset button and returning the country to default settings in an effort to reclaim what he says has been lost under his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta. Kennedy Mureithi.
Can I say something, Bernard? Can I make a quick comment before the next submission?
Can I say something, Bernard?
Is that Angela?
Yeah.
Okay, quickly, please. We need to bring in Mama.
Okay. I mean, first of all, I'd just like to clap for the Deputy President. He's the new Martin Luther King Jr. And we'd only believe it if we thought if he was a man of good character. He has no moral authority to stand there and start talking about this person is like that, this person is like that. I don't know, we're going to do this, trying to look like he's some kind of social justice, civil rights leader. And these people he's defending are Akinahu, these corrupt Waiguru characters, these corrupt people who have been taken to court because of corruption scandals. And he's trying to now look like he's the one who's going to now be their defender. I mean, it's such a joke. It's a mockery of all Kenyans, including himself, even him himself, Ruto. It's a mockery even to himself. It's ridiculous. As in me, these things just make me feel like my blood is boiling.
It's okay. Yes, Nick, what is it?
You see, Ben, I'm not a lawyer, but you see, a statement like the one for Keroche. Keroche case, you see, is still in a situation where they're trying to solve it out of court. You see, in law, they could say that is a sub judice. Don't you think such statements, even when Kiare had a good heart to try and help Keroche? You see, it's now you think we're helping, yet now you're spoiling further. Because this is a scenario where Kiare had managed to call Keroche so that they can find out a way out on this. And someone who is the topmost leader of the country is trying to make it politics. Don't you think it is making things run out of hand? That is my submission.
Okay, thank you, Nick. If it was coming from someone else, I'll be surprised. But from the DP, he's an opportunist. He can't let that go. That is why he's unfit to be a national leader. He's not a nationalist. He's an opportunist who wants to jump on everything as long as it helps his political capital. Mama Selina, karibu.
Thank you, Penat. Panelist wenzangu. Leo it has been a busy day, Penat.
And we have here a lot from the people that they came here, they took over. They said their views. Sometimes you are almost intimidated. But anyway, they are relaxing. Maybe they are watching us, or maybe wameenda kulala. But Penat, yale imefanyika leo Kasarani, kutoka nyumbani wakati Deputy President alitoka, kawa amesahau mama, akarudi wakaenda. Me, I want to talk of what was happening. Delegates Aisa Chumwa, huyu mama ya Kisii, Mora, or I don't know the name, the way they were dancing. Nasikia watu wana complain, Deputy President akupatia mama nafasi aongee. Yes, maybe there were so many first ladies. So, pengine walijua, if one can talk, the rest will be complaining. You cannot, because that lady is supposed to be the first lady. Na Wakenya wangetaka kusikia vile pile wa mama wenzake, first ladies wanapatiwa chance kupeana mse wake. But to that of whatever it was happening, I think there are so many first ladies there. So wamama wakiwa wengi, you cannot touch a one. You have to ignore, but that is okay. Second, wakati Moses Kuria kabla ya Moses Kuria, I want to say Kaboko alimwambia nilikwambia uchipange. Kwa hivyo hii 2018 Raila analaumiwa. I don't know why wanasema handshake, na Kaboko alikuwa amemwambia uchipange utoke uende uchitafutie kura. Nataka kukuja, nilisikia huyu Chimi akiongea akisema Deputy President was my friend. Ninaamini ya kwamba hata 2017 kuenda kwa Raila, he was a spy. Kwa sababu kama alikuwa upande ile, alienda kwa Raila aje na ametoka aje. He wanted to go to destroy ODM. Good luck, alipata ODM iko strong, alipata baba alikuwa strong, ndio sababu aku manage. Nikikuja kwa Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria ameambia watu the truth. Ukweli isemwe ni uchungu. Ile imenishangaza kabisa ni watu ya Central kukuja kuanika. Wanasema walikumura kupigia Uhuru kura. And today wako na right ama wako na haki kusimama kumtoa uchi. You cannot change Uhuru. He is your son, he is your leader. Anaenda nyumbani. Penat, I wish wacha niongee kuhusu Amerika. Watu walililia Donald Trump kabisa, mpaka ilikuwa ngumu sana. Huyo mama angechakuliwa Hillary Clinton. Alikosa kwa sababu ya euphoria na watu walikuwa na uchungu. Sasa zingine wanasema mtoto akililia wembe umpatie. I wish I wish baba nataka baba aongoze Kenya, but in another way round, the way these people of Central are behaving, wanakuja kutuonyesha vile wanakuwa wengi. But the way I know people from Central, again in another way, leaders can speak, lakini wale wa nyumbani wakikaa chini, the Council of Elders, the real Kikuyus, it is good wacha watuambie, wacha waseme, wacha watapike. Wakenya wamesikia uchinga yao. I call uchinga. Wakuje Rift Valley, I see Cherorot is here. Those people kina Keter, wale wachache walijaribu kurekebisha Ruto. They were not even able to come out of their houses. Walikuwa na shautiwa mpaka wanataka kuchapwa. I don't know why, or I don't know what is happening. Yeah, 1 minute, Bernard. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Okay, somebody who want to say something, Maggie?
Yeah, I will come back. I get something small. I will come back later.
Sawa sawa, Mami. Thank you, Mama Selina.
Sasa
Yes, Maggie.
hii mambo Selina anasema watu wa Mount Kenya wanasema wako wengi. Unajua hata hao watu wa kina Cherorot wanasema there are so many. But put it in your mind. You know, sasa ndio nilikubali kabisa, kumbe Raila has been winning because kura zake zimekuwa zinaibiwa. Hata na kuiba hiyo kura, uliona aliwin case mpaka hiyo nini was nullified. Si unakumbuka? Alikuwa amewin, sasa ni vile tu maneno ya kuchanganyikiwa na nini vile huyo mtu alikuwa anasema Raila ameibiwa kura all along. So hii mambo ya wako wengi, wako nini, I think it's not counting. Wakalenjin, Wanandi, wa nini hivyo ya wakina Cherorot, they are taking people behind. Cherorot, I'll tell you something you don't know. Coast iko na baba, Wajia iko na baba, Marsabit iko na baba, hata Meru sio ni Wakikuyu lakini wako na baba. Hata hiyo Kiambu you are talking about, uliona vile walikuwa wamedemonstrate jana. Nyanza, take it, Kisii, whatever, wako na baba. Kwa hivyo wewe vile unaringa, nyinyi vile munaringa, munabaki tu only 2 tribes. So hata sisi sasa tutaanza kupiga kelele, muache kucheza na baba yetu. Na huyo mtu wenyu awache kuita baba majina, hata na Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru is still on power. He is still our president. Pende musipende. He is still the president of the Republic of Kenya. You cannot change it. Naona iko one of you here anaitwa Kiprotich sijui Ngeno, what, that's something like that. Somebody who is so nasty. He can even call a whole president a thief. Mbona hajaenda kumpeleka kotini? Please, you people. Chenye mnataka kubandikia Raila at this time, mungebandika kitambo. Mumeona munashindwa, so you can do anything. Poleni sana. Poleni sana 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 kwa hayo yote. Okay, John Jokwa.
Thank you so much. What they need to know, everybody who has served as a president of the Republic of Kenya is a property of the government of Kenya. Whether he's a retired president, whether he's a serving, that is a property of the government and the people of Kenya. So hiyo mambo ya kuenda kutusi president sijui ni mrevi, sijui amefanya nini, that was downgrading yourselves to a level that you don't supposed to be at that point. And another thing, kama a family member is involved in himself or herself in any corrupt issue, right? You are doubting that this property was not gained in a way that was in the right way. Don't put everybody into that in any basket. Like, kama the government, the family has properties, si yeye alikuwa that's somebody alipata hiyo mali hapo. So hizo vitu manaleta hizo ni siasa ndogo ndogo zenye hazitatusaidia. We need people who can move Kenya from one step to another. Thank you.
Okay, asante John Jeroriot.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to just state 2 things. what Selina said about the family of the deputy
Give me,
president.
I'm back, Thomas. I'm back, Bernard.
Okay, you one
Yes.
moment. Let me finish the statement, and you come in.
Yes, yeah, making the statement. It is good she's already in the house. Now, the one statement she made about the family of the deputy president, I think that was a relatively different event. It was separate. And at some point, I think he recognized the members of his family. It was a bit curious to note that his two sons were not there, but I think he gave the alibi that they were at work and that, the people who have employed the two young men did not give them chance to attend. So I don't know, that is a family matter. But on the question that Maki has said, I think there are certain things we really need to be very careful about. The question to say that perhaps Ruto only has his two tribes, or rather, the Kenya Kwanza brigade are two tribes. Of course, the reality of the matter, yes, is that there is that Kikuyu Kalenjin, majority. But as it is, I'm very certain that even Baba now wants that Kikuyu vote. So it is not exactly true to say that, the Kikuyus are not important. I mean, every presidential candidate would want to get the Kikuyu. But coming to that, many times I have heard Baba's side saying that Baba had 44, so he only needs, that 6%. And then they think that this 6% would certainly come from the mountain. But I want to just give you two questions. One is, Baba is not dealing with the same presidential candidate. He's dealing with a different one. So if it were Uhuru, for example, again coming, we would say he has his votes intact, and therefore Baba is trying to get, but he's dealing with a different presidential candidate. Number two, there are those traditional voting zones. I say traditional because you remember when Moi was in power, there used to be that connection between Moi and communities like the Pokot, the Turkana, the Samburu, which have been traditionally Baba's, solid votes. But right now, these are also communities that are potentially, and I think Baba should be very careful about this, they potentially can fall into Ruto's hands. Because you have even seen the Nanok from ODM shifting base, and he's a very strong member of this other end. So I think we just have to be very ready. We need for the sake of peace, I think we need to understand that each and every presidential candidate has 50% chance of getting to power. So that, we need to manage our expectations, because I'm imagining a situation where, for example, my candidate loses. I need to see that possibility now. If I don't see that possibility now, it will be a serious matter in the future. So all of us, let us encourage each other that whoever wins, it should be a fair win, and therefore when they win fairly, it is okay. Yes.
I agree with you to some extent.
Yes.
One, Raila is not running against the same candidate.
Yes.
The candidate he's running against is not formidable as Uhuru Kenyatta. So getting the 50+1 is easier for Raila now than then. The highest Ruto has ever gotten running against Raila was 28% in 2010. That's the only time Ruto was on a national platform contesting in a national election, and he was on the ballot as the leader of the North team, and he got 28%. So we are starting this race with that in line. Trying to make Ruto 50% is giving him what he can. I mean, that is overrating him. And that's why you need to manage your expectation. You are right. You need to manage your expectation, because your candidate has never made it to 50%. The highest he has made is 28%. And so when he goes into this race, he needs to understand that if he tries and get to 30%, 38%, he has improved. But as at now, the level ground is he's beginning at 28, Raila is beginning at 44. The traditional voting bloc is also going to be a matter for consideration. There are people who did not vote for Baba, who are going to vote for Baba because of the Uhuru factor. In fact, that's the reason why the UDA camp is upset, because Uhuru is transferring his votes to Baba. And you cannot dismiss that. And that cannot, if it is not in the mountain, we have a lot of the Kikuyu vote in the diaspora. and the majority of the diaspora are going to vote together with the rest of the country, and that is the Azimio. So please manage your expectation and come down to political reality. Toka kwa hii political perception you may create with the media. There is political reality, which is 28% for William Ruto, 44% for Baba. Tunaenda kwa Selina direct. Narudi kwako baadaye.
Asante. Thank you so much, Bernard. Cherorot, you say Nanok Turkana. There is Munyes, there is all other Turkanas. I don't think for now as we talk, ni baba alitengeneza Nanok. Ni baba alifanya Nanok akakuwa governor. So as we are talking today, we don't have Turkanas, we don't have Pokot, hatuna Masai. Ya pili, I want to tell you this, and give me a chance to tell him in our language. Cherorot, kigile magra riege lagapchi. Kigile ndangibai gipkelati ibaita inaba mununwa. Ngoti bye ileni tinyemeto kama ole majame gesenge. Kajam gesenge auyo. So nimemwambia what he wanted to hear. I don't know how to translate that to Swahili or to English, but Cherorot, I know umesema maybe 50-50 na ninakubali umesema Raila anasimama na different person. Wacha nikwambie, the Central Fort ile tunategemea 100%, they don't have their own son there. Kumira ya Central, you cannot see it in this election ya William Ruto. Second, munatusi Uhuru kwake. There are those Kikuyus who are sympathizers of Uhuru. See what wakati tulitarau Moi, let me say that. Kuna wale sympathizers ya Moi up to date. Wenye walikataa kwa sababu walikuwa napenda Moi. Hata hivyo Central, Uhuru aliwaambia kura 1, 2, 3. Iyo wale 3 2 watamsaidia, atawapeleka kwa baba. Na hiyo 2, 3 inapelekwa kwa baba. Ya pili, leo Moses Kuria amesema yale walifanya. Let me ask you this. Ngotko kago mwaguria gole kimagi kura kikagichor kura isya konyil 2. Ko kingechore kura isya ko kikichore chikiata. Titles of numbers were not there. Kago mwagwa komye gole kikichor. Ara ngone chor gwakra. Toso tinye bijata gichore kura. I want to tell him this. Kuria has said like this. They stole votes for Baba. So we know Baba 2013 he won, 2017 he won. So now, kwa sababu ukweli imefanyika. Maybe that is why Uhuru amesema, wacha niombe msamaha Mungu yangu, wacha huyu msee kwa sababu ameshinda mara 2 tumemuipia, wacha leo atitafutie kura. So with Uhuru na hiyo kura kidogo Central watamupatia, atapita. Hatuna Western, we don't have Coast, we don't have Eastern, we don't have Nairobi, hatuna Nyanza. So tuko na Rift Valley nusu. Kura ya Wakikuyu ya Rift Valley don't count. We have Kisii in Rift Valley, don't count. So wakati tunapoongea na kuchipika kifua, na unapika kifua kwa sababu ya mtoto ya mwenzako, kama uko na pipi 2 na wewe ni baba, kuna watoto ya mama mkubwa na kuna watoto ya mama mdogo, na wewe ni baba, hii wanawake yote yako 2 wako na watoto yao. Can you tell me today, na nitauliza Chulia, ama wacha nisiuliza wa baba kwa sababu wa baba hawezi sema, uniambie kama wewe ni pipi mkubwa uliolewa na baba ameenda kinyume amelete pipi ingine, can those children, can that woman, hata kama hata kuonyesha ya kwamba amesikia uchungu kwa sababu umelete pipi, can you think those children can be together. Unafikiria hiyo wamama hata kama wataonyesha, will you tell them they will be together? So lazima mjue nyinyi ni watoto ya mama mdogo, Uhuru ni mtoto ya mama mkubwa. So you are talking of two different things. Munafikiria yenyu ya kwamba vile Wakikuyu waliamuka mpaka ula ako hospitali, they will do the same today. For who? Kwa mtoto gani? Ya kwamba mumepangwa. Moses Kuria is there to take some votes. Kabogo is there to take some votes because they don't want to be rigged the way you rigged the other time. Kiunjuri is there to rig the vote. That is the plan of Central. Wakati serikali itakuwa imeundwa na baba ameingia, nyinyi wenyewe kila mara wanasema UDA is a Rift Valley fort. Take it from me today. Ya kwamba yes, Central watapiga kura kwa Kenya Kwanza, but it cannot be UDA. Itatoka kwa Moses Kuria, hiyo ni kupanga. Itatoka kwa Kiunjuri, hiyo ni kupanga. Itatoka kwa Kaboko, hiyo ni kupanga. Then where will you be, guys? Mutawekwa kando, mutapaki pale. Ya mwisho ulisema, I want to say this in record. We ask Deputy President why our children are not in the government. Kwa nini wanafukuzwa? Deputy President alisema, ask me, msiulize Uhuru. Sasa tukiongea hapa, some people need to know that even though the government was like Kalenjin and Kikuyus, they have a lot of Kalenjins who are home, the way you say. But ndume yenu ama kiongozi yenu alisema, don't worry. Second, how will you be in the government alone? Alone. You don't have anybody in your back. Samani wakati ya Moi, unajua vile serikali ilikuwa. Who are you going to lead? Alone. You have no brother. You have nobody to look at to tell you this is wrong. Ya mwisho. I think it is the past lesson for our Deputy President for tomorrow and today and the other day to listen to the elders, and then amajo alenjin mami chine wendi boryot kityo agobor kagilenge setei komi ngetab kametai komi age batai komi age kimasi sikolenjinin ngeruye anan kole makararan tai kwamu maocham anan amu macham kokas ngalekab boisiek makas ngalekab chepyosok. That is why munaweza kuongozwa, munakubali kuongozwa na watoto wa mama wengine bila kukuwa na your brothers and your sisters. Where are all these people? Sally Koske has gone. Franklin Bett is not there. All the people that we know, all the people that they were there during my time, all of them are out. It is only Magurumen. It is only this one, Sudi. Mandago is even not more. Mandago is kagile more nerex oibesia sagorosai. That is what Mandago say. I'm not even 100%. Mandago is just saying to say. But otherwise, who are these real people you have? Thank you so much, Penat. And I wanted to talk to him because I see he's calm. He understands. He's not young like the other young people. We want to tell them the stories. They don't even understand. But I want to say, Cherorot, I know maybe you are from Nandi, the way the name is, I don't know, but ingenile chita ni mga sechi, chini mga ngalega bi, chita ni indo chinge choko hui ne bako ngut, agonda ke tete anip ke itano, kamye it kityo amuto go mingin, singo itege nyisera lagi, korago na uligbendi, kagila ongebe mucha machegel, kingen boy ise, ago gigi mwagele, magibor chin, kikile ne magibartoy ne kwangoi kikile maibarchini bunyot kisho barchi bunyot olen joraniane nguni ko chechak mami kit nekeyae kongoi mising. I wanted to tell him that you cannot show your enemy that I am coming with a sword. It will kill you. But if you show your enemy like the Pokot too, you go to Pokot, you talk to him, he wait when you go back, he kill you in the back. because you don't have to show your enemy that you are coming. You people, you do not know what to do. You just stand. You do everything that I'm here. The son of Chomo is now up. What will you do? It is for us to say, Pole, we are with you guys, but next time, there is no government. Hata mukwe kasarani kama muliipa, sasa ndio mutaipiwa. Kama mulisaidia kuipia Chomo, now it is your time for you guys to know how it's too painful kuipa kura ya mutu. Kakile, mebalgeringet koloit, amu menget, ilen lakwe tapchirani nenyo
Mama Selina malizia.
No, Penat, I'm telling him, when you have a neighbor and you say you want so we say when you are taking a grave, don't take it very far because you think your neighbor child will go in, but maybe your own son will go in. That is why I'm telling Cherorot that they think at all, thinking that the child of a neighbor will go in. Now, oh my God, they forget to lock it, so it is their child who will go in. Thank you so much.
Asante Mama Selina, nashukuru kwa maoni yako na misemo mikali. Cherurio tu na kusema nusu ya dakika tuende kwa Jakindube.
Yeah, maybe what I can say, because for the sake of those who have not said anything, thank you very much, Mama Selina. I think you have talked to me in very deep challenging. For your information, I'm not, I'm Kipsikis and not
Thank you
not
so
Nandi.
much, Cherorot, Kipsigis, Kagile Ngolul Greshet, Kagile Valia, Kipsigis, and Nandi. Keyo up together, huh?
Golul Zimamegi na and then in go with here Nandi. Thank you very much. We continue.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on. Jakindube.
Habari zenu Bernard. Nimekuwa nikifungiwa nje. Nimejaribu hizi siku zote.
Siku hizi hujui kuwahi mapema.
Nawahi nakuja, lakini kila mara nikijaribu wapi bwana. Sasa lakini nimefurahi kuwaona sana. Isipokuwa nasikitika sana kwa huyu kijana ambaye alitaja jina la Raila. Mimi nataka kukuambia bwana, kijana wangu mzalendo, fanya hivi. Hata kama umpendi Raila, usijaribu kusema vitu za uongo, kwa sababu Karoli sio Raila. Mtu akiwa kwa ofisi yako amefanya makosa, si wewe. Unaona, usitaje Karoli amefanya makosa, unataja Raila. Hiyo ni makosa bwana. Tafadhali. Mimi sijasikia Raila ameiba kitu ya mtu au kushitakiwa amefanya kitu kibaya, amechukua kitu ya mtu. Sijasikia. Hata wewe unajua hujasikia. So usianze kusema mambo ya uongo ati Karoli alikuwa anahusika na Karoli kama amehusika, kulikuwa na Karoli kwa ofisi yake, kulikuwa hata na Miguna. Aliwaambia wakae kando, investigation ifanywe na Ruto. So ukiambiwa hivyo usiwezi kusema sasa kwa sababu alitoa amuri kwamba watu wachunguzwe. Sasa unasema Raila anahusika na mambo ya mahindi. Raila anafanya mahindi nini? Nayo nini? Raila ni mtu wa kuchukua mahindi? Bwana, tafadhalini bwana. Muite Raila kwa jambo lingine, lakini sio hivyo. Mimi namjua labda nimekula chumvi nyingi kuliko wewe. Kwa hiyo usiseme mambo ya uongo. Kama wewe ulianza kupiga kura 2010, sisi wengine tumepiga huko nyuma. So usiseme mambo ya uongo. Tafadhali. Hata mimi ninapozungumza sijaita Ruto ati ni mwizi. Sijamuita. Kitu ambacho mimi nasema ni kwamba Ruto hastahili kuwa kiongozi. Na sababu zangu ni kwamba anasema uongo. Na uongo haifai kuwa na kiongozi. Jambo la pili, Ruto sio mwaminifu. Si mwaminifu. Uaminifu wake inaanza na President Moi. Moi alimsaidia kwa kila hali na mali. Lakini mwishowe Moi alimuona si mwaminifu. Alikuja wakafanya kazi na Raila, Raila alimsaidia. Raila akamuona si mwaminifu.
Dadi Jakindube. Kamera yako umeifanyaje leo? Inaonyesha shingo lako badala ya uso wako. Tengeneza vizuri ili uonekane na hapo karibu sawa. Thank you.
Sasa amefanya kazi na Uhuru na Uhuru amwamini. Angalia vile anamtusi Uhuru. Hata wewe mwenyewe kama ungekuwa na vice president wa namna hiyo, unaweza kufurahia mtu anakutusi. Tuliona president anaitwa Donald Trump. Alikuwa anafanya mambo ya ukipuzi, lakini makamo wake hakuweza kusema jambo lolote. Ikiwa mtu ni kama wewe ni makamo wa rais, wewe ni spare wheel. Kazi yako ni kuwa pale kama president yupo una act. Kitu chochote ikimfanyia president, wewe ndio unapata nafasi ya kuchukua usukani, lakini sio kuanza kumkashifu, kumwambia anafanya makosa. Ukitaka kumwambia anafanya makosa, unamwambia kwa ofisi. Huwezi kwenda mbele ya watu unasema president ni tapeli. Hiyo haifai. Ndio maana mimi nasema katika hii hali ambayo inafaa katiba iangalie kwamba vice president hagombani upresident kama yuko kwa ofisi mpaka wamalize hiyo kazi pamoja na huyo president, kwa sababu hii inaleta hali ya taharuki. Kwa sababu angalia vile anamtusi president. Haifai namna hiyo. Haifai hata kidogo. Nilisikitika sana jana walipokuwa kule Thika, vile walikuwa na mtusi president, wanatusi hata jamii yake. Hiyo sio uungwana. Hiyo sio eti ndio kampeni. Sio hivyo, sio hata kidogo. Hata yeye, hata wewe kama unamsupport Ruto, kama Ruto ni president alafu awe na vice president kama yeye na anamtusi, utaona vizuri. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo halifai hata kidogo. Hata kidogo halifai. So hiyo mambo ya kusema kwamba ninyi una support tu mtu kwamba anatoka kwetu, kabila letu, hiyo tuache. Hiyo mambo ya ukabila tumejaribu sana. Tumejaribu miaka 58 tumeona haifai. Imefanya tuna mark time. Tungekuwa mbali. Tuwekeni hii mambo ya ukabila kando. Tuchague mtu ambaye anaweza kuongoza nchi yetu kwa undugu, kwa ushirika, katika hali ya umoja. Ndio maana ili slogan ya azimio la umoja ni jambo la muhimu. Sisi sote tunatakikana tuwe wamoja, ndio tujenge nchi yetu pamoja. tusiwe tunashindana kana kwamba usipopata president unakufa. Hapana, tufanye tu kwamba usipopata president bado utaendelea kujenga taifa lako. Unaona, hiyo ndio inafaa. Jana nilisikia kitu, Alex hayuko leo. Alex alisema kwamba kuna watu wengine wanaondoka katika sehemu zao zile ambazo wanakimbia kwa sababu wanadhania kwamba labda hawatachaguliwa. Mimi, watu kama hao ni watu ambao sio waaminifu. Ukiwa katika pati yako unatakikana utengeneze hiyo pati yako. Sheria zile ambazo ni mbaya unatakiwa utengeneze pale ndani, sio kukimbia. Unakimbia ukienda wapi? Usipokimbia, ukikimbia huko na kule ukienda ikiharibika tena utakimbia. Utakuwa kila mara unataka watu wameshatengeneza alafu ndio unataka. Jambo lingine ambalo nilikuwa nataka kulizungumzia, inanisikitisha sana. Mimi kwa maoni yangu inanisikitisha sana Bwana Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka ashajiunga na Azimio. Inatakiwa ajiunge kwa kauli moja, asiwe na sehemu mbili. Sasa kama leo na jana mambo yake tu, alisema alijiunga kweli oka, hiyo haitusaidii, haisaidii. Yeye, mimi ningeliomba Bwana Kalonzo aachane na hii mambo ya hawa waandishi wa habari. Yeye ashajiunga, basi aendelee na kampeni vile alikuwa. Sasa inamchukua muda kujaribu kuelezea, sijui mimi nilikuwa hizo. Hatuna haja na hizo, tuna haja na nchi yetu, tujenge pamoja. Hatuna haja na hizi majina. Jina moja inatosha. Hizi majina hazitupeleki popote. Jina moja inatosha. Kalonzo inamsumbua tangu jana, amekuwa akiulizwa maswali, mara anaulizwa huyu mara huyu, ili aeleze. Ameshajiunga, aseme ashajiunga, hataki hayo mambo mengine. Asema hayo mengine watatengeneza ofisini, wakimaliza atawaelezea. Lakini sasa yeye anajaribu kueleza, na wale walisaini wakiulizwa wanasema walisaini vitu vingine. Hiyo kwa kweli mimi kwa maoni yangu haifai hata kidogo. So nilitaka kumwambia huyu kijana kwamba usifikiri ile kitu ambacho ninyi mnachocheka, wengine wanacheka kwamba hii mambo ya BBI. BBI ni jambo nzuri sana kwa nchi yetu, ingawaje wengine wanaiona ni upuzi, lakini ni jambo nzuri kwa sababu BBI itafanya tuwe na stability katika mambo ya uongozi. Ndio wote Kenya nzima tuwe na uongozi wa kuona wa karibu, kila mmoja ajione kwamba uongozi uko karibu na yeye. Ukiachilia tu ile holela ya kusema hii ambayo mnasema tunachagua president, mnaweza kuiabuse. Hata Amerika wameweka vikwazo za kufanya kwamba zile kaunti kubwa zisiungane 2 au 3 ziwe zikitoa president peke yake. Kwa hiyo hata sisi ni lazima tuangalie kwamba hatuwezi kuwa tunatoa president kutoka sehemu 2 tu. Tutoe president sehemu zote. Mwingine siku nyingine anatoka Kisii, mwingine siku nyingine anatoka Mombasa huko kwa Wagiriama, mwingine siku nyingine anatoka huko Taita. Hivyo watu watatosheka. Lazima tutumie, sisi ni makabila 44. Kwa hiyo lazima hizo makabila tutumie hizo makabila, ndio tusilalamike kwa sababu ya ukabila. Tusipotumia hizo makabila, tutakuja kujikuta tutakuwa tunalalamikia ukabila. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu sisi kutumia kabila kuvunja ukabila. Nafikiri Bernard, nilijaribu kuelezea siku moja, ukasema huelewi vile nasema, lakini ukinipatia nafasi siku moja ninaweza kuelezea namna ya kutumia kabila kuvunja ukabila, kwa sababu Watanzania wanatumia ukabila na hata udini kuvunja ukabila au udini. Unaona, hata sisi tunaweza kujifunza namna hiyo ili tuvunje mambo ya ukabila, tuwe wana Kenya, tuwe wazalendo, tujenge nchi yetu na tutakuwa na raha, nchi yetu itakuwa safi. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jackend Bay. Kama hakuna swali tumsikilize Haruni Cheriot. Yes.
Yeah, mi nilikuwa nataka tu nimuulize Chakanda Bay ya kwamba I think my support kwa William Ruto si on the basis of tribe. Remember vile tuko hapa kwa hii panel, hata ninaona ni kama Selina ako upande ile mwingine, mimi niko hapa, so sioni kama my support inakuwa tribal, kwa sababu yeye ako huko, niko hapa, niko na hiyo democratic right ya kusupport mwenye ninamtaka, so sioni kama hiyo ni moja tu. Alafu issue moja nilikuwa nataka ku-clarify particularly with respect to hiyo tunasema disrespect between the deputy president and the president. There is only one thing I wanted us to see in the constitution. Remember, hata kwa deputy governors and governors, if you look at the example of Nyeri governor alikosana na deputy wake, the deputy governor is already in Azimio, Dr. Karugu, huyo mwingine ako UDA. So all the problems Uhuru is facing is not necessarily kwa sababu yeye ni mbaya, ni kwa sababu, you know, it is the democratic right of every person, particularly in the new constitution, you can support another side na hakuna shida. For example, Karugu ako hapa, mwingine ako huko. So I think it is the constitution. Thank you.
Can I say something about that?
Okay, yes, Angela.
Okay, Cherorot.
Yes.
You see, the issue between the president and the deputy president, shida si ati they don't agree ideologically or that one is in UDA and the other is in Jubilee. Everyone has a right to be in whatever party they choose to be in. The problem with the deputy president is insubordination, kwenda huko nje kumtusi president,
abuse of office, lying, just like Jakedumbe amesema, historia mauongo. You know, the Nyeri governor na deputy wake walikosa, I mean, they are not together ideologically, they both in different parties, lakini utasikia the deputy governor akienda huko nje kuongea matope na kumtusi na nini na nini. The problem with the deputy president and why we are very hurt is that he has every right to campaign, but he does not have to drag Uhuru Kenyatta into it. Because number one, Uhuru Kenyatta is not even running. Last I checked, he wasn't running. And if he's running, he will tell us. In the meantime, can the deputy president direct his arrows towards his opponent? And as he's doing that, respect, ajue this is a man who is much older than himself. So he does it with respect. Si lazima watu watusiane. You can do they can even do their NDC and direct it to their opponents without insulting them. You know, even I don't know why they keep on dragging Uhuru into everything. They drag him into everything. So shida niyo insubordination, disrespect, abuse of office, and so many other things we know that he has done.
Okay, thank you, Angela. There is what I call the laws of nature. Okay? Mute your mic, everybody. Don't be happy with the microphone. There is what I call the laws of nature. When you are a deputy president, deputy headmaster, assistant pastor, or assistant anywhere. Your number one job, we have just listened to the clip of the deputy president explaining his job, okay? Kazi yake ni kuhakikisha kwamba Uhuru ana succeed. That is my definition of a deputy president, deputy of anybody. As an assistant pastor, my number one job is to see to it that my senior pastor succeed in his job. I cannot go and begin to do my job, build my vision inside my senior pastor's vision. Whatever my senior pastor announces, that is the project for this year. That is where I rally my strength into the same, and my language is my senior's language. That's how to be an assistant. Deputy president has demonstrated to the entire world that he is a man of himself. He does what he chooses to do. It is his democratic right, and nobody should tell him what to do. Now, that is a wrong example of a deputy president, and if there is any person who wants to defend that, then he has to create a new law of nature and then a new set of rules on how people are going to relate henceforth. Different of opinion, different of ideologies exists, but when we are in the same office, working on the same projects, we bury our differences. We work on the same mission. So DP has messed it, and he wants to make it a law now that it should be replicated. And then what does he use as an excuse? He said it is politics. Politics does not cancel the laws of nature. I've said here even yesterday, the law of gravity will work whether you're playing politics or not. Pregnancy will still take 9 months, whether you're playing politics or not. So you will not suspend the laws of nature simply because you have switched, you're playing politics. Deputy president is a disappointment as far as being a good assistant and an example of a good assistant it's supposed to be. For one, he speaks well about being an assistant, but he acts opposite of what he says. Yes, Julia.
Chair Rod, I find like you are a sober man, and I almost think that you are more sober than Mount Kenya people, and you could pay attention. In fact, what I just want to tell is what Bernard has said, and Angela, if deputy president will never rise to power, ni kwa sababu ya hiyo tabia yake mbaya ya insubordination. I want to ask you, I don't want you to respond to me, but put yourself in Uhuru's shoes. Or what do you think? How do you think Ruto will behave if he had such a deputy president doing the same things Ruto is doing? And one of the reasons that Ruto may never become president is because of hiyo tabia ya insubordination. Besides his other issues.
Julia kidogo. Bernard mute.
Besides his other issues of corruption scandals, one of the reasons that he's going to lose, kwa sababu hiyo ya tabia yake mbaya. I don't know whether you are married or not, and whether in the West or in the East or in Africa, no man will live with a woman that insubordinates him. I'm telling you, even with this feminism culture that is coming up, whether we go feminism or we go to America or we go to Europe or wherever we go, that one cannot change. That's what Bernard is saying, the laws of nature. Huwezi kaishi na mtu mwenye na insubordinate. That is the character of deputy president. Sasa hata hiyo maneno yote natoa kwa hadharani ati umetudhulumu sana, umetuingilia sana kwa sababu ako na tabia mbaya. And I said this yesterday. I do not really think that Uhuru's relationship and Ruto was not genuine. It was very genuine. When they wore those same shirts and same ties, it was a very genuine thing. Lakini alimsinya president sana. For the president to go for Raila Odinga, ebu imagine, Cheraro, just be genuine and be realistic. And stop, tuache sasa ukikuyu na ukale, tuweke yote kando. Be realistic. Kikuyus and Luos have opposed each other since independence politically. How then, at what point did Uhuru think that the only person who can become his friend is Raila? Alimskuma, he was behaving like a man. Let me tell you something, and these men who are here will agree with me. Hakuna mwanaume anataka kuacha the mother of his children to go find another woman. That is the last thing that comes to their mind when they are getting married. I'm telling that one, I always have that confidence. I am a woman, I have my own faults, I have my own shortcomings, and I have my own weaknesses. But I know and I know there is no man that will get married planning after some 10 years, I will leave this woman and find another one. It's because some women push them to the wall. I'm not saying they're good men are 100% good. There are also men who work down to bring down their marriages. We know that. But I'm trying to give an example of a marriage situation that every man, every good man will do what to take him to maintain his marriage. However, men, even a small boy, even my 22-year-old son, will not tolerate insubordination. That is what happened between the president and deputy president. Alimsumbua, alimsinya, asiambiwe hii kama ni ministry yeye atasema, anasema ati ni nusu, ati nilikusaidia kupata kura, ni nusu. So alimsinya, he pushed him to the wall. So hiyo tabia yake mbaya is going to cost him presidency. And even as he was yapping and yelling today, that is what is going to cost him a big fraction of Mount Kenya votes, because there are some of us who cannot sit and watch hayo madharau to our president. So as you go on with the debate, Cherarot, as we go to the elections, I know the elections are coming close, and I know one thing I want to assure you, Raila is going to win with a landslide. After the elections, I want you to evaluate this discussion. I want you to think about it, and I want you to think genuinely like a Kenyan about the behavior of the deputy president. And even the people who are watching, those who are going to become deputy presidents, this is a big lesson. Next time you become a deputy president or assistant pastor or assistant vice principal or a vice principal in a school, ama bibi ya mtu, you will know how to behave. You will know to give people the respect they deserve. Unagojea wakati wako. Na pia kuna kule kugojea Mungu. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Julia.
Hebu niongeze kidogo. Bernard, hebu niongeze
order.
Yeah.
Nani huyo? Megi.
Cherorot. This is yes. Cherorot. I want you to put it like this. Saizi unataka deputy president awe president. Alafu achague anaitwa nani? Gachagua kama deputy wake. Alafu akianza kazi hivi, Gachagua ameanza vile mtu wenyu alianza. You Wakale, do you think you are going to take it right? Mutatukana Gachagua matuzi zote. Vile amewacha mtu wenyu anafanya peke yake. Lakini Wakikuyu mnadharau saizi, unaona wamenyamaza tu. Mtu wenyu anafanya maovu for him na wamenyamaza tu. They don't care, they don't mind, wamemwachia. Na nyinyi bado ukiona vile Murkomen anaongea juu ya president, you don't even think what is going on. Yeah, all these things have been happening, wamenyamaza tu. Kama ni deputy president awe president saizi na Gachagua awe deputy wake, alafu sasa amemtoroka vile deputy mtu wenyu anafanya saizi, how will you behave? Yeah, how will you behave? Because nyinyi watu wenyu wana react kwa sababu Uhuru amenyamaza, amechukua mtu mwingine. Yeah, kama ingekuwa ati sasa Ruto ndiye ametorokwa, how would you behave, you Wakale? Yeah,
so
put yourself.
Meg is okay, your point is made. Before Cheriot responds shortly, I just want to say this, and this is my political observation. If you have observed the deputy president throughout his 4 years of campaign, he had worked very hard to avoid to attack the president directly. He has kept off that until of late, okay? And the reason why he's going directly against the president is the same thing I've been saying here. The object of aggression, okay? They have tried to bring up the issue of dynasty versus hustler. It has refused to pick up. Now they went into the mountain, wakaanza injili ya mtu wa kitendawili, hoping they will revive that old hatred against Raila, then make Raila the object of aggression in the 2022 election. It has refused. The only thing that seems to be working is when they attack Uhuru Kenyatta. And that's why they have turned now into him to be the object of aggression, hoping that the mountain will revolt against Uhuru Kenyatta and vote overwhelmingly for William Ruto. So what he's doing is majorly political and is hoping to ensure that he gets a serious aggression from the mountain against Uhuru, and then that will give him vote. Where that will take him, I don't know. If that's going to work, I don't think so. And will it secure his political future? I don't think so. So his blunders are too many to secure him politically. He may just prepare to go into political pavilion after these 22 elections. Cheriot, you can respond as we bring in Aaron.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think a number of issues have come up. I would like to take about 3 minutes to summarize these. Now, there's the two things that I would say Uhuru has been questioning his deputy. One came from the Sakana tree, and that was a question of tamaa. He said, "Mtu amekuwa na tamaa," right? Then, previously, again, he actually opposed the idea that the deputy was running a race ahead of the others. But I want to say something about the two. If you talk about tamaa, William Ruto wanted to be president way back in 2007 when he was with Raila at the Pentagon. So this is not something he thought about recently. He has even clarified this is something he thought about for a very long time. And in any case, ambition is for everybody. I don't think anyone can, think of you or rather curtail your ambitions. We all, are ambitious. Number two, about the running race. I don't think it would be right for anybody, like for example, we want to run the same race, so we tell all the contestants, stand on one line so that you start at the same time. I don't think that is true, because someone like Raila Odinga is a seasoned politician. He started way back in the 90s. So it is not possible to say that you stand. So in as much as I see so many things have been wrong with the deputy president, but I'm again surprised to find that all of us in this panel are thinking that Uhuru has been doing the best. For example, I even find the fact that Uhuru can call his deputy, Huyu Kijana, to be sincere, because these are people who are more or less of the same age. I don't think Ruto is much younger than him, about 6 or 7 years. They can be age mates. So we must also see from the other side that there is a very serious attempt by the president to undermine his own deputy. And this goes way back. If you remember, for those of us who have followed William Ruto, if you remember even before the general election, when Moi was, may God rest his soul in eternal peace, when he was here, there was an attempt to deny him to grip the former president. Around that time, again, if you have very good memory, you remember there was even a time the deputy had disappeared from the campaigns shortly before 2017. And then there was a campaign by the bloggers that he had disappeared, he had gone for treatment, then he came out with the sun. So I think we are talking of a person who has had personal frustrations with his own boss, and he may not have shared this that much. But now going to the central fact, which Angela has actually talked about, but I want to share two things. One, she will have to confirm. Of course, yes, about the deputy attacking the president, I don't quite agree that it is attacking in the best sense of the word, because you remember he has been very disrespectful, tanga, and that kind of thing, unless we get a specific abuse word. But on the other side, the other team, the team from the mountain, particularly the MPs, have been very vocal on the president. But there is something, this is my own, what I have been able to gather even from the people around. Now, if you look, there was someone who shared this in this panel, and maybe about 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, the fact that any other kingpin in that region, remember when Kiunjuri was there, he was coming up as a very strong, Kikuyu vote, and then he was dismissed from there. There's a person who actually said, Uhuru may not be very much interested in another kingpin, which is right, because I think he still wants to be the kingpin in the future. And this is something he has made clearly. So my thinking is that there is that leadership contest again in Mount Kenya, which I think William Ruto is basically there. Perhaps he wants to leverage and have someone else. And I think this is I would call it a problem on one side, but also something good with him, is that he has been able to make a name for himself by basically eclipsing the older generation, which I think my mom, Selina, has said. So in a way, I would think that the contest in Mount Kenya, and something that perhaps Angela should tell us is, remember during Kibaki's time, Kikuyus could easily get access to power. You remember the 47-kilometer Thika superhighway and all that. So the simmering tension around Mount Kenya is we have not been able to get enough of the cake now that the president is with us. And that is why the president had a lot of pain using Wakahiu to explain what he has done in Mount Kenya. So I think Mount Kenya, again, indirectly, Ruto may be a factor here, but I think they also have personal, frustrations with the president, particularly in the fact that, these are people who grew up, in the central government thing. They used to have a lot of resources going to central. And now you remember even in the first term, there was complaint that the devolution thing may have, you remember the kind of complaint we used to have in Kiambu and the rest. So those are issues that perhaps when Angela speaks, it is not just the William Ruto factor, but it is also the tensions and the frustrations of ordinary Kikuyus against Uhuru Kenyatta himself. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheriot, for your spirited defense, but politically speaking, things are not all right, because in my opinion, you don't, you remember when there was a conflict between Kibaki and Raila, when Raila was prime minister. Raila was the last person to speak. That's how politics is done, okay? Anyang Nyong and Orengo will begin the debate, okay? You're not respecting us. We have equal power. The boys will argue and talk. Why? The king speaks last, giving direction. So it is wrong for William Ruto to be the one attacking Uhuru Kenyatta. He should be calling Kabogo to order, calling Kuria to order. That's what makes him presidential. But now that he's cheering them on, it cancels everything presidential about him. And that's why I'm still holding the opinion. William Ruto is not serious about being president. He may dream about it, he may pray about it, he may wish it, but he's not serious about it. So it will take him another 20 years or so to be ready. As at now, hata kipewa, ataharibu tu. Hawezi preserve. It is too big for him because of his style of leadership and his way of thinking and treating other people. Please, hii mikono. Yes, Jakindube.
Kumwambia nani Kerot, wakati nilisema ukabila I did not directed it to you. Nilisema kwa ujumla wa Kenya. So usichukulie eti na direct kwako. Hiyo sivyo. Kitu mimi problem na hiyo Ruto kusema wewe umesema kwamba ambition yake na nini. Hizo ambition kama alikuwa anataka vizuri, ungwana, resign. Na angalia hata leo bado anatumia, bado yuko kwa ofisi hata leo. Hiyo ni ungwana gani? Huo ni wapi nani wapi credibility yake? Hakuna, kwa sababu kama anasema president anaongoza nchi vibaya na yeye yuko kwa hiyo serikali, anaenda nje anatukia hiyo serikali na yuko ndani, that is hiyo unaweza kusema immoral. Hiyo kwa kweli haifai. Yani hata akija kusema anataka kuwa president, unaona tu ni mpuzi, kwa sababu unatakaje kuwa president na hiyo serikali unasema ni mbaya na bado uko ndani pale, uko ndani ya hiyo serikali na unasema ni mbaya. Unawezaje kusema serikali ya Uhuru ni mbaya na yeye yuko ndani? Kitu natakiwa afanye resign. Hiyo tu.
Thank you Jakindube. Nick
Gerard, I want to echo what Ben has said. And I'll try and I hope you manage to watch the entire NDC for UDA. If Ruto could have managed to control his dogs like it controlled Jimmy Kibaki when Jimmy Kibaki was saying yote wezekani bila Uhuru. Jimmy Wanjigi. If he could have even controlled someone like Rigathi Gachagua, Ndindi Nyoro from the onset by controlling them from the word go, this guy should, they will know whatever they are saying is not trapping people right. Because today, and I want to say why Ruto did exactly what Jimmy was saying. He knew what they did, the three of them. So he didn't want, and Jimmy was coming to expose a lot of things. Don't think Jimmy was trying to look nice to him. If the way Aisha Juma was talking, other speakers were speaking, if Ruto could have managed to tell them, guys, this what was so unique today for Ruto to tell Jimmy Wanjigi Uhuru is his boss? What was so special among all the speakers? And to be honest, Jimmy Wanjigi didn't say anything nasty like other speakers. So it is what to call king, actually is the kingpin of double speak.
So, thank you. I think let's hear Arun first, and then I will give my closing remark as I pray for Themba to come here immediately. Arun.
Yes, Mr. Bernard na fellow panelist, ningependa kushukuru kwa kunipa nafasi ndiposa na mimi nipate kuchangia angaangaa hii topic ya leo. Ningependa kusema namna hii. After Ruto kujaribu kudemonize baba pale Mount Kenya ikashindikana, sasa ameamua yeye na watu wake kuanza kumrushia President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta maneno so that the president kazi yake iwe ni kurespond. Ushaona sasa, yani wanajaribu ni kama vile unataka kushika kuku, unaita kuku, unairushia punje ya mahindi, lakini president amefanya vizuri. My urge to the president, ninamwambia wacha wao waendelee tu kurusha maneno namna hiyo, yeye wajibu kwa kuensure kuwa zile projects ambazo zenye kama ni Mount Kenya, kama ni Coast, wapi ambazo zimeisha, enda fungua, onyesha ulimwengu kuwa wakati William Samoei Ruto amekuwa akitangatanga na kufanya campaign akiwa juu ya gari, wewe silently you have been working for the people of Kenya. So mimi ile kitu naambia president asijibu, asiwajibu. He has less than 5 months in office. Then kutoka hapo, wakati tutapatia baba uongozi, Ruto na watu wake tutawatuma Sugoi, kwa sababu BBI hata haiko karibu tupatie William Samoei Ruto kiti ya kuwa opposition leader. Ataenda kwa baridi miaka mitano. So back to kwa mambo ya ningependa kuuzia Wanjigi. Unajua ukiwa pale Dubai kuna nyumba inaitwa Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in UAE. Sasa mimi nikiwa pale huko juu, alafu na baba akiwa ameketi pale na ile stuli ya miguu tatu akiwa pale Capitol Hill ameketi chenye mimi nikiwa kwa hiyo Burj Khalifa chenye nitaona nitaona 1 meter baba yeye akiwa pale akiwa ameketi kwa stool, already atakuwa amekiona. So Jimmy Wanjigi baba alijua kuwa yeye ndiye atakuwa chief financier wa William Samoei Ruto. That is why kwa NDC alituma jeshi yake through ya kina SG Sifuna na jamaa akafurushwa, na hiyo ni kitu ambayo nimepongeza. Nimesema baba alifanya vizuri kwa sababu huyu alikuwa ni mole, na sisi watu wa ODM we don't entertain vitu watu tunaita moles, kwa sababu wao wanakuja wanatuuma alafu wanapuliza wakiendanga. Alafu Moses Kuria, Moses Kuria nimesikia watu wakisema kuwa yale matamshi yake yenye aliongea kuwa waliiba kura, na akataja majina wale watu wenye walihusika na mambo ya wizi ya kura ya previous elections, wakisema kuwa hiyo ilikuwa ni kusema kuwa they motivated. Unajua, sasa mimi ningependa kusema unajua, wakati umedrop class 2 uanga unasema kuwa, yani unasema kuwa huyu mwalimu haya maneno yenye ametamka leo, ama haya mafunzo yenye amenipatia leo ndio yalikuwa kwa akili, ndio yalikuwa kwa akili yangu. Ninajaribu kusema nini? Hata wajaribu kugeuza hii maneno namna gani, sisi leo jana imethibitishwa wazi na Moses Kuria kuwa hakika hii uchaguzi ama hizo uchaguzi zenye zimepita wamekuwa wakiibia baba. So ile notion ya kusema kuwa baba has been a perennial loser, it has gone. Hiyo imeenda. Tunajua kuwa baba amekuwa akiwin, lakini these perennial losers ndio wamekuwa wakimuibia kura, the likes of Moses Kuria na ile timu yote yenye alifanya nini, yenye alitaja pale wakiwa Kasarani. Nikimaliza, kwa sababu bado niko mimi ni jeshi ya baba, niko mpaka wakati wa maombi ya kufunga kituo. Paying taxes by all including Keroche breweries ni kitu ya maana sana. In order for Keroche to be able to transport her pombe kutoka kwa factory kwenda kwa soko, she need good roads. Sasa hizi good roads ni gava ndio inafanya nini, ndio inaziunda. Gava itaomba Mungu anyeshe pesa kutoka juu, kama maana iliishia pale Changwani. So pesa haziwezi zikatoka mbinguni ama zitoke wapi? No, pesa ni ile taxes ya watu yenye tunafanya nini, yenye tunapeana. So Keroche amekuwa, huyu mama Tapita Karanja wa Keroche Breweries amekuwa akiuza pombe yake, hatukataa, hiyo ni biashara yake, na amekuwa kutoka kwa hiyo pombe yenye anauza alipi tax. So how does this mama expect pale Marsabit hospitali ijengwe, ikuwe equipped, madaktari wawekwe pale waokoe maisha, kama hawezi akalipa tax? Kuhusu wale wakati hawakuwa wagonjwa, wao walilipa tax. Huyu mama akajengewa barabara, magari matrela zake zinapitia kwa hiyo barabara zikifanya nini, zikipeleka pombe out of that breweries kwenda kwa field. Alafu jambo la mwisho, William Samoei Ruto wakati anasema kuwa hizi institutions zimekuwa weaponized na nini maybe ndio the legs of KRA sasa ni moja yao kuwa imekuwa weaponized. Sasa ningependa kuuliza William Samoei Ruto, yeye anataka kukua kiongozi wa nchi ya Kenya. Kama the legs of Keroche Priwaris hawezi wakalipa tax, William Samoei Ruto atapata pesa wapi ya kuendesha serikali? Where will he get money from? So my urge to all Kenyans, pay taxes. Huyu mama Tapita Karanja yani yeye ameweka our taxes, anataka afanyie campaign, lakini hataki kulipa taxes sisi wa Kenya tupate services. It is very wrong. So watu walipe tax kwa sababu hiyo ndio kujitegemea. We don't, in fact hata sasa hivi kama wa Kenya tungekuwa tunalipa tax kikamilifu, hii mambo ya 7 trillion yenye William Samoei Ruto amesema kuwa tangu wachukue uongozi 2013 yenye wameaccumulate mpaka wakati huu, the public debt. In fact kama huyu mama Tapita Karanja angekuwa analipa tax na mimi ninalipa tax kikamilifu, hatungekuwa tunaenda kukopa hiyo pesa. So watu tulipe ushuru tujitegemee. Back to you Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you Bwana Haruni. I appreciate that. It's important. I think let's listen to this before I speak.
Ruto and his allies want the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to keep off corruption investigations and instead focus on petty crimes. The over 15 MPs said the DCI had become biased in the fight against corruption, while at the same time saying it was not the institution's mandate to investigate corruption-related matters. And TV's Kennedy Mureithi with the details of what is turning out to be the war wedged on the war on graft.
The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has become a punching bag for politicians, especially those from the Deputy President's camp, as they insist it has become a political tool only best for settling political scores. Today in Kericho, Deputy President William Ruto led a battalion of politicians from the Rift Valley who had trained their guns on the Director of Criminal Investigations, George Kinoti.
Watu wa Kora waende watumie ofisi ya DCI kuendesha porojo na propaganda inayolenga kuhujumu na kusabotage programs ya serikali ya dams na programs zingine kwa malengo ya kisiasa.
We have no more confidence with the office of DCI. We want all matters investigation pertaining corruption to be taken back to EACC because it is an independent, objective body. Na tunataka kumwambia DCI aendelee kupigana na wakora, wale wanaiba pesa kule bank, wale wanafanya cattle rustling na wale waizi ndogo ndogo.
Jukumu ya DCI ni kupambana na wale wakora, wale pickpockets wako town.
If criminals are in the forefront of the
That is how independent the DCI can be under William Ruto's leadership. Penny, you are a senior citizen. Help me here. Because I'm avoiding to say.
Thank you, kijana. Habari yako Bennett.
Yuko poa.
Unaona siku hizi mimi sisemi kitu.
Nimewasikiliza sana na sasa I've come to understand your trajectory na vile mnazungumza. Na show yenu ni mzuri sana. I love it because vile umesema mimi ni senior citizen na kukaa citizen lazima ufanye exercise mingi sana. So I try to walk at least 4 miles a day. And I put it on, it goes so quick without knowing that it's over. And thank you for that. Na ule mama vile nilikwambia tutafanya hiyo yote. Sasa na nikuwelcome mzee Jakindu Bey. Jakindu Bey ingawaje yeye huko mahali ingine ninamubisi sana kama hayuko. Ninajua anajua mahali niko na tutaonana tu, ni maisha. Welcome back mzee Jakindu Bey if you are there. I personally miss you when you are not here. Kwa sababu bado lazima tufanye kama history. Wengine tunapenda history. Mimi niko Uda lakini napenda history. Kuna mzee mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Kamodho na Moi akampatia mpaka clan yake still akalose. Mzee Jakindu Bey atakwambia hiyo yote. Lakini mada ya leo sina mengi kusema. Ilikuwa mzuri sana. That's what we in Uda want. I know most of you guys don't like it, but Cheriot, just hang in there. And I like the way you are respectable to Mama Karina. Just be who you are, but be respectable, especially to the ladies. And I like that, Cheriot. Just keep going. Stay right there. Watoto yangu wengi hawanitaki kwa sababu ya hiyo, lakini ninakuja. Ninasema ile mimi nataka kusema na ninatoka. Na sijui nilichukua Patriot wapi. I don't know where Patriot is nowadays. Lakini asante sana. Nina Atuya, nina Kip, nina huyo Cheriot na Duke. Sasa wote wanazungumza language yangu Bernard. Na hiyo ndio it makes my day. Lakini ni kuwaambia wengi wetu ya kwamba siasa sio kuchukiana. Na naona mnakasirika sana wengine. Lakini siasa isikukasirishe. Mtu akikufanyia bibi yako au bwana yako mbaya, mtoto yako, kasirika. Lakini siasa ile Manda wanasema weka tu kwa kifua na blow it off. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nasema tuendelee, na mzee akikuja hapa London akaribishwa sana mzee mimi Raila Amolo Odinga. That's what life is all about. Ula atashinda. Na vile mimi nawaambia hapa kwa room hapa Bernard, Raila akishinda mimi nitampigia simu hata nizungumze na yeye na Kijaluo. So there's no hard feelings. Lazima tuwe na raha. Unaona kule Kasarani, nimalizie hiyo. Ule aliweka watu yake strategically. Kila mtu alizungumza maneno mbili kutoka Mombasa mpaka Western, mpaka Northeastern, mpaka South. That's what we want. We don't want mpaka Osoro kijana yangu. That's all we want. Now, may the best man win. That's what I always say. May the best man win for now. Hopefully tomorrow will be ladies. Kama hilo mjana anaitwa Shiko. She can be anything. Ako tough. Asante sana bana.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Penny, we appreciate your givings, and I'm waiting for Themba to come. Nipatie nani okay.
Can I say something?
Angela.
Oh, yes.
Angela. Yes.
You see, in regards to the video that you just played, one way of people, like for instance, if say for instance I'm a corrupt person, just as an example, if I'm a corrupt person, I don't want DCI to be independent. I want to tell them how to do their job. And this, when people go out in public in those types of meetings, and then you start talking about DCI, you start talking about Kinoti, you start talking about Matiang'i. You know, Kenya is a country, and this country must have rules and laws. We must obey the rules. We must obey the law. But now when politicians especially in the positions of deputy president, going to such meetings and starting to stir up emotions and just creating just chaos and anarchy, because he has no right to tell DCI how to do his work. He has no right to say that DCI now needs to be moved to EACC.
One moment, Angela. One moment. Harun, take charge shortly. I'm coming. Angela, go on.
Yeah, so it's all like a cover. It's like they want to cover themselves. They want to just continue being corrupt. They want to ruin the country. They want to turn the country into ni kama soko ya waizi. You know, like by the way, if we make the mistake of voting, kwa bahati mbaya Ruto becomes the president, that will be the end of Kenya. That will be judgment. We just burn the country and we all just, I don't know. That's the end of it. That will be the end of it. Because these people, their agenda is obvious. The things they do is just totally, even the whole NDC today. Do you know there's a song that was played when at the time when, and I hope Bernard can come back and play that clip. There's a song that was played at the time when Ruto was leaving stage and going to greet people there in front. Very bad song to be played in an NDC. It's not even in easy wimbo zenye zinachezwa kwa disco, and even in the disco it's now come midnight 3 a.m. when people are not even don't know even what's going on. People are drunk, they can't even
gani ni wimbo gani Angela, sema ni wimbo gani tusikie.
Hata siwezi describe unless Bernard akuje atuweke hiyo wimbo. At the time when Ruto came from stage and came down, kuna wimbo ingine ilikuwa inacheza hapo very sexually explicit, you know. I mean, it was just bad. And this is an NDC, it's during the day. When you look there in front, you're seeing Milio Manga there dancing. And this other lady from Kilifi. It's too much. There was no organization. There was no plan. It was just chaos. And if that's the same type of chaos that they're going to bring into the government, it's going to be bad. Because you might even joke around and just like Bwana Nyagaka said, we just say, politics is politics. You just brush it off and you forget about it. But we are talking about people's lives. We are talking about children. We are talking about, we want to be in a country where children can grow up and be people, be human beings, and not be the kind of people who, these boda people who we saw there at Wangari Maathai Road, stripping a woman off of her clothes during the day. And even if it was at night, thank God it was even during the day, because if it was at night, it would have even been worse. No, those are that kind of a country is what we were talking about here. And then this deputy president has even the right, has even the audacity to come and start saying that, yo, at boda, leave these boda people alone. Let people do, let people work. And a woman was stripped off of her clothes, a diplomat, I mean, a lady from a different country. What kind of picture is that? That already damages tourism. That already tourism, for tourism, Sasa, let's even now start forgetting about tourists coming to Kenya, if that's the kind of treatment they're going to have. So we're talking about an economy, we're talking about people's lives, we're talking about children, we're talking about women, we're talking about life. There are some people who cannot, we can leave the country anytime we want. But there are people who can't. There are people who don't have the means, they don't have the education, they don't have the money, they don't have even a passport to leave that country. There are people who Kenya is everything that they have, and if you take that away, you've taken away everything. You've damaged their lives and their destiny. So let's not just say at your politics is just let's brush it off. Let's choose these people, whoever they are. Whoever wants to become president can become president. These vijanas, they are insulting the president. They are even putting a song in the NDC that even you wonder, are these people even thinking? Because of the euphoria NDC tuko NDC, euphoria, wacha tutukane Uhuru, wacha tutukane Raila, let's insult everybody. And then in the meantime, a song is playing there and nobody is even paying attention. It's crazy. It's
Nyagaka tulia, nitakupatia nafasi.
Ni crazy kabisa. And Bwana Nyagaka, I respect you, and I know, and I totally understand where you're coming from, but it's time we start looking at the country as something that is precious, something that is valuable, something that we honor and we love and we want the best for. Politics is not just politics. If politics was just politics, then it wouldn't matter who the president is. You know, if politics was just politics and whatever, it's okay. But now the kind of chaos I saw at the NDC today, translated into government, it's going to be bad. Mtakuwa mnakula lami na meno.
Yes, Nyagaka, repart as I give Nick. Nyagaka,
okay.
take over.
Young lady.
Mama Selina kidogo. Okay. Mama Selina kidogo, Nyagaka repart, then utaongea. Nyagaka, come on.
Yes. Young lady, I really agree with you on one point. The hustler, the motorbike people, guys, border. That one I agree with you. That is a very dangerous country and that's a very bad country. Number one thing, you have to, any country that doesn't respect the ladies is a dictatorship or a failure. So I would not condone anything like that. But about the music, I asked somebody and they told me that it was a music of young people from 20s to 40 or 35. I was bothered with that music, the same way you are saying it. But any public figure, young lady, has to be cast out. Anything you can say, so long as they are public. Ruto ukisema yoyote unataka sema mwizi mchawi, anything. So long as they are public figures. Ukienda private, mtu asikuguze, mtu asiseme kitu. And I'm not saying public, alafu waweze kusema nani ana cancer, mguu yake imefunjika, kutusi. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about policies. Ila anasema, kama hii, na ila Ruto anasema at bottoms up, whatever. You can say anything you want to say or don't. That's fair game. Yangu tu ni kukuambia kwamba you are right on the ladies issue 110 times. I have ladies, I have kids, I have mother, sisters. I had like 7 sisters and I had to fight for them when I was young. So I don't want to remember that. But thank you very much. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema.
No, thank you, Mr. Nyagaka. And you know this thing of what happened on Forest Road? There was a time, even Matiang'i himself alisema there was a time they were trying to bring some laws, some regulations within the boda system, and Ruto wakaanza kuleta shida, pana wachana na watu wa boda, I don't know what. Now those things are what now leads to such things as what we saw on Forest Road. So that's a problem, is that sometimes you say things in meetings and munashautu munaendea Matiang'i ili Uhuru akae vibaya, mnafanya hivi utoto. Basically ni utoto, childish stuff, but it later does lead to something that no one anticipated. So that's why as we need leaders who have wisdom, leaders who have some sense, wisdom, sense. Euphoria ya kuwa president ama tamaa, the one Cheroroto was saying, tamaa mbaya. Even sometimes you can curb your tamaa a little bit. Even you yourself as a person, you self-discipline yourself and say, maybe I'm not ready. Maybe I'm not prepared for this position, because if this is how I'm behaving, I don't think I'll make a good leader. Love your country like that. Anyway, thank you. That's my last thing for now.
Thank you so much, Madam Angela. Mama Selina, before nilete Mr. Nick, kuna jambo ulikuwa unataka kuongezea?
Yeah, nilikuwa nauliza Angela, the song, hiyo nyimbo ni ile ilikuwa inaimbwa na kina Aisha Chumwa na huyu senator wa Nairobi.
Hii kila mtu alikuwa amekaa chini. Ni after Jaguar, I think Jaguar aliimba nini, and then now everyone was going now to sit down. So it was like
wanaimba na Kikuyu.
Ilikuwa hii music inachezwa na DJ.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was really bad.
So can I say something? Or I wait. I was just asking that, and then can I say something again?
Proceed. I can give you space for you. Go ahead.
It's okay.
It was you first. Okay, you can talk first.
Selena, take that opportunity first. No worries.
Hatutaki unajua this hii watu ya sahi wako na discipline, si kama ile ya mchana wanalete shida. So I can follow you, but thank you umenipatia hiyo nafasi. Nilikuwa nasema ile mambo tuliona leo actually ni aibu, ingawa ni furaha kwa wengine, but nafikiria I don't think kama wanamtengenezea tribute president because sherehe ilikuwa ni yake, but ukiona ile kitu hatu kuongea ni vile aliambia Musalia, we will pay you back one day. He was his hero. Saa zingine ile mzuri kidogo tuliona hapo it was, lakini ile watu waliongea kabisa na mauchungu ni watu ya Central. And I want to say this, kama wanajua Uhuru ni pure, kama wanajua Uhuru ni mtoto, kuna mtu nani huyo ni Aisha Juma alisema Mama Ngina ni mwizi. Mama Ngina na Kenyatta walikuwa wezi na mimba ya Uhuru ilikuwa ni mwizi na akasaliwa mwizi. Those are the things unasikia kabisa kama ni yani how can even somebody think of that?
Alisema hivi Salima, alisema hivi, amezaliwa kwa uizi,
yes.
Amelelewa kwa uizi, kwa hivyo hata yeye ni mwizi, kwa hivyo tuko na wewe.
Yeah, so how can somebody say umesaliwa kwa uizi? Unajua, na ni mama anasema, yani ile madharau kabisa. Watu wanaweza chukua rais, unajua hiyo kitu wanaweza fungwa hata kwa sababu, na kuna kitu karibu ni sahau hiyo mambo ya media, mambo mingi ya deputy president anakopi mambo ya Museveni. Unakumbuka election ya Uganda, Museveni ali switch off internet. There were no internet in Uganda wakifanya election, there were no media, there were no internet. Na ingawa Pena anatuambia ama Temba wanatuambia ati mambo ya rigging this time round haitafanyika, lakini ukisikia wanaume wanasimama hadharani kwa sababu ya uchungu, wanasema tuliipa kura. Wacha ile ya Sabina Cheke, that was nothing. Hii sasa alisema alihesabu watu fulani fulani fulani, na nikarudi wakati ya Alice Waome aling'ang'ana na returning officer na akasema sitaki kuulizwa maswali, what will I say? Kwa hivyo vile walikuwa wameauthoriziwa waende waipe kura, na wakati returning officer alikataa kuchange, huyo mama alilete vita, na dakika ya mwisho akiulizwa anapiga nduru, anasema what will I tell them? Nitaenda kusema nini ilifanyika? Na alikuwa na uchungu mwingi sana, hata sisi tukashangaa kwani hii kura kumeenda aje. So leo vile Moses Kuria amehesabu hiyo watu, na nikakumbuka ile ya Alice Waome, kuna kitu ilifanyika. But anyway, ilifanyika, inasema machi ikimwakika iwezi soleka, but lazima watu sasa wakuwe na macho, kwa sababu alisimama akaambia deputy rais ya kwamba ile watu waliipa kura ya Raila wote wako hapo, walikuwa ndani ya hiyo room, and he said confirm, sisi wote wale tuliipa kura we are here. Kwa hivyo Azimio there is nothing there, wale wesi yote. Na deputy president amesimama mara kadhaa akisema kura yangu haiwezi ipiwa, They cannot trick me. Nafikiria hatutaki kusema tuna dwell na hiyo, but how 100% ya kwamba kama mumekuja kuambia watu tuliipa kura kwa bahati mbaya ama kwa bahati mzuri, deputy president apite leo bila kuipa kura, what will happen to Kenya? Kwa sababu mumetuambia tumeipa hii msee mara 3, and then kwa bahati mbaya awe amewini ya ukweli, who will believe it? Hawa watu wanajaribu kuambia, because people are actually, watu walikuwa na hasira, isipokuwa ni baba alisema imetosha. Nao unakuja kuconfirm uliipa kura, and then kwa bahati mbaya muchukue. How will people react? Anafikiria hii amani Uhuru na Raila ameweka, it will happen in this time, na wameambia watu vile wanaipa kura. I think Bernard, kama IEBC watamuita Moses Kuria na si kuita, that one is ile ya Sabina Cheka kusema officially. Leo tumeambiwa officially, na Moses Kuria si ya kwanza kuongea. Hata alisema atasema nani aliua ule mtu wa IEBC.
Musando.
Na leo, what was the name? Pole kwa kurudia. Musando. Najua familia yake wanasikia uchungu, but vile Moses Kuria alisema na amerudia leo, na alikuwa amesema atasema nani aliipa kura ama nani ilifanyika. Uchungu yao ya Uhuru kusema Raila na uchungu ya Jubilee Crown, wamesikia uchungu mpaka kama wangekuwa na kitu inawasumbua wangeongea hivyo. Kitu muliamua muma hiyo walikula, but leo wamekuja kutangaza. So as we talk, na Kenyans wamesikia hiyo mambo, tunataka kuona kutoka kesho kama hakuna kitu itakuwa imechukuliwa, na tujue kabisa ile sava wa Kenya yote sasa waamuke tupatiwe sava. Otherwise Kenya mambo ya hii ya August sioni, Mungu asaidie kabisa, tusichukue kama ni rahisi. Moses Kuria can play, but that one is not a play. Yeye ndiye alipata Musando, yeye ndio wakati wamesukumwa kidogo atasema nani aliua Musando. Sasa leo amesema hadharani tuliipa kura na akatacha watu. Hiyo tu ndiye ningetaka kusema, na I hope serikali, na tunashukuru rais amenyamaza. Alafu kuna kitu leo nilisikia wanasema ati wakati Raila alijiapisha, ati wakati Raila alisema atakawanya nchi, so wanasema Uhuru akitusiwa na kusukumwa atanyamaza, anaokopa. But I want to tell them like this, kama ni hivyo ndio wanafikiria, then wako na bahati mbaya, kwa sababu Raila hako pamoja na Uhuru today. Ati wanasema Uhuru ukimsukuma sana ni muoka ataokopa. So hii matusi yote inafatiwa Uhuru. Kuna marafiki zake very close wameambia watu wengine wamutusi kabisa, waseme maneno mbaya vile Raila alimsukuma. But Raila is Raila. Raila was talking, it was serious. Raila alikuwa anasema anakawanya nchi. Alikuwa na more than 24 counties. Wale walikuwa nasema twende setu. Lakini hii wanatoka side moja atu wanasema tusukume Uhuru na kutusi ataokopa. Nataka kusema hole wao. Kama hii mambo ya kusema kusukuma Uhuru itatoka all regions, itakuwa ni mambo kama vile walikuwa nakawanya serikali, itakuwa vile Raila alikuwa ameenda kujiapisha. So wamemusukuma mpaka kando, lakini wajue then kama ni hivyo, wajue this time round Uhuru ako safe kwa sababu ako na baba. Nafikiri ni hayo tu nataka kusema saa hii.
Asante sana Mama Selina. Jerorot, uko na ripati ya 2 minutes alafu nipeane nafasi kwa sana.
Arun, just a moment. I must go. Cheriot, just hold on. Cheriot, just hold on. I want to officially hand over to Themba. Themba, welcome. I need to go because there is another sermon I'm supposed to deliver before I go to bed. So allow me to go and meet my other congregation. I'm very happy to have interacted with you, my constant congregation. I pastor you more than I pastor the whole world, because you have me almost 7 hours every day. So let me go and talk for 1 hour. Tukutane tena jioni kwa mswada mwingine. Keep Kenya first. Mambo ya lainike. Asanteni sana.
Mambo ya baba utatuambia update, usirudi kesho bila update. Kwa nini tunakaa kwa kisa tujui nini inafanyika huko London?
Leo ilikuwa NDC. Jioni sasa tutakuwa na zile tapes zote za baba. We didn't want to mix baba with this confusion. Thank you.
But Bernard, before when
yes.
Bernard.
Yes.
Before when you Mutembe TV was mentioned, I hope you are aware it was mentioned in the NDC. Are you aware?
No, they can't avoid us.
They said the other Kenyan media should behave like Mutembe TV, which can broadcast 2 different functions at a go. So that was a good comment for Mutembe TV. It was said by Osoro, by the way.
Asante sana. They are always watching us. Asante. Okay, let's move on. Temba, keep on, please. Thank you. See you later.
So before nipeane wenyekiti kwa Mr. Temba, Chirorot iko ni dakika 9, ikifika 11 napeana uongozi officially kwa Mr. Temba. So chukua usukani report.
Yes, I think, I'm ending up. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I just want to draw our attention to only 2 issues. One is on the issue of KRA. Now, the only thing we need to ask ourselves, this KRA office is right there inside Keroche. Now, why is it that these KRA officials are able to allow Keroche to continue producing more alcohol without stamping their authority? Kwa sababu hiyo tax ni tax ya pombe ambayo imechukuliwa tayari, imetoka kwa factory, imeenda. So I think the problem also is to do with KRA as a body. Kwa sababu ukiona tena, there are so many industries, ukiona particularly industries zenye zimetolewa out of town. You would find industries kama timber industries, kama Samabati, where they put their main gates under lock and key. There is no KRA official inside, wanatoa mabati and all that kind of thing. So I think it is also important that KRA should be able to expand, because if you look at the behavior of Keroche and the other, it is possible, there is that kind of unfairness which we have been able to talk about. Alafu, the second issue I just want to summarize is on this issue of border. Yes, I think border is really what we can say to be between love and hate. Most of us, of course, all of us, we have used border. But I want to state my experience. When you are driving, ukiwa wewe ni mwenye anaendesha gari, you often have a belief ya kwamba huyu mtu wa bodaboda ameingia ndani sijui nini. But I want you to also take an opportunity upande bodaboda. Ukiwa kwa bodaboda, you keep looking back kuangalia, sasa huko hapo unasema huyu wa gari taweza kunigonga, tusonge kando. So I think there is fear yenye iko kati ya mtu wa bodaboda na mtu wa gari, which I think our government should be able to look closely. It is something like we hate each other. Mtu ambaye ako na gari na mwenye ako na bodaboda hawapendani. And that is why you would easily understand when bodaboda guys come together, ni ile wanaona ni kama we are threatened. So I think that has to be addressed kwa sababu that is the main issue. But I want to thank Matiang'i on the one hand kwa sababu I think what he was able to do was to ensure that there is law in place. Now, the way he took it could be questionable, but you remember even afterwards kulikuwa na wenye walikuwa wanasema we are very sorry. Ingawa kuna wengine walikuwa wanasema we don't feel sorry. But for those who said we are very sorry, unaona that is they already understand their problem. But we are also not solving the idea that watu wa magari pia wanakuwa na tabia mbaya ya kuwaudhi, they keep them off the road, unasikia honi wamepigiwa. So I think we need more than the traffic kwa sababu the issue in this country is that traffic police officers wanachukua that chance. So maybe we need a body. This is something that perhaps some of us ambao wako close to Matiang'i and other areas, they should be able to form something that looks like a commission that can address those issues. Otherwise, for that chance, thank you very much.
Asante sana brother Jeruyota, asante sana kwa ripato yako mzuri. Julia, iko nini? Nataka kupeana uongozi kwa Mr. Temba mwenyewe baba. Come on, Julia.
Thank you, Harold. I just want to remind my brother Gerard, we already agreed that me and him, we are tired of this government. And Ruto is in the government. Sasa Cheruiyot, wacha kutuletea maneno ya KRA. Uliza huyo mbosi wako, ni nini mbaya na KRA? Why hasn't he done something about it? He's in that government. And that is why me and Cheruiyot, we agreed we don't like this government. So we are voting for Baba because we want to remove Ruto and Uhuru. Because KRA iko na shida. DCI iko na shida kubwa. Ukienda kwa barabara, kuna polisi, they are corrupt. I mean, the police are corrupt. KRA has a problem. DCI has many problems, has multiple problems. Ruto mwenyewe akona shida mingi. I listed for you those corruption scandals. So me and Cheruiyot, we are in agreement today. We don't like this government. We want a new government. Ya baba. Asante.
Yes. Asante sana my fellow panelist kwa mchango wenu mzuri. Hamjanipatia wakati mgumu wakati Mr. Bernard na Mr. Temba walipokuwa awi, kwa sababu kama mungeleta shida Cheruiyot na ya kina Nyagaka wangeleta shida, ningewaripoti kwa hawa mabosi wangu. So uongozi wangu na uweka chini na upatia Mr. Temba, upeane your submission, alafu ulete Mr. Nick, tuende kwa hiyo mkururo tu namna hiyo. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana, and good morning, good evening, good afternoon from wherever you are. I want first of all to ask a question, or rather give my thoughts. Yes, Moses Kuria has said what he had to say, and we have heard what they are trying to say. But the most important question for me, normally, I from my perspective, is not what a politician is saying, but what they are not saying. What is Moses Kuria not telling us? There's no way rigging can be just a single event. So what Moses Kuria was doing is sending a scarecrow. You've ever had the case of you chase a squirrel and you miss an antelope. So Moses Kuria is sending a squirrel. The statement by Moses Kuria does not say anything close to what really happened. Stealing an election or election rigging the world over is not something that you do, especially on the D-Day of an election. It is a system of events, a process of events. I want also to remind us that 2013 and 2017 were contested. 2013, the incoming government was aided by the outgoing government of Kibaki. How did they aid? You aid by, first of all, compromising the turnout in the places that the opposition is supposed to be voting in. Making sure that there are the places where you are strong, there are no opposition agents. That is how you aid. And then because we had moved into the IT system, that means what? Even the system of how you are, you are acquiring those things, you have to make sure there are people there. And that's where the name of Chirchir became very, very familiar and very significant. In both the first Chirchir's name was very, very outright. And that's where you talked about issues of algorithm, and where you remember Motula Kilonzo's daughter, Kathy Kilonzo, who became very famous that time. Fast forward 2017, of course, you know what happened. It was thrown out because they could not tell the turnout vis-a-vis, and that is how whatever it is that was taking place happened. So Moses Kuria was just sending a scarecrow and telling you there's no way votes compromised in only Central can make someone a president. Think about it. And there's no way only one place, Central alone, can make someone a president. Kenya is bigger than just Central. It is across board that needs a lot of compromises from across the place. You cannot do that if you do not have state machinery. Because the state, they say the state is the single owner. You're supposed to be the single owner of security. So unless you have that state machinery, it's so hard for you to do that. So what is he telling us? And some of us are beginning to use that as a panic button, imagining that, and that is what they want. That is what they want to tell you. That is what they want to blot. They want to tell you that we are bigger than even the states. We are bigger than the state organs. We are bigger than any other thing. That is the message that they want you to pick. And some of you may fall into that. And you see, what is the end result? The end game is that, okay, fine, if these are the people who did it, then you are likely, that is likely in their case to affect the turnout, so that you don't have people turning out, because they're imagining that those people already have the ways of going to rig an election. Now, if you buy that kind of fear, for me, anything that is going on in terms of any crying, anything that goes on from the Uda guys, it's a desperate cry. If they were very comfortable that everything is gonna go well, they wouldn't see the anger that they're expressing. Something should tell you about the non-verbal communication. When you listen to the way they are attacking, in fact, they are coming and saying that what these people did to you, their hope, first of all, is to affect voter turnout. Now, how do you do that? You have to build a perception that we are the ones who stole. You can't steal elections only in Central, affect voter turnout only in Central, and then make someone a president. That cannot happen. In any case, you see, it's not only Central that makes someone, the president. So, what I would want to urge, especially those who are supporting Azimio, stay focused. It is not done until it's done. The only way that you can make sure you have the best leadership is by voting. Have your voter's card ready, because right now, the way it is, different from previous election, 3 election cycles you have had, the state is not going to interfere with anything, because previously there has been state involvement. But right now, with a clear lack of state involvement, voting on the ballot, you will be sure that Baba will win. So what you need to do is make sure there is voter turnout. Voter turnout. If possible, 100% voter turnout in every place, so that you can disabuse this imagination that if you sit back and say that, oh, my vote is going to be stolen. Nobody can steal your vote unless aided by the state. They don't have the state machinery. And therefore the state is going to sit and become what the state is supposed to be, just, make sure security is taken care of. Now the rest is the voters to have voter turnout. So I would want to disabuse us from the concept that, whatever, there's something Moses Kuria knows. If these people knew, you wouldn't have been seeing all that drama and the anger in them. If they were easy, that we know how we are going to steal these things, how we are going to do this. Moses Kuria is just looking for relevance in politics. Oh, he only mentioned the central people. You mean that only central people are the ones who knew how to steal the votes? And even then, when they were able to do that, they could not still have him win, So it is vote rigging is a whole process. It's not just vote rigging on the D-Day. That doesn't work. It doesn't work that way when you understand how rigging works. Rigging includes even making people not to turn out, blocking them. That's what happened the last time. They sent soldiers to, Migori and those other places, making sure that even the votes do not arrive on time. People do not, by the time they are closing the polling station, not everybody has voted. Those kind of stuff. Those are part of how you do rigging, and the state has the machinery. But right now, the state is gonna sit back, and let the people decide, let people vote. So get out and vote. Get out and vote. Get out the vote. That should be the thing that you're talking about. It's not about whether it's going to be stealing. Nobody can steal this time around. The state is not necessarily supporting the UDA guy. So that means they are not having interest in terms of making the UDA person get in there. So let's try and disabuse ourselves from the church ambazo zinatoka. Those are just supposed to make people feel control the perception. It's a propaganda way of influencing the voters' thoughts. That is what I can say. The other thing I can say before I bring someone else is today yesterday in the on the UDA NDC, really nothing abnormal happened. Most of those people who turned up are people who have been identifying with the Tanga team all along. There was no surprise. I expected there would be some surprise. The other guy who came in surprising was the Safina party guy, Wanjigi, but he's been all along trying to break ODM. And then he comes with Safina, and then he tells the deputy president that, I'm also vying as a president. So you can come and attend my NDC as I'm being unveiled as a presidential candidate. So he's still having that kind of illusion. Then he says he wants to fagia water, and he's fagiaring the same people. And he's also giving, I don't know what people take Kenyans for. Jimmy Wanjigi goes ahead to start giving the way he's the one who made the Ruto government to come into power, the way they are the ones who made it. Then now he's the one who went and made Raila, he joined Raila, and now Raila has betrayed him. So now these people have betrayed us. It's like watching a comedy show, and then you want now to make us believe that you guys are having the interest of Mwananchi in your heart. That is your own interest, So, I mean, I know that, of course, Kenyans are wiser. They're listening and they're watching. They're getting to know this is not just about Mwananchi. The words are supposed to be, popped up to look like they're really having you at heart, but I don't think they have you at heart. So Jimmy Wanjigi is just personal businesses, and he told you as such. So you need to watch that, and he's now going and saying that, Ruto is my friend. He's still, in fact, Ruto went ahead, the DP went ahead to tell him that you still have the agreement that we signed. He's the one keeping the original. I don't know what these people take us for, but it was a nice circus. We wish them well. It's political competition. Let them do whatever they can to mobilize. I submit that Moses Kuria's thing is just a kind of political relevance. Nothing much. There is nothing much you can do when the state. The only thing that can you can win against the state is to vote. So people need to get out there, get out the vote. For me, that is what I can say. That's my humble view. I was told to bring in Nick.
Thank you, Themba. You've made me understand it from a different angle because I was part of the guys who are taking it from another perspective. But all said and done, I think for other people it will work on their way because some will take it the way it has been said. But for us, those who can now be able to interrogate it further, we can also see it differently. For me, I have few issues to point which I find were, like you see, back to this the same rigging issue. The start point of this started when the DP was in the US, and you can see the way it is choreographed, and you can see the way it's going. So it's generating a bearing, in a way. So it is something which needs to be tackled with the necessary force it deserves. Back to today, Julia and Angela, there's something else I noted about Kigeugeu. You know, when I hear Jaguar singing, it reminded me how he was crying when Commander won election, and he had to cry like a small baby for Uhuru Kenyatta to talk to Commander to give in. Suddenly today, he's from Central and is the one singing for Uhuru, being Kigeugeu. It is pathetic. Maimodoniwa, your guys are really disappointing us. Again, today I heard from Garissa MP, Aden Duale, saying something similar to what Aisha Juma said about corrupt. Gideon Moy should be the first person to be hanged. So I think today there was the deliberate intention of handling watoto wa former presidents, because the same went further and they say mimba ya Uhuru ilishikwa na wizi, akazaliwa na wizi, and it goes on and on and on and on. And I will wish to know why the side supporting DP, they are dotted. They are dotted in many ways. Like Aisha Juma is telling us, being followed by DCI. Yet he has a case of killing someone in an open daylight. Aaron, am I right? Since the duping daylight. So if you can't address that issue as a personal matter, how is it state? Then for me, I don't have much to say. But the only thing I've learned when tempers come, I've now seen the rigging aspect in a different way. And the intention I can see in broader way. So I'm able to spread the gospel in that direction. So we wish them well. There's not much Azimio so that they can be able to give us. You see, it's good. We had a very good, there was a very worthy challenger called Cherarot Cheriot, a very sober guy, the UDA. I must say he's one of the best debaters I've engaged. Very sober. Even Mama Selina
Best,
can
the best, Adam Meshinda Buzz, the best one.
Yani someone you can give and take. So I think we need to get people like that, and he gives people room to throw in, throw out, and give in. So I think we need more people like Cherarot. Then they're able to convert us. Everybody is looking for to be converted to either side. I think I'll rest my case there. I'll participate before we close the session.
Thank you so much, Nick. You know, politics is won on perception and is won on also activity. So in any particular contest, you must make sure that you shape people's opinion. Now, nobody that is on the ballot right now would want to shape the view of a defeated. You must look for something that is gonna make the voters, number one, lose their footing, right? So you'll be throwing some jabs, making them uncomfortable, seeing how they respond. Then you pinch another one, right? So right now, the idea of rigging, you see it, like you said, it was mentioned when he came to the US, but he went to the UK, he took it back.
When he came today, Moses Kuria comes and says that the people who actually helped the president to get to power are here. Now, what is that supposed to mean? It is supposed to paint that even if you guys go out and vote, we still know how we are going to steal that election. You need to think back. In 2013, it was TNA, one party in Central, and URP, one party in Rift Valley. So Central people were wholesomely in TNA, a majority of them. And Rift Valley, a majority of them were in URP. Fast forward, in 2017, it was Jubilee as a party, one party. And in Rift Valley, it was Jubilee, one party. Fast forward 2022, you have Jibebe, you have Chama cha whatever, Moses Kuria's party, you have TSP, you have Martha Karua, you have Safina. You have 5 different parties, and then you have UDA. So number one, there's internal competition amongst all these parties on who is going to control Mount Kenya. What does that mean? There's no unity of purpose. Right? The only way they can do that and decide, okay, fine, they put all these parties, refuse their ambitions in being controlled, because the one thing they know for sure is that the DP might not make it. But what will happen? They will have controlled the central counties, and therefore they will not be answerable to the DP as a party leader, because everybody will be having their party. So if Moses Kuria controls Kiambu, he doesn't need to answer to the DP, because that's not UDA. If Kabogo becomes the governor for Kiambu, he will not be responsible to the DP post 2022 if he doesn't become the president. They are going there for another reason, to make sure that they break the influence of UDA in Central. But now, how do you claim relevance? You have to find your position in that Kenya Kwanza alliance. How do you do that? Tell them that, number one, we are the ones who know how rigging is done. So what do you do? That one is also going to prevent the perception. So it's actually an internal Kenya Kwanza problem. It is not even a problem of Azimio. The game in Central Kenya is already sorted. Their fights within themselves is going to work. Because what you need, the president who will be elected, what he needs MPs. The MPs who will come from Central, if they are into Jibebe, if they are in Moses Kurias, once they get to parliament, they will align themselves with the government of the day. They will align themselves with the government of the day. If Azimio come to power and Ruto is not in power, they will say, hey, we are not UDA. We are aligning ourselves with the government of the day. So if you look at it on the broader picture, you'll realize it's a game, and it is much more of a problem to them, Kenya Kwanza. When they preach hate against the president, why do you think they're still pushing that hate against the president? That's already campaigning for Azimio. So they will do that. People already getting very agitated. They're saying that there's no way you can attack our president. If you want to see that, go listen to Martha Karua. Martha Karua said that you people, even if you go to a visitor's place, do you carry your things and go sleep at a visitor's place? You go eat and come back to your home. You don't sell everything from your house because you have gone to visit so and so. Go visit, come back to your home. So that's what they are being told. But perception is what they want to push, that, okay, fine, we are still strong, this is what you're going to do. And it is a political competition. So for me, I would say, Azimio, keep pushing. And one of the things you need to insist on is every single day, get out the vote. This time, nobody needs to steal anything. You just need to get out, go to the ballot, vote. Who was coming next, Harun?
Julia Megi,
okay.
Alafu dakika mbili.
Oh, yani ni Julia Megi alafu tuanze kuclose eh? Okay. Julia, your turn.
Okay, thank you. Themba, sijui kwa nini umechelewa, lakini tuko. So I made up my mind today that I even said this again, that I'm not going to allow this nonsense the UDA people are saying against the president to spoil my day. Because I have just realized it's a way of agitating the Azimio followers, especially those, it's not, unfortunately, it is working against them. Because I think the more they say nasty things about Uhuru, the more Uhuru gets sympathizers. You know, it's like you cannot come to our home and call our son this. You cannot come to our home and do this. Now, my first advice to those who are in Mount Kenya region, especially Wakikuyu, I just want to remind you what someone said here yesterday or yesterday, that you've never had Ruto go to Nyanza na anatukana Raila. You've never had Baba go to Rift Valley and calls Ruto names. But Ruto has the audacity to come with the likes of Gachagua and call Uhuru names in Mount Kenya region. There is a question about those who still think they should vote for Ruto from Mount Kenya region. Something is very wrong. I said here, and I have no apologies, something is very wrong with your thinking, because you cannot come to our place to insult our son. However, I decided today, I'm not going to allow that. I'm not even going to care about what they say, because it's insignificant. Those who have made up their mind, they have respect for the president in the Mount Kenya region, have made up their minds, and we cannot change. That one is not going to change. Now, about what they said about Mamangena, Kenyatta family, Moi family, first and foremost, those two families are not in the presidency. We only have Uhuru. Secondly, I have, up to this point, I am not aware that Uhuru is vying for presidency, unless he's planning to do so tomorrow. So far, so good. I'm only aware that it's Baba vying for presidency and Uhuru is supporting him. So however much you say nasty things about Uhuru and his government, you say nasty things about DCI, about KRA. In fact, at the moment they open their mouth about corruption in the government, we think about Ruto. And I read for you here accusations, and nobody complained about these accusations. I talked about the maize scandal, the Hustler Jet scandal, that is Ruto scandal, Langata Primary School scandal, the Kenya Pipeline scandal. And I also talked about that he was accused of defrauding about 700 pounds 10 years ago from forest land sale. And I also talked about crimes against humanity. And nobody refuted those accusations I talked about, because they are out in the open. So I want to let the people of UDS know this, that we won't buy their little drama about Uhuru, about Mamangena, about what. We know that we only have two candidates. We have Baba and Ruto, period. So you are either in the camp of the corrupt, or you are in the camp of those who want to reconstruct Kenya. It is just two things. So my fellow Kenyans, those who don't, if you don't have that Ruto spirit and you're not behaving like a few people in Mount Kenya region, you are either in the camp of the corrupt or the people who want to reconstruct this nation. Make a sober decision. You don't even have to think about it. This one, there's no even guesswork. It's like asking someone, do you want to eat or do you want to sleep hungry? You know, obviously you say, I want to have food. You not say you want to sleep hungry. So there's no confusion here. There are no confusing candidates. I mean, it is like night and darkness, you know? It's like asking somebody, do you know the difference between black and white? You know, asking anyone who has eyes, who can see, do you know the difference between black and, somebody will say this is black, this is white. In fact, Ruto and Raila are like black and white. So there is no confusion here. So my fellow Kenyans, let us not make a mistake because of those silly things that they are saying about the Kenyatta family. Up to this point, I have not heard that Kenyatta family is vying for presidency. Neither have I heard that the Moi family is vying for presidency. So departing from that, it is Baba and Ruto. It's like deciding between darkness and light. So please choose to the light. Don't go for the darkness. It is a simple decision as that. So me, Themba, I choose not to buy those tricks. I also choose not to buy the tricks of rigging. And those who about rigging, don't buy this silly thing from Mount Kenya region about rigging, that they can rig you out. Don't buy it. It's a lie. It's a lie. They can't rig you out. So even those who have been supporting Baba, for your information, the difference has been very insignificant. Even with rigging or not rigging, even in 2017, you remember that Uhuru barely made it with 50 plus, barely made it without the Kikuyu support. Remember that. Remember in 2017, you didn't have people like me who could go around and say they are supporting Baba. Remember that. And now here, I am not the only Kikuyu you had in this TV saying that they are supporting Baba. Remember in 2017, Baba did not have that kind of a backing from Central Province. Remember that. But this time he has that kind of a backing. So don't be scared. Let those the Moses Kuria's nonsense scare you. There's nothing. They cannot rig your president out. They cannot successfully rig your president out. It's a lie. It's a lie. They cannot do that. Don't even be terrified that wanapanga hii wanapanga hawawezi. This time msisahau kuna wale Wakikuyu wameamua kwanza mnatusi kijana yetu. Hiyo ni ya muhimu, mnatusi kijana yetu, and because of that we are voting for Baba. Secondly, we have nothing to do with thieves. We have nothing to do with corruption. Our decision to vote for Raila is like choosing between light and darkness. There's no confusion there. It's a very clear decision. Thank you. Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia. I think you have said my mind. Moses Kuria is sending a squirrel. Don't chase a squirrel. Focus on the antelope. Get out and vote. Get out the vote. Focus on the antelope. The antelope is there. Usichase squirrel. Moses Kuria is just being a funny person in the whole game. You know, when they come, they start saying, "Oh, we rigged you." What? I mean, tell me, how much can you rig from Central to win an election? How much? Is it a Central? You have to rig across the country. And it's not just the day of the rigging. It is something that is a system approach. In fact, if you are to rig 2022, you don't rig on the day. You rig kutoka last year. You don't rig at sasa wamekutana leo UDA sasa ndo wameenda kurig. That's just a scarecrow. I mean, it's just something that is supposed to make some people feel like sasa tutafanya nini? Sasa kama wanaenda kurig, sasa now we are scared, wataiba, stuff like that. Now, I think I agree with Julia. No, nobody can rig. The only person that can rig an election is the state. It is the state that rigs an election. The state. And the state is who? The president, because he has the machinery. The state has the machinery to rig an election. I want to give you an example. Rigging that happened in Tanzania. How did Magufuli rig himself in? Number one, he blocked all the media. The foreign medias were blocked from reporting anything. He blocked political activity for all the opposition parties. It was only Chama cha Mapinduzi that was, like right now, if you are in Tanzania, you know, the campaign period starts, I think, in what? I think in May, 3 months, the election, in May. In Tanzania, you are not allowed to have any political activity until after May. So that means what? These things you're seeing, like in Kenya right now, there are rallies all over. They wouldn't be there. In Tanzania, there was no. And you know, in the meantime, what Magufuli with Chama cha Mapinduzi was doing, they were setting camp in every place, every wanazita majimbo yote walikuwa wanapeleka Chama cha Mapinduzi everywhere. And now in Tanzania, the party and the state is one. That is Chama cha Mapinduzi na state ni moja. So that's how rigging is done. And then when the campaign started, they came with all manner of excuses to make that guy, the guy who, what was it, Tundu Lissu. They tried to make his campaigning very hard. They harassed him. They actually arrested him. They put, you know, it was one after another. That is how elections are rigged. You don't wake up on one day, on the day of the voting, then you say we are going to rig an election. That's the most outrageous thing someone could ever think. In Uganda, the same thing happened with Museveni. The Harun's friend, Bobby Wine, could not campaign anywhere. Even his drivers were being arrested. It was so hard. That's how you rig an election. You don't rig an election by waking up on that day and you say, we will do this, we do this, you do the things like in Wahome were doing. No, you only do that when there's a support of the state. It is the state that rigs an election. These other people, if you are not the state, the only way you can win is when there is a euphoria. Like 2002, there was a euphoria. People voted. And in the words of the DP himself, he kept on saying that we hoped that still Moi would do something. Even by the day that, you know, the D-Day, they were hoping that Moi would do something. He couldn't do anything because Moi was going. I can assure you, if Moi was coming back in 2002, he would have won. Because the state can rig an election. Because it is not the day, it is rigged in the system. It's a process thing. So I want to tell those people who are scared with the Moses Kurias, or there's something the DP knows that people might not know. There's no way you can do that. They are not. The fact that Uhuru has come out clearly and is supporting Raila, it means that the state is with Baba. Now that means what? If Baba all the time has been winning, 2007, 2013, 2017, the state even doesn't need to do anything. Just needs to sit back, ensure there's peace, people get out and vote. So just get out and vote. Simple and clear. This psychological propaganda that we want to take of fear and all and anger, let's try and get it out. That's why I said yesterday, I want, like Julia, address the people of Central. Please, 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 please. It's up to you. If you want to buy into what the likes of Akina, Kabogo is looking for his political survival. He has been out in the cold for 5 years. He wants to get back as a governor. That's all he's interested in. He wants to bring his party. He wants to make sure that his party, all those people are looking for how they are going to control the mountain. They are struggling to see who is going to be the spokesman. So that's all they are interested in. Kuria is interested on pushing for his party. He wants his party to also have the most MPs. TSP also wants to control certain parts of Nyandarua and all. They're looking for prominence. If you listen to that, it's up to you. But you might be isolated from the rest of the country when voting comes. Let me ask you for a chance. The same Ruto says that KRA has a problem, but when KRA tries to get the tax from Keroche, he's making noise. When KRA follows that guy who has not been paying tax from Thika, he's making noise. Those are double standards. You can't speak the same thing from both sides of the mouth. So Central guys, try and understand. These people are just interested in how they are going to control. They want to start getting, there's a political parties funds that comes in. All those people are political party owners. Kabogo is a political party owner. Moses Kuri is a political party owner. TSP guy is a political party owner. Martha Karwa is a political party owner. All these people are looking for prominence in Central. And you know what? when the political party fund starts coming in, the owners of the political parties are the ones who get the money. So think twice. Think twice. You're being used as a pawn in the game. They say the pawn in the game of chess. I want to bring in Maggie.
Yes, Bwana Themba, habari yako?
Niko sawa, Maggie, uko vipi?
Niko sawa hata mimi. Umenena kweli kweli. Mimi nilikuwa nimeishiwa moyo kabisa, lakini sasa imerudi. Vile umesema nimesikia kabisa mpaka nikasema then I was deceived. Mimi ndio tulikuwa hizo au ma victims ya kura yetu itaibwa, imefanywa nini, because Moses Kuria amesema, lakini umesema vizuri sana na nimeelewa. But what I think, me as a mother and as somebody's wife as well, nitasema hizo matusi lazima warekebishe. Huyu mama wa Mombasa anaitwa nani? You know, you can't just insult somebody's son hivyo ati mimba yake ilishikwa kwa uizi, amezaliwa kwa uizi, amelelewa kwa uizi. What's that? Can you put yourself into that, even you, Julian na Selina? This is somebody's son, you know? Kwa hivyo mtoto wangu ana nini hivyo, na nasikia mimba yangu nilishika kwa uizi. What is that? If Kenyatta alikuwa amegrab hizo malands wanasema, that was Kenyatta. And let me tell you, hata mama ngine pengine hakujua, because in those days, pengine wasahii wanaweza kuwa na sauti, but those days a woman is a woman at the kitchen. Hakukuwa anajua. Sasa anakuwa anapakwa matope ukijinga tu kwa sababu mtu anataka kuwa awe president. It's not very right. It's not really right. Lakini chenye umesema ati ni kuleta, it is a bargaining way, or it's a way of bargaining themselves in so that they can gain something out of for their parties. Yeah, it can be true. But even if it is true, why don't you use another method? Na tena nikiangalia, then wenye wanafikiria wati Ruto tosha na nani, these people are really cheating Ruto. Ulipokuwa unasema hivyo nikaona hata nani hakukuwa amevaa hizo manguo za Uda, and even Mudavadi hakukuwa amevaa hizo manguo za Uda, hata huyo Kabogo wala nani alikuja tu na nini yake ya safina, huyo Jimmy. So hao watu wanadanganya huyu DP wetu, hata yeye ajui. Na ubaya kuna sera zingine ambaye he cannot notice things ambaye sisi tuna notice na tuko nyuma. Kwa hivyo I hope, na vile umesema nimeona everything will be okay and things are just okay and very good on the side of Azimio. So thank you very much for having me at this time.
Yes, thank you, Maggie. Yeah, I mean, I would want them to continue na hiyo matusi yao kwa sababu they are campaigning for Azimio.
Lakini wawache mama ngina nje, please.
No, I mean, it's good. What you need, Napoleon Bonaparte says that do not disturb your enemy when he's busy making mistakes. So let them, even in the next rally, if they go, wacha watoe matusi kabisa. You know what is happening?
Yeah.
The ground is getting angry.
Yeah.
And when the ground gets angry, they are going to give a protest vote. You cannot come to our land and not respect our son.
Yeah.
And that's the vote we want. So if they stop hurling the insults, it is going. I want them to continue kutupa hizo cheche za maneno kwa Uhuru kabisa, waendelee kuzitupa kabisa, but Azimio should not, because you know what, Maggie?
Yeah.
Uhuru is not vying. Uhuru is not in the ballot.
Yes.
So they can insult him as much as he wants. They are the ones who put him there. They can throw as much insults as they want.
Yeah.
But you see what is happening? They are galvanizing. They are creating for us another system of voters who are going to say, we are going to vote against. You know, there are three kinds of voters.
Yeah.
There are those voters who are going to vote for a candidate.
Yes.
And there are those voters who are going to vote against a candidate.
Candidate, yes.
And there are those voters who are just going to follow whichever side. So the voters who are going to be annoyed with these insults from Central are going to vote against this candidate.
Exactly.
And now when they vote against this candidate, and there are two ways of voting against a candidate. You can either go and vote for the other candidate or refuse to go to the vote.
Yeah. And Julia talked about that sometimes back.
Yes. So for me, as an Azimio enthusiast, Baba follower, and of course, someone who is very much interested in politics, I'm really liking what I'm hearing. Let them have as many episodes. Let them abuse Kenyatta as much as they can. Even in the next time when they go to Central, let them continue. But as new guys, you know what they have done? They have sorted us in Central. We don't even need to talk because they have already created a nice ground. You know, it's like someone anaenda na lima. Sasa wewe kazi yako tu ni kuja kupanda, ni kupanda tu. Washalima kwa sababu already the mountain people are getting upset. People are getting angry.
Yeah.
You know, Julia are getting angry. Julia and others are saying, why do you have to insult our brother? Now that the ground is being broken for us. So I like what I'm hearing. Becky, you should be clapping. These guys are doing a good job for you. The same person who was with the president is actually insulting the president. I like that. Because now when Baba comes back, the ground is already upset. We don't even want that person. Now Baba doesn't even need to insult anyone. You just need to say, you see the kind of a leader you're going to have. You voted for them and here is what they are doing to you.
Even
and they started saying it there. They started saying that we hope you also
started asking that. Yeah, in Thika.
Yes. And that's for me is what I want. Let them continue insulting Uhuru Kenyatta. Let them insult him. Let them even call his family. Let them do anything. Let them, you know. I like that. I don't know. Even they didn't even do it well enough today. Like the other day, Uhuru is not in the ballot, so let them call him. Let them, you know. I think I think today, apart from every other person, I know some of the Central guys are going to be very offended. But for me, for Azimio, I found that today you are in a campaign without being there. Today and yesterday, we have been on the campaign without being there. Some people are campaigning for us.
For us, yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't even mention Raila a lot. They were just hitting Uhuru.
Yeah.
Hitting Uhuru.
Yeah.
and you know them, but it is working. The offense is really working for Baba. It's really working. It's like now you see me here, Julia. I'm voting Baba for two main reasons. In fact, I had a better reason before that I want to fight corruption. But now I have a bigger reason. I want to vote against Ruto. You see, now my bigger reason here is to make sure Ruto never goes near State House. You see what they are doing? It's working. It's working.
It's working really.
Yeah, Baba has been on the campaign trail for 2 days without campaigning, you know. You know, they come and they think they're saying the truth. You know, when you come in, who doesn't know Ruto lies? A few months ago, I don't know if Bernard played for you that particular clip. Ruto came and told Uhuru that you know, I don't like Kabogo because Kabogo anakuja kunishtaki, mimi sijaanza kucampaign, akakataa. Today, I mean, yesterday, he was busy saying that, you know, Kabogo is the one who told me to go look for votes. Yeah, and alinichanua. So you see, you have someone who is also a liar. One time you're saying he hasn't told me. The next time you're saying he actually alinichanua. You see, I mean, you see the kind of a person. The other time, there's a clip where the deputy president said that in 2013, I think 2013, that we are going to be giving youths credits. You know?
Yeah.
We are going to be giving youths credits to do work. He said you're also going to bring in you know, network, and I don't know, they're going to put every county, in every sub-county, there is going to be free Wi-Fi.
Free Wi-Fi, yeah.
2022, he's saying that when my youths wetu wote wako kwa Fuliza. Wewe ndio uliwaweka kwa Fuliza. Nani mwingine aliwaweka kwa Fuliza?
Ni kweli.
There's a clip where he's saying we are going to put our youths into credit. We are going to give them credit. We are going to talk with the banks to give them credit facilities.
Yes.
Si ndio hizo Fuliza?
Yeah.
So a few years later, unasema youths wetu wako kwa Fuliza, and then what do you want to do? You want to give them loans again. You want to come in and give them loans again.
Loans, the bottom up.
Hey, Themba, can I say something? I actually want to leave now.
Well, yeah, sure, Angela, you can say something, yeah.
Okay. I actually agree with you in terms of what you just said, because even me, I had been thinking about it, and I'm like, this thing of Moses Kuri, I didn't hear him myself, but I've heard in the panel that he came and said that that they had rigged in previous elections. And I thought, and just like you said, I thought that it was actually a matter of voter apathy. Like, if they are going to rig, why should I vote anyway? You know? So so that can actually lead people to cause people to not go out and vote for Azimio, because they're like, what a rig anyway? Why should I waste my time? So that's a very good point. And also it caused me to remember, and I had even been talking about it with my husband, these US visits where Ruto and his pals went to the White House, this White House visit, and all these negative things, these outrageous things he was saying about the government, and yet he's part of the government, just all the shenanigans. That this guy, the way he's so sly, could it be that even this White House visit wasn't, because you know, normally the way us guys look at it in a normal way, we say, how can he lie that he went to the White House? And and even take pictures, and even now Hussein Mohammed, who is someone who we respected, is putting it in his Twitter. Like, all these things we are going to find out anyway that it's a lie. It was going to be, people are going to debunk it and say that, and let people know that this is a lie. So me, I think these guys, the way there could be more that happened in the US and even in London when Ruto went, that we do not know. That all these White House stories were that squirrel Themba was talking about. Look at the squirrel, and kumbe over there is an antelope. We need to be very careful when we're dealing with these types of people, these sly characters, these cunning foxes, and realize that even maybe this White House visit was just a squirrel. Let's look at the White House visit. Let's talk about it, and there's a bigger thing that was actually happening in that US that we might know about in the future, or we'll never even know about it. And that was really the purpose of the visit. So we really should open our spiritual eyes to see more than just what we are being shown or what is being shouted or what is being done here. The obvious things might not be that obvious. They are obvious because that's what they want us to focus on. And then we fail to see the things that are really important. So yeah, that whole thing was just to bring voter apathy. And you see it actually worked on McGee. And now you can imagine how many other people it worked on who will not listen to this forum, who will not go out and vote because they'll be like, hata nikienda. They've already stolen it. So we really need to open people's eyes to realize that the people we are dealing with here are not normal people like us. Good, honest, yeah? You see things as they are. There is always more to these things than meets the eye. We need to be very careful and anyway, you're right. Even me had come here with Makasiriko, and yet I'm not even Team Makasiriko. But yeah, we need to really stay focused. You know, just like even as in the Bible, the way they said, when Jesus set out to go to Jerusalem, when he set out, he set his eyes as flint, like he focused on his purpose. Because Peter on this side is telling him, I don't know, you don't have to die, and you know. So what Jesus did, he focused, focus on what. So right now, as a me or team, we need to focus. Let these Makasiriko people remain with their Makasirikos. Some of them don't even know why they're Kasirikaing. Others know because they know that they are losing already. And we just focus on August 9th. Is it August 9th or August 4th? August 9th. Because we really need to save this country from this madness I saw today. Thank you guys and good night. And it's been real. I've really had a good time today.
Mr. Temba, kidogo before Angela aende. Angela ni Ashley ama ni nani? Nataka kujua hiyo sauti.
Ni Angela. Si Angela Ashley.
Kuna mrembo alikuanga hapa, alikuwa anaitwa Ashley. Nilikuwa nafikiria maybe sauti ilikuwa inafanana, sorry.
Ashley, unajua alikuwa team Makasiriko.
Yeah, alikuwa team Makasiriko. Angela, before you go, yeah? There's something you said earlier, nikasema maybe later when I get time and come in, I'll just highlight. You said that Ruto akiingia itakuwa ni Mungu ameamua, you know. You know, I wanted to highlight on that, and I said this since you seemed a little religious. That you know, you know, the intention of God in the Bible was not for the children of Israel to have a king they can see, but God gave them Saul.
That's true.
Yeah. So at times you're not given because he's generally the best king, but you are given because you are bad people. So it could be Kenyans are so bad that they deserve a bad leader like Saul. So if that time comes, but normally for leadership, sometimes I tend to avoid religious interpretation, because right now I'm also seeing some of the prophets have started coming all over, getting money.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Not going to happen. Yeah, but thanks so much, Angela. We'll meet again, God willing. So, as I was saying before I bring Pen Nyagaka, is that politics is controlled in perception too. You know, they want to control your part. Someone was asking me at how Ruto issues of loan. I mean, go. The problem with these people of UDA, you don't go to your records. It's all over online. We are living in digital age. It is the same Ruto mlikuja mkatuambia 2012 tumetoka analog tuko digital. Sasa mkatoka analog mkakuja digital. You guys forgot that there's record on YouTube. Go to YouTube, you'll see where Ruto actually told youths that when the URP and TNA will come on, they'll give youths loans. They talk with banks to give youths loans that are going to be you know, easy to pay. And that is how now this deal of Fuliza and stuff came in. And that's why everybody, all the youths now went for Fuliza. Now, 10 years later, the same person is coming to tell you that now we have already put you into a problem. Now you guys are on Fuliza. Now tunataka kuwatoa kwa Fuliza. Alafu tukishawatoa kwa Fuliza, tuwapeleke kwa loan nyingine ambayo sasa government inawapatia. So you'll keep actually being subordinate to them. Mkitoa akikuja na watoa kwa hii mnaenda kwa another, mmeshikwa na nyingine. We need to open our eyes. The same person anakuweka kwa shida, alafu a few years later anajidanganya na kuja kuwatoa kwa hiyo shida. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I usually say that if you're supporting UDA, you have to go on a reasoning holiday, because you can be told anything. Mpaka nani anakuja anaambia sasa yeye ndiye anajua rigging mali inafanyika. Moses Kuria. The same Moses Kuria who made noise about his candidate losing in this by-election in Meru. Si alikuja kupiga kelele how his candidate lost. So he cannot even control himself to win somebody. The people who are coming to you to tell you that they are people to reckon. You know, someone who is here to reckon is Kabogo. Kabogo has been on the call for the last 5 years. If he could be able to rig himself, he could have been the governor today. He is not. Kabogo will not be a governor. Alitukana wa mama wa Kiambu, and that is why he went home. So let's just be open and honest. These are very wako na makasiriko. Wacha nitumie hiyo team makasiriko. And they have campaigned for Baba for 2 days without Baba campaigning in Central. Wame campaign for him for 2 days. Nataka tena sijui kesho atarudi Central tena, waende huko tena. Watusi huru kabisa. No? I was the happiest person today. You know, we don't even need to go to Central and say anything much. Now, you know, ile vita vya wenyewe kwa wenyewe, unaachia watu wanacheza wenyewe kwa wenyewe. You just need to send Gashagwa, you need to send Moses Kuria, and you need to send a few of those UDA mouthpiece in Central. Then you are done. You have votes coming in zikimwagika hivi. Wacha nipatie Penya Gaka nafasi aongee, and then we start taking our closing remarks.
Thank you. Asante sana. Na show yenu ni mzuri sana na inaipenda. Lakini wacha nikuambia kwamba there was somebody ulikuwa hujafika kwa studio, lakini mmoja alisema ati he thinks Kenyatta is supporting Ruto. Kenyatta is supporting Ruto. Na ni mtu ya ODM kabisa. I know some of you remember that. You have to think about that. Because in 2005, the constitution that was defeated, the old one only needed 3 people. So they gave it up and they played the game. So you never know. You never know. Ile yote mnasema vile iliendelea huko mkutano ya leo, everything sisi tunaipenda. Na nyinyi hamuipendi. Lakini sisi, yani kuna mmoja wa ile radio station yenu sana, show yenu sana. Kuna mmoja alisema iko choreographed, na ni kweli. My friend, Temba, let me tell you. Ile matusi, it is going to be times 100. Na kuna dada mmoja hapa ameeleza what they are saying in Kikuyu. People are mad. People wanakasirika. Wale ambao wanasikiza vile Kajawa anazungumza, Nyoro, you know what I'm talking about. So matusi, I hit a party. It's not going backward. It was Kenyatta who was using those matusi, my friend. It was Kenyatta himself who was calling anything you can call in a book. What to make those guys stop?
Pen. Kenyatta was calling Raila. Mark those words. Go back to 2002 when Kenyatta and Kibaki were on the ballot. Nobody was insulting the other. Go to 2007. 2007, Kenyatta was with Raila, and it was ODM versus I think PNU or something. Go to 2007. Kenyatta was with Raila. He never insulted Kibaki. Kibaki never insulted Kenyatta. Go to 2013. It was Kenyatta versus Raila. Walikuwa natusi another person. 2017 walikuwa natusi another person. It was not Central people. Right now it is watu wa Central wanatusi mtu wao. So it is Central versus Central. And that person akona support in Central. So, I mean, if it's good for you, as tunasema ni sawa, I mean, you guys continue.
Wana ni ile support wa
Bernard, nakubali na everything you have said, you are right. There is, I can't argue with any of what you have just said. But the point is, once in 2018 they got together, they are like twins. You can hit any one of those. But does Kenyatta have help in the Central? Yes. We don't, like I told you before, we don't mind being in the opposition party. There's no problem with that. But we are not going to lie. Hiyo mashamba Kenyatta nayo ni ya nani? Mtoto ya Moi hiyo mashamba nayo ni ya nani? Don't lie to us. Pesa mnaweka Pandora box, lakini mtaki mtu awaulize. Unaona? Hiyo ndio vitu inauzi watu na watu wana express themselves. Can they be the majority? No. They can be the minority. We have to accept what politics is. I mean, we cannot always think that you will win. Na hiyo ndio inaomaliza Bernard. Hiyo ndio inaomaliza kabisa. You guys, none of you want to think that you can lose. Here in America, they play ball any given Sunday. So, Temba, kama wewe, you're a leader.
You can't go to a game. Wait, Glenn. You can't go to a game thinking you can lose. I mean, you guys are continue. You guys bring all the Pandora, bring all the mashamba ya Kenyatta yote, kujeni mseme, mumtusi, mwambieni mambo ya Pandora, mumtusi, mwambieni hiyo yote. Sisi tunafurahi kama watu ambao tuna support Raila kwa sababu Raila hana mashamba ya mtu. Raila hajaiba nini ya mtu. Raila hajawahi ua mtu. Raila hajawahi kuwa president. Nyinyi endeleeni na hiyo matusi yote, alafu mkishamaliza murudi nyumbani kwa Uhuru after 9th, muende mumuulize.
Oginga Odinga was the first person to be betrayed by Kenyatta. All those we know. But that's why I told you that as of today, if we have to be the opposition, we can be the opposition. There is no problem. Thank you, my friend.
Unajua Nyagaka?
Nyagaka, wacha nikwambia.
Saa zile munatusi nini Kenyatta hivyo, hata Bwana Themba alisema saa zile umetusi Kenyatta, umelose 100 women wa Kikuyu, because hakuna mama atakubali mtoto yao atukanwe hivyo hadharani. Mark that one. Hata kama we ni mtu ni brother yake, hawezi kubali.
Why did he betray Ruto? Why did he betray Ruto?
Who betrayed? Who betrayed who? It is Ruto who betrayed Uhuru.
Ngoja anasema Ruto was betrayed. Ruto today alisema Kabogo alimchanua, akaanza campaign mapema. Back in I think in 2017 or 2018, Kabogo aliambia Ruto, wewe usikae hapo kingojea ati kwa sababu hiki kitu uliahidiwa, enda ujitafutie. By then Ruto akakuja kwa, I think there's a clip, we'll play it if you want. I mean, you can go to YouTube, Penya Gaga. By then,
no, I've seen it. He wasn't supposed to know about it. Ruto was not supposed to know it.
Goja, Ruto akasema ati Kenyatta, in fact huyo mbele ya Kenyatta akasema mkubwa wangu, my friend, huyu Kaboga na kudanganya. Mimi sijaanza siasa. mimi lazima nifanye kazi yako.
Yeah.
Akaambia Uhuru, mimi lazima ukiona nikizunguka nafanya kazi yako. Unaona?
Yeah.
Lakini leo akasema nini? He admitted. Akasema kama si huyu Kabogo saizi ningekuwa nimeumia. So this is a liar. This is first of all a president who is lying in broad daylight. One time I'm not campaigning, another time I actually started early. So you can't come here and start telling us, oh, sijui nani alimbetray, oh, sijui nani alimbetray. Lakini it's okay, Penyagaka, as we don't mind. For me, I'm very happy you guys today campaigned for Azimio in Central Kenya, and you have done that for 2 days when Baba, in fact, when Baba is away, UDA and Kenya Kwanza are campaigning for Baba in Central. You know how you're doing it? As long as you keep highlighting Uhuru's issue, mmesahau hata target yenu ni nani, mmesahau ule jamaa mnang'ang'ana na yeye ni nani, nyinyi mnagongana na mtu ambaye hata yuko kwa ballot na hamtamuona kwa ballot 2022. Ikikuja hivi itakuwa jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga na another running mate. Uhuru hatakuwa hapo. So wachaneni na Uhuru, lakini msiachane na yeye. Gongeni yeye kabisa, mummalize. Hata niliona nani anaitwaje, Moses Kuria ameanza kusema ati kuna kamiti ameanza ati ya kupeleka Uhuru Ishaweri. Anzeni yote, mpigeni kabisa. Pen, we are very happy, by the way. We are not even upset.
Huh?
As Azimio, we are not even upset.
No. You know, like you, I can entertain you all day. But kuna wengine wanakasirika sana. I'm my friend, my personal friend. Wanakasirika wakijua wewe ni mtu ya UDA, hata hawataki kuzungumza na wewe. But that's why, you know, you are like your philosophy, you can see it both ways. It's bigger than what it is in one piece. But like I always say, mimi sitaki kuambana nini. Mimi sitaki hata mkishinda mshinde. Walinishinda hii Kibira. I bet against some guys. Walinishinda, they got everything they wanted. They're my friends. So I like politics yenu kama yako debana, you know, hizo ndugu zako wengine kina bana, it's good. It's good entertainment, it's good in knowledge. You can learn a lot, but now it's 4 months to the election. We're going to talk after the election.
Let me tell you, you guys are happy that Moses Kuria amekuja kwa Kenya Kwanza, Kabogo amekuja Kenya Kwanza, TSP amekuja Kenya Kwanza. Niliwaambia Uhuru is a chess master. Kwa Azimio kuna Jubilee. Okay? Kwa Kenya Kwanza kuna hizo party zote. What is the intention? To lock UDA out of Central. Kila mtoto acheze kwao.
No, wale wanifanye hivi.
That's what is going to happen. Watu wataenda kuchukua watu wa nini, hizo parties zimekuja zote kwa Kenya Kwanza, wamekuja huko. Nia yao ni ku make sure that governors wa Central hawaendi kwa UDA hata mmoja. Hakuna hata mmoja utaona ameenda kwa UDA. You can mark my words, we can meet here after 9th. You know why?
But they are even playing a higher game than that.
In fact, that is
Let me help you understand, because they
are even playing a higher game than that. They are playing a higher game.
Oh, yeah, relax. Let me help you understand, because you are gonna make too noise here, Ruto. You are not understanding politics, how it works. The idea is to lock out UDA out of Central. You know why? There's political parties fund and there's county government. County governments are so strong right now that if any party that is controlling the county is the one that is getting the resources. So what does that mean? If Central governors are coming from UDA, Ruto is going to be strong, because he will be coming to, now you guys will be paying homage to Ruto, to UDA, party ya huko juu. So how do you get it? You don't leave Ruto to only field his people alone in that side. You send other people. And that is why they have sent there Moses Kuria with his party, Kabogo with his party, TSP with his party, and all the other people with their parties. So wewe ukipewa party yako, si campaign ni rahisi. Huko nini, huko whatever place, kama ni Rift Valley kule Ruto anatoka, utauliza tu watu wako, nyinyi kuna pati yetu mmeona imesimamisha mtu huko Baringo? Hapana. Sasa na nyinyi simchague pati yenyu. Simple, clear. So utakuta Kiambu ni Jubilee ama Jibebe ama hiyo ya Moses Kuria. Mtu yeyote wa UDA anaambia wewe ndio president tutawapatia, lakini hapa chini tuachie.
Temba.
Siasa inapangwa. Siasa si kusema tu ati yote tumepata mtu sijui nini.
Temba, can you give me a minute to answer that?
Yes, and don't make noise about Ruto.
No. Just to answer exactly what you just raised about the people from the mountain.
Don't tell me you agree with me. I don't want you to agree with me. I want you to continue.
No. Let me finish what I was saying, though. Let me finish what I was saying. I can agree with you if I want to.
No, don't agree with me. I want to insult the president.
Let me tell you something. The people from the mountain are organizing that game even higher than what you just said. They know that the more MPs they get, not only do they get the resources, they can be a minister, they can negotiate for something. So the people from the mountain are organizing higher. Even what you just said about the counties, you're right. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what I agree with. There's nothing wrong with that. They will get that. But they will get ministries, more ministers, more everything they want because of the party and how many people they have. And that's the game I think they're playing. That's all I was saying.
They want to lock UDA out of Central. Take that to the bank. Don't be happy that you have Kabogo, that you have Moses Kuria, and Moses Kuria is campaigning for Azimio. That's why they're insulting the president in Central. You guys are not getting it.
No, you said it good yesterday. You said, where was it that they were saying it? And for that matter, Kiambu is even larger than Ruonyasa. So you have not even gone to the mountain. Kiambu population, of voting population, is larger than the Ruonyasa. Go figure that.
Raila won in 2007. He won. He got so many votes and more MPs than Kibaki, and he had only 20. I think 1 point something % in Central. That's public information. You can go look for it.
2007. You're right.
Yeah, he had only 1.7, I think 1.7%. Kibaki got 98% Central. And
2007,
Raila was, in fact, Kivuitu said that he doesn't even know who won.
Thank you.
Yeah, so don't overblot at the Central lazima mpande mlima. We don't even need to go to the peak of Central. We just need to try. And we have tried. Julia is here. So the rest is wacha tumalize. Dakika mbili tufunge show. Tuanze na Julia, then Maggie, then Pen, then Selina, then Haru.
Yes, kwa maoni yangu nimefurahi sana na have discovered that the more the likes of, I'm even beginning to think that Moses Kuria and Kabogos are Kenyatta's moles. But I don't want UDA to discover that, because the more you insult Kenyatta, Mama Ngina, no, kama Maggie is mad. Maggie can get hold of somebody. Juu mtu alisema Mama Ngina na Mama ya Gideon, you know. Sasa how many women are feeling like Maggie in Central? So every day kutakuwa akina Maggie. Mimi nilisikia hivyo vibaya jana na nikajua tuko wengi. So I think this is working. This is really a nice game. So I'm changed my mind. I'm not getting mad. In fact, I agree with Themba. That should go on. And I'm beginning to think that the likes of Kabogo and Moses Kuria are Kenyatta moles. And guess what will happen? You people here, if you are in UDA, please, you better think very hard before you vote. What's going to happen in Central, like Themba said, if the likes of Kabogo and the others wakipata hivi vitu ndogo here and there, even those will go in as UDA members of parliament. Let me just surprise you. When they go to parliament, they'll just flip to the other side. Central people don't know what is to be out of the government. Hiyo lugha huwa hawaelewangi kabisa, hawajuangi hizo vocabularies zinaishingi wapi. Those vocabulary, that vocabulary being outside the government doesn't exist in their hearts. Another thing, those group of politicians are self-centered politicians, the ones you saw. So the most likely thing, they are just, you see, they keep flipping. Mara Moses Kuria hasimami, mara hataki kuunga Ruto mkono, mara ako pande hii, the likes of Kinjore. Just wait and see. You remember my words. After the elections, you'll see their supporters. You'll see the members of parliament who go through those parties. And even the ones who go through UDA in Central, you'll see their behavior in parliament. Ruto will be so frustrated. Hata jiamini. Anasema Kenyatta na msaliti. Sasa Saidi atapigwa na butwa. He'll be shocked. In fact, he'll be traumatized to see the behavior of the people he thought were on his side. That one I know. Secondly, if you're in Azimio, if you're not in Azimio yet, or you are trying to make up your mind to where to vote, the difference between Ruto and Raila is like usiku na mchana. Either uko kwa kampu ya wezi, ama hauko kwa kampu ya wezi. Ama either you want to reconstruct this nation, or you want to destroy this nation. I beg you, fellow Kenyans, please, let us reconstruct this nation. Let us reconstruct our country. Let us not destroy it. Kwa sababu mnaona vile wana behave. Hiyo ni kampu ya wezi, thugs, criminals. I can't describe them. I'm not even, I don't have enough words to describe them. So please make up your mind and vuka sakafu. Uje pandei. We construct this nation. And finally, my brothers in Mount Kenya region, we don't know what is to lose an election. Ebu tukubaliane. Mdaka niongee na Kikuyu, hatujuangi hiyo lugha. We don't know that. We don't understand how people lose in their neighbor senses. We can't get, we don't know what is to be defeated. We don't know what to wake up on 10th morning and hear announcements being made that our candidate has lost. Hiyo lugha hatuelewangi themba. We don't know that language. So vukeni sakafu. Mkuje pande hii, where we are winners. Central Kenya, we don't know how to lose an election. We don't understand it. So please, come to our side as Mio, because this time we are the winners. Thank you, Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia. Sami Kambui was asking Themba, I asked a question and nobody does. How are Akina Moses Kabogo Kyujuri going to support their candidates, or are they going to rally behind UDA candidates? No, they won't rally beyond UDA candidates in Central. They will not field in Rift Valley, but in Central, they are going to have their own candidates and they are going to support one of their own. UDA is going to be locked out of Central. UDA wanasema ya kwamba ikifika jioni kila mtoto acheze kwao. That is what they are saying. Ndio huko juu tutakuja ugenini, tutasema ndio tutapatia huyo candidate wa nini, lakini huku chini kila mtoto acheze kwao. Kila party ya Central itakuwa na candidate kwa debe. Now that is what they will be saying. You need to support our candidates. And that's how they're going to lock. Someone has said it pretty well. They have said Kiunjuri, Kabogo, and Moses Kuria, and Martha Karwa. Hizo ni wale unapeleka kwenda keep check the growth of UDA in Central. Kwa sababu UDA imegrow tu in Rift Valley, Upper Rift, alafu na Central ndio ilikuwa inataka kumea pembe. Sasa inaenda kungolewa huko. You have to set someone ambaye anaenda, yani mchezo wa politics ni chess. You don't just wake up and play politics. You have to make sure. Let me tell you, if these people would have come to Azimio, and of course UDA would have had a field day. Wangekuwa wamefeel tu mtu mmoja in every place. Asi inakuwa shida, lakini wakiwa huko wanaacha mtu wa Jubilee hapa kwa Azimio, so they have spread their risk. You know, when you are a good saver, you don't put everything in one basket, you spread your risks across. So wako na Jubilee ambayo imeingia kwa Azimio na wako na president ako kwa Azimio, na wako na hao wengine wote wameingia kwa hii Kenya Kwanza. That means wame spread risks zao. Unaona? Then kutoka hapo, these people have been made now, hao ndio wanajaribu kucreate hiyo, they are campaigning for Azimio big time. So people watakasirika, wata vote for. And in fact, I agree with Julia, this could be wale, you know, in katika vita kuna wale unaweka wale watu ambao ni counter intelligence whatever, wanaenda huko ku sniper au ni counter intelligence, wanaenda huko wanakaa ni kama mtu wako, lakini hao ndio wanapata nini. But we don't want to tell you, endeleeni kutusi. Maggie, dakika 2 ndio tupate Harun.
Asante. Bado nimepata Wakikuyu, in fact they're so clever. Hii kunyamaza kwao ni being intelligent. Hata upande wa VP, si unaona unaitwa DP ama VP siku hizi. Unaona Gachagua alikuwa anataka kuwa DP. Sasa mwenye alikuwa anataka kuwa DP was the first person tena kutukana Kenyatta hapo Thika. Tell me, hata huko kwake unafikiri watu wamama wa huko watamtrust? Hapo Ruto amelose automatically. But nimefurahi sana, and in fact it has been a very engaging debate na nimejifunza so much. It's good for this Mtembei. It's really a school, by the way. If you want to know more about politics and about so many things, kuja Mtembei. Thank you very much. Mie sina mengi, lakini nimefurahi. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. Harun, ama nilikuwa nianze na Pen, ngoja Harun. Pen Nyagaka.
Hello, buddy. Okay, niko sasa. Asante sana Temba na wananchi wenzangu, na yale tu nitawaambia ni kwamba Uda tunaendelea mzuri na hatutajinyonga, lakini tunaendelea mzuri. Kila kitu ambao kinaendelea kinachengwa. Na muno dada yangu alisema ati watu wa Uda ni wasimu ni nini. Hapana, this is normal, we just happen to have a different view. Yeah, how to solve any problem. So hiyo ndio tunakubaliana, kwa sababu sasa tuko only 4 months. Yani twende, hata mimi mkija kwangu sitasikia mzuri, na mimi nikija kwenu msisikie mzuri, kwa sababu mtoto are principles. I don't want to have principles and then show unprincipledness of who I am. So hiyo ndio tunasema ya kwamba tutaendelea, na kuna mengi tulisungumuza kitambo. Kwanza, to be a president of Kenya, you have to be qualified. You have to be given papers from the whatever corruption, anything you call them. I don't know what you call those institutions. And then number 2, you have to convince the majority of Kenyans. You know, there are stipulations there, 25%, and then you're going to be president of Kenya. My friend, when I focus today, when we look at what is going on today, like that young gentleman kept telling you, trying to explain to you, Uda is by far, very far. And I really like this presentation because it was calm and explaining point by point by point. Look at those numbers. And then, instead of Kukasirika, to be a president, you have the stipulation. If you meet them, there is nobody who can stop you. Moi tried that, it didn't work. Thank you, Sir Temba. Asante bwana. I don't want to make anybody mad. Okay.
You know, I was told, Penyagaka, I was told in communication, in retrospect, if someone tells you that I don't want you to be mad, but let me tell you this. They already know that you're going to be mad. So just say what you have to say. Let the person choose whether they're going to be mad or not. Yeah, that you maybe staki ukasirike. Like for example, you tell Harun that don't tell me I'm judging you, but this is what is already the person is judging you. Selina, are you there? Amumelala.
Yes. Ai, nalala aje. Hii mambo ifanyi watu walale. Temba, nafikiri umekuja ukatusaidia, ukatufananulia kidogo. And it is true. Kitu mzuri ile tunaomba watusi Uhuru kabisa. Hata wasinyamase, kesho waamukie, kesho kutwa mtondoko. Kila siku tusikie maneno mbaya vile alifanya. Alafu mwisho ni ya kwamba Temba, wewe ulitongoza msichana. Wakati msichana amekukataa, unaenda unaambia watu hata hiyo msichana ni bure sana, hata sijui nilikuwa naona wapi, hata sikukuwa na mutaka, sijui hata ajui kufaa, hata hiyo msichana. Sasa hivyo ndio iko. Kwa sababu msichana amekukataa, huwezi surrender na umwambie wanaume, yenyewe hiyo msichana bwana nilijaribu ni mkali. Ile maswali inatoka kwa sababu msichana amekataa. Hata sikujua ni rahisi, hata tuma watu wengine waende wamjaribu. This is what KKA ama hii watu ya nini wanasema Uda wanatuambia vile msichana amekuwa mngumu, so wanamtusi kwa kila namna. Na kama huyo msichana angekuwa rahisi, hata jamaa angeongea, wangekuwa wametulia. Anasema na angetaka mtu ingine akaripie. So the best thing ni kwamba, na ni ukweli utasema, na watu wengi waliwinda, hata wasichana wanajua. Kama kuna mwanaume unataka akiringa, hata wewe unaenda ambia wasichana wengine, hata hiyo mtu unajua. So yale Uda wanasema tunafurahia, wacha waendelee. Ya pili, baba anaendelea vizuri. Nimeona Kalonzo walikuwa Kibira, naona walikuwa sijui wapi na Gideon Moi. Wameanza already siasa. Azimio inaendelea na watu wamejaa. So hao wengine ya kukasirika waendelee. Ile kitu iko tu, atukasiriki. Ile makosa inafanyika Temba, hao watu wawili ama mmoja ya UDA wakikuja hapa wanapata time ya kuchukua muda na kudanganya. Yani mpaka unasikia kweli, like today Temba alikuwa na kazi ngumu sana kucontrol. Mtu alikuwa anaitwa sijui senator, sijui alikuwa na mwingine alikuwa anaitwa na walikuja walimfamia na wataki watu wengine waongee. Hiyo ndiye ilikuwa shida. Kama wanakuja kama sisi, ukituambia Selina nyamaza ama ukisema Julia nyamaza, tunanyamaza. But watu wanakuja na madharau na kabisa ni kama wametrainiwa vile baba yao iko, wanakuja hivyo. Wanataka kutwist, ile kitu mtu ana twist mambo mpaka unakasirika. Lakini kama wangekuja kuusa, wakuje watuambie huyu mtu yetu ni mzuri hivi, watu wanaelewa. Kama ule Cheruiyot ameongea vizuri, ametulia, watu wakimuuliza maswali adanganyi, ila anaona ni ukweli ajibu, ila anaona that is how we want. Kwa sababu tukiwa kwa hii Mtembei TV tunafurahi kila mtu aingie, watu wause chama yao, watu waseme mambo yao, hiyo ni sawa. So hiyo tu ndiye saa ingine unaona inakuta kama pia atufanye ati tunakasirika, tunawastopisha. Kwa sababu wewe ama Pena tuwezi ambia mtu nyamaza. So inapata kama sisi tumeingia kuwastop, kuambia uongo muache. Kwa sababu kama wewe ukiwastopisha watalalamika, waseme wewe unaekemea upande moja. So ukiona sisi tukiintervene sometime, si ati tunafanya kwa ubaya. It is because you cannot tell them stop. unaona unapatia mtu nafasi Temba anachukua karibu 20 minutes. Swali moja ananyamaza, anasema alafu sisi tunauliza swali, anachukua kutusomesha hapo tu. Tunaomba mkiona mtu anaenda out ya hiyo ya vile ameongea, don't give him again, ama kata. Si hata wewe unatukata, si unasema mtu unamwambia tulia. Sasa kuna mtu leo alikuwa anamwambia Penet, wewe sijui Panat, sijui wewe, mpaka tukasikia no, this is not happening. Tumekuwa kwa hii kituo na tunatulia, tunapishana, tunaelewana. Hiyo tu ningesema. Ukiingia mapema, karibu sisi wengi tukatae sasa kuingianga mapema, lakini pia tukitoroka wote watamaliza Penet. Surely watamumaliza kwa sababu wanafamia na wanasema maneno mbaya. So inapiti tukue hapo, tung'ang'ane tu na hawa, lakini chua sisi hatuna ubaya, ni ile tunajaribu kuwastopisha. Si ati tuko wenda simu, tunajua baba amewin already, but hii watu wanakuja na matusi na sisi pia. Naomba kila mtu tusiwache Penet mchana peke yake. Ukiingia kufikia saa 1 karibu 6 mambo imetulia, lakini hao watu wanaingia na hasira. Kama leo sijaona watu 3-4. Hayo tu, wacha tulale, na kesho tafadhali mtupatie vile baba ameendelea huko London. Tunajua huko kuna maneno ya Ukraine. Sisi hatutaki mnyamaze sana. Tunataka baba amalize hiyo masiku akuje, lakini mtupatie update ndio hata hao watu waone tofauti ya ile White House yao ya kujificha. Najua baba amekuwa na state minister, amekuwa na 2 ministers. Unaona bendera ya nchi mbili, unaona the setting. Hivyo ndio tunataka Wakenya waone, so that waone tofauti ya ile kama siku yenye baba alifika ya kwanza, nikaona kama kina Peter Kenneth, kina Ngilu, hoteli alikuwa nalala. Tuliona akikaribishwa vizuri akienda kwa room. That was not a meeting. Tunataka watu wajue ya kwamba wakati hiyo baba alifika ni hoteli alikuwa nalala. Tusichukue hiyo watu waseme ilikuwa ni mkutano. So tafadhali kesho mtupatie update vizuri, muweke Wakenya waone, muweke kwa Facebook, ikue kwa YouTube, ikue na sisi, alafu at least watu waone tofauti ya serikali ya baba vile iko. Otherwise Central tunawakaribisha sana, lakini masista yangu Chulia na wale watu wote tuko Azimio, let these people wacha waropoke, wacha waseme tabia yao yote. Tutajuaje kama wataongea? Tusisikie mbaya, we are together. Lakini hata wakikuja kesho tujaribu tuwachokore ndio waendelee kutusiana sana. Good night everybody.
Asante sana Mama Selina, mwongea vema. Harun.
Yeah, yes, asante sana Mr. Temba kwa kunipatia hiyo nafasi nizungumze mambo yangu ya mwisho. Ningependa kusema namna hii. Kwanza ningependa kumrudishia ndugu Jeruyot shukran kubwa sana. Yeye ni mtu wa UDA. For the first time tangu nijiunge kwa hii kituo, sijui inaenda kumaliza mwaka, for the first time amefunja my history kuwa mtu mtulivu. Hata ameshinda Buzz ndio nilikuwa nimempatia number 1. Sasa Buzz, he was overtaken today by one and the only man, Cheruyot. He was very calm. He was articulating his issues very well. Hata mimi mwenyewe by the way nilimuengage. Uliona ni jamaa wanaongea wawili hivi, ninamwambia hebu report kama umesikia kuna mahali unaweza na wewe wagonga kidogo. So by the way ilikuwa very lively, nilipenda. And from the side of UDA naomba tu at least wakikuja wasiwe kama the likes of Senator Kiwel, ndio walikuwa wanaleta shida hapo mbeleni. Nilikuja hata mimi kiasi hivi because nilikuwa busy. I saw haikuwa mzuri. So my last point ambayo nasema ni ile kuwa President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta akona akona miezi 4 ambayo amepakisha ndiposa apate kung'atuka kutoka uongozini, arudi nyumbani apumzike. Haya matusi yenye anaendelea kupokea kutoka kwa watu wa UDA, mimi namwambia kuwa atafute cotton wool ama akate chins, afunge masikio, asiwajibu. Yeye kazi yake ile miradi yenye inaendelea kukamilika, yani yenye ishakamilika, aende pale afungue, kama ni barabara, kama ni hospitali zenye zimeisha, kama ni dam, kama ile ya Tipa dam, aende afungue. Alafu wakiwa na baba, zile zenye zimebaki aambie baba, hii mradi imefikia hii kiwango, so ukitake over hakikisha kuwa accomplish. Alafu jambo lingine, Temba umetuambia vizuri, by the way, hata tulikuwa tumepanic kuhusu mambo ya Moses Kuria. Tulikuwa tumefikiria kuwa Moses Kuria manzi hii bomu yenye ameturushia iko namna gani, kuwa waliiba kura. So hiyo inamaanisha kuwa in fact ilikuwa tu ni kututilia uoga tusije tukatoka tupige kura. Kwa sasa kama alisema kuwa watu alicount sijui watu 5 ama watu 7 ambao wako pande ya UDA ndio waliipa kura. So hiyo inamaanisha kuwa still kama still hao watu bado wako hai, huenda wataiba. Unajua sasa hiyo itatuogopesha sisi, tusifanye nini? Tusitokelezee, tupigie baba kura. My urge to Kenyans ni ile kuwa time has come for us to heed the call ya Go TV. Go TV. Go TV inamaanisha aje? Wakati itakapofika August 9, we go out to vote for baba. Cause mambo ya sitting down strategy eti baba tunajua asa amekwisha shinda, toa kwa kichwa kabisa. Kama uko na hiyo mafikira, toa kwa kichwa yako kabisa. Baba hawezi akashinda kura ikiwa wewe mwenyewe uwezi ukaamka saa 9 ya asubuhi wale upige foleni pale kituo cha kura kikifunguliwa, you go and vote. Yule mtu tu mwenye hata votia baba ni yule mwenye already ashaenda kwa mchanga chini, wacha aendelee kurest easy. Yule maybe mwenye ako ICU, lakini kwa wale wenye maybe wamevunjika mguu, wenye watakuwa na injury, but tunaomba kuwa Mungu awakinge na nguvu zote za ibilisi kabisa. Hiyo siku watu wakuwe strong, we go out and vote for baba. Hiyo tu ndio peke yake imebaki, that is the reward ambayo imebaki sisi na baba Raila Amolo Odinga. If we go and vote for him, asafu miaka 5 tutakuwa tunamsend nyumbani kwa njia ya ustaarabu. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Tempa.
Asante sana. Sasa mmenizimia curtain, kwa nini umetuacha sisi na Harun hapa? Ben. Najua mkiweka curtain hivi tunabaki inakaa ime nini sana. Acha tubaki wale ambao tuko kwa, at least tubaki hivi vizuri kidogo, tuache kukaa na giza sana. Asanteni sana. Wacha nitambue watu wachache: Kizito Patrick, Ibn, I'm blessed, Friday Masawa, Steven Mutumbu, Friday ni Masaswa Friday Masaswa, Jojo Gum, na wengine wote. Tumefurahi sana kwa vile ambavyo mmeweza kuwa nasi siku ya leo katika this debate for today, tangu tulipoanza hadi wakati huu. Bila shaka, we always appreciate you logging in, and kindly remember to subscribe to Motembei TV. As it is, we really like the fact that Kenyans have to keep talking, because we say when we stop talking, we start fighting. So we don't want to fight, we want to keep talking. So kindly always remember to log on to Motembei TV wherever we are having political discourse, because this is a place where you come to learn, you come to find very insightful, decisive, and very analytical engagement about governance and political leadership in Kenya. We're glad having you here, and we are glad always to engage you. DA, I don't know. No, Baba, I don't think Baba is coming to the US. Baba has just gone to the UK and then he goes back to Kenya. If he comes to the US, we'll definitely let you guys know. Really appreciate. Thank you so much, Harun and Julia. Kamakawa, subscribe to Motembei TV so that we get to 300,000. We are growing very well. Took around 287. Tumebakisha kitu kama 13K. So that we can get to 300,000. Tuendelee tufike hapa, we reach as many people as possible. Thank you, Themba, for the amazing show. Yeah, karibu tena. Come here every day. Ukikuja ukipata the studio is full. Studio inabeba watu 10. Ukipata iko na watu 10, just stay on the background and then you can join in later and participate na uweze kuchangia. Other than that, we really appreciate you. I also do have my personal channel. Wacha niweke hapa, mnisaidie tafadhali. Yani mnafanya ninabega hapa kila siku jamani. Hamtaki kunifikisha 5,000, I mean 500, na nimebakisha tu watu 10 sasa nifike 500. Yeah. Kama mtaki kunifikisha basi mfikishe my daughter. It's Themba and Lulu show. Labda naweza kuwa watu wa UDA hamtaki kusubscribe kwa the Themba and Lulu show. Subscribe because it's a channel for my daughter and I. Go there, subscribe. Tafadhali. Watu 10 nifike 500. Tufike 500. Ndio tuanze kwenda 1,000. Yeah. Go there and subscribe. It's just a journey between my daughter and I. Nimeweka hapo the Themba and Lulu show. Themba fundisha watu political science. Oh, you're doing political science? Yeah, political science is good, man. Yeah, I'm a political scientist, so yeah. We can learn a lot more when you understand it from the. Yeah, I will subscribe. Yeah, thanks. Go there and subscribe. Thank you. Now, hao watu ambao wako hapa wanajua vile huwa tunafunga show. So nani anataka kufunga show? Aye, Harun.
Yes, kama kawa ni our national anthem stanza 1 kwa lugha ya Kiswahili inasema namna hii: E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you so much, Mr. Themba.
Inshallah, asante sana. Now, kwa wale wote ambao kwa comment section, go there, go and learn the national anthem, the first stanza. Huwa tunafunga show na hiyo. Kwa nini? Hata tukikosana, hata uwe wa UDA, hata uwe wa Kenya Kwanza, hata uwe wa ile bangi, ile chama ya bangi, inaitwaje Harun?
Mimi najua tu ni wachakoya tu, sijui chama yake ama which party. Root party.
Ama uwe ya whichever party you are, sisi wote ni wa Kenya, na ndio maana tunataka kumalizia na hiyo wimbo, hiyo ombi ambayo iko katika wimbo wa taifa. Asanteni sana, tuonane kesho tena saa 3 kama kawa saa za Afrika Mashariki ya Kati. Asante sana Julia, God bless you.